they can't ever isolate it in the field.
What are you talking about? It's literally a hydrogen ion. You can isolate it by passing a strong enough voltage through a
Right.
balloon of
And
hydrogen,
and it
bro.
and it vibrates at a specific at such a fast rate that they cannot isolate the difference of a proton. There's no physical
What are you talking about?
example of it.
What are you
Okay.
talking about? It's like
Right.
protons. Okay. So do you just not? Do you think chemistry is like a sound science, like a sound subject? Because
Is
you
chemistry a
do like
science?
yes. And it like
Uh,
undergirds like all the food you eat is like, chemically processed and like analyzed for quality control with all these techniques that all of them require the people using them to believe that the proton, for example, is a thing. Like what do you think of the atomic theory of matter? Do you accept that? The reason I'm asking is because you can't see this with your own eyes, right? That's the point. You can't
so
see any of
so
this stuff with your own
so
eyes. You
we've
have to use
gotten
a machine.
so far off topic because you just want to see if I believe in anything.
Yeah, but
I have
I think that's
questions
actually
for
fair
flat
because
earthers
otherwise
whenever you guys are
Hold on,
done.
Mr. Anderson.
there's no point having a discussion. If it turns out you're just skeptical of like any possible thing that is not your own eyes and ears, then there's no point in talking to you.
I believe in axioms and building my way up from axioms. And if I can't answer the next question up, that's where I stop. And then I have
Okay.
to go find that answer. If I don't have the answer, I'm not going to speculate on what I think might be going on.
Right. So in other words, you don't afford any trust to your fellow human beings because obviously you can't know everything. None of us can know everything. I have to trust people that do like financial forensics, for example, or whatever they do.
Oh
That
my
they're gonna catch fraud. I have to trust that they do that
Who
correctly and that
cares about financial forensics?
I just pulled it out of my ass.
I
Anything.
know. You're pulling a lot of shit out of your ass, man.
Oh, you guys are so fucking dumb every time. It's like, how do you not understand the point I'm making there? I'm not making a point about finance. I'm saying that loads of the things in society that we all interdepend on, most of us don't know anything about them because there's too many things and
Okay.
they're too
What
complicated.
what in society depends on the law of gravitation from Newton?
A huge amount, like a huge amount of stuff, a huge amount of like all of architecture, all of like actuarial science. They're downstream from that, but yeah,
Does
all
it?
of like engineering and architecture. When you design a
Does it?
skyscraper, it doesn't fall down. Like,
Show me where that show me where they factor all that in.
what do you mean show
Pull the
you? Because
pull the paper.
they have to calculate like the tens. What do you mean? I could show you any engineering
Oh,
paper, and they'll be
yeah, go ahead,
invoking
show
like
it to me.
you dumb motherfucker. Sure thing. Holy
All right,
shit.
go Google it.
You gonna tell us how the Neanderthals were able to calculate all these mathematical problems with
What are
their
you talking about?
sticks, building up little
Neanderthals?
huts?
What are you talking about Neanderthals for?
I'm talking about they had to take gravity into account. I don't think they did.
Yeah, because if you're building like a one-story shack, they do well, okay, they take gravity into account in the most naive way, where like you have to put like the wall posts up before you put the roof on, fall down. Like, but yeah, you don't need to do the
Also,
mathematical
dropping a plumb line
But if
is
you're
using the law of
if
gravitation.
you're designing a skyscraper, then you do, and according to
Dropping
like modern building
dropping a
codes.
plumb line is using the law of gravitation.
Say what? Say what?
I said dropping a plumb line is using the law of gravitation.
Dropping a plumb line, did you say?
Yeah, I'm
What's
still
that?
waiting for your documents that prove that
I
architecture uses the law of gravitation.
It's almost yeah. I'm finding you one that you're not just going to immediately not understand is actually the problem. So give me a sec.
Immediately not understand.
This guy.
Anyway, the reason why we're flat earthers is because over the surface of water, there's no deviation from a tangent. Plain and simple. If there were, we wouldn't be flat earthers. We believe in refraction. We know fraction exists. We can actually demonstrate it over a flat surface. Have you ever looked up sinking refraction before, Plasma?
I need you to be quiet. You talk about something else while I find you your reference. I'm not going to do two things at once.
Don't overload his brain chip, though. Can
Clearly,
take
he'll
too
be
much.
his curvy plumb lines. Oh my gosh, people just posted up something from Professor Dalio. Holy. Oh. Oh, Sean, people's not even in this room.
All right, here's one. I mean, I don't know why I'm like, it's like, I don't know why I'm bothering. You're not going to read this, but it's, yeah, like, two Hong Kong experts in the field of design, civil engineering. You can control F for Newton's law. It's like it's one of those things that's so obvious that it's like often not even talked about. Like if you're discussing like the tensile, the pressure that the concrete structure on the ground level of a building is going to have to experience, you figure that out by you figure out the pressure that it will be under by invoking Newton's law, right? Because the mass of all the concrete and the rebar and everything above it is going to lead to compression. It's going to it's going to press onto the foundations, onto everything else, because of gravity. I assume, like, if you're a flat earther, you guys must believe that like a huge number of people are in on it. Like a huge number of people must know that the Earth is flat, but deliberately lie to say that it's round.
Straw man.
This would have
No, cheaper
Yeah,
you'll have
I don't
this.
care.
This would have to involve because it would have to involve like so many people. Like
I
you have
don't
all the
care.
major trade routes and you know military plans and where we have
I don't.
bases,
The
missile
military plans
interceptors.
stay flat and stationary.
So if the Earth is flat, what I'm saying is that that means that we in the West, especially you in America, you are pretending, for example, that Russia would nuke you via the Arctic, and that therefore that's the way your deterrent should be pointed.
It's not
That you
if.
see what I mean?
It's
It's like
measured
all the
flat, bro. So it's not an if. It's a
right.
fact
So
that
that
you
means
are
that
trying to
okay, so that
cope
means
with.
that there's massive numbers of people in the military have
Yeah, care about military.
to be in
Just
on it.
saying the surface is measurably flat. It's not a if the Earth is flat. The Earth is
Right.
flat because it's measured that way.
Yeah. Well, your
That's what I'm
measurements
saying.
are bullshit. Obviously, there's like you make
Okay.
mistakes that you
Your
have to
brain is
rectify.
bullshit too, dude. But
So
Then
I did a
all
control
these
F.
still a
Hold on,
fact.
hold on, hold on, hold on,
cargo
hold on.
ship captains,
Hold on.
all
I
these
did a
cargo ship.
control
Hold on,
F,
no, one second, no, one second. All these cargo ship
bro.
captains, every airline
I did a
pilot,
control F for your Newton's law, and I
all
can't
of these
find it on the
people,
paper.
all of these people
I
are
did a
like
control
lying
F
and
for
saying,
your Newton's law, and I can't find it on the paper.
Are you retarded? It's on page 88, you dumb fuck. How
Yeah,
did
there
you
is
not
no
find it?
88.
Oh, is this not giving you, like, the full PDF?
There's no page 88.
Okay, it's because yeah, you know why? It's because this is not full PDF, because you have to pay for that. 1 second.
So you know what would put an end to this if you had a measurement of the surface of the Earth.
Well, you know, this just because this is not a complete. Hold on a second here.
Gosh, darn it. All right, well, I pass it on. I just got
Missing
home.
pages. My school doesn't subscribe. My school doesn't subscribe to this thing, so it's giving me an abridged PDF. Whatever. Okay. Fuck. Well, I can't be bothered. You have Chat GPT. You have Grok. You could literally ask this question in 3 seconds.
Yeah, I know. Chat GPT, if you argue with it and you show it logic, it will say, you know what, you're right.
It's nothing to do with arguing with it. I'm just asking. You can ask it for references. You can assess the references yourself. Like
You
it's
know,
nothing to
you
do
know
with
what
arguing.
Chat GPT is doing, right? It's just an aggregate system.
Yeah, I know much more about AI
It,
than you do, and
it,
yes,
it
but
only
not
it
just.
only answers with the information that it was given.
Yes, and it's very good at finding references on the internet, which you can then independently. Yeah, flat Earth. It's because that's not the same page 88. Like if you look at the top
I
left
know it's not the same
of
page
the
it
page
is.
you
It's like
just
page
posted,
512.
you'll see the number 577, which is of course different to the number 88. That's because the page in the document is not corresponding to the page in this book,
I
which
know. That's
what I
why I told you 88
yes,
doesn't
but
exist.
this plonker is not understanding that.
I literally told you
Because you need
88
I
doesn't.
didn't realize you need like a you must need like a second.
Well, flat earthers win again. Have a good one.
All
Well,
right,
you
See you
guys
later,
sheepdog
bro.
is tapping. Hang
just
on,
don't
gotta
win
do a little
anything. You
room.
just it's like
Dude, wait. I'm doing a room maintenance thing here. So sheepdog is now tapping out. We can have any other flat earth to tap in. We don't want to have more than one person talking at the same
if
time.
he's
That's
tapping out, I'm doing the same.
Shut the fuck up,
It's like
dumbass. You
half
believe in the
and
flat earth, dickhead. Shut your pussy ass up, burger. You fat fucking idiot. Shut the fuck up.
Is that you in your profile picture?
all right. So anyway, we can have AI analyze the PDF that you sent, and
No,
sheepdog
it's
is right.
not
There
got
is no
no, that's a waste of time. We've just established how
no
okay,
because
can I
the
ask a
page
question?
doesn't
Are
exist.
you
You
retarded?
don't have.
It doesn't have
Why
the
are you
thing, as someone just
interrupting
pointed
me?
out. Why would you bother getting AI to analyze the thing that doesn't
Stop
have the thing, as someone just pointed out?
interrupting me. Do you know how
Yeah.
to have a conversation? Then you
No, I
shut up and
don't.
let
I
me talk.
don't. No, I don't.
I was talking.
You guys are lead poisoned.
Be quiet, okay? So we had AI analyze it. There is no page 88 clearly, so we can't do anything about that. And now we were looking for a claim, but there is no claim following that PDF either. And now the guy left, so that's where it's at.
Damn, I was kind of hoping the other spaz was gonna stay when I talked to that guy. Oh well. Hope everybody's doing good.
Yeah, we were gonna tap somebody else in, but he left before that could happen. And I was trying to explain that to him, but he kept interrupting, so he couldn't hear it.
Mr. Anderson, I'm
Oh,
sure if
good.
we tag him, he could come back. But Friendly was still responsive. He was wanting to learn a few things.
Oh, not even friendly. I was talking about the other spaz that was talking to Anderson like 2 minutes ago. Those are my favorite. No, we just gotta remember to roast Epo the next time she comes in here for bringing up Professor Dave.
Hey, lads, have you ever seen the movie that Professor Dave was in?
Bro, no way. What movie?
I don't remember the name of the movie, but his only role was he had to sniff this girl's hair and act like a pervert. That was the role.
You know what? He looks like he would fit that role.
Go to
Like, let's
IMDb and
go.
look up Dave Farina. You'll find it.
Ew. I don't know if I want to see that. I'm scared.
I gotta hop out. My wife's calling.
All right, brother. Take care. Damn, DJ, I just saw that freaking meme in the side chat of McToon. That looks freaking gross, bro. Why does that look so much like him? Ew. Ew. Man, I just keep telling myself that Indio's just taking one hell of a long vacation. Really hope he gets back to us soon.
Yeah, I'm with you, bro. I mean, between him and DJ, I learned so much about our Earth and where we are, dude, and just general, just all the information that he has in his head is just
Hi, I'm Bill Stewart, and we're here to talk about mid-size boards. There's so many varieties of mid-size boards. We have 4 different models here, and they're all for different reasons. Now, you look at this one here. This
Yeah, it goes up. Sounds like something AI would play.
Hi guys, Henry from Shaw.co.uk. Today we're going to be looking at another surfboard.
You know, I'm telling you, someone just has to go up in his ear and play me like messing up a flat earth argument or something. He's gonna perk right up.
That stinky lats.
He's gonna be like, damn, I can't go yet. Saying that I'm stinky?
Yes, you are.
Oh, brother.
It's not my fault that you stink, man. Like, it's okay to be musty.
I mean, you don't even change out your batteries, bro.
But I did though, so you can't use that anymore. And that doesn't mean I don't take showers. Like what? You're just funky.
Yeah, I correlate the two because if you can't even take care of a single battery, how can you take care of the cleanliness of your own body?
Oh no, I don't. I don't meet right anybody. Ew.
Yeah, can we steer away from the personal hygiene conversation and keep it on flat Earth? You think we can do that? What's going on here
Oh yeah, I
today?
can steer back. This is how I'm gonna steer back. So the only people in the world. Oh, why did I send that picture and make the fries? My bad. That was big activity. I didn't mean to send that. Anyways. Wait. Um. Hold up. Yeah, I gotta delete this. Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna start
Think
back by
activities.
saying
Oh, okay.
I'm gonna go. I'm gonna start back by saying flat earthers are stinky people. There's nobody else in the world that's stinky except flat earthers. Period.
You want to bet?
Yes. Even homeless people don't stink as much as y'all.
Yeah,
You know
that's
what?
being
It's
silly
based,
now.
based on probability alone, most of the homeless people, if not all of them, okay, are going to be globers, meaning that a majority are going to be stinky.
I don't
How does
think
that make
so.
you feel?
No, I think
Yeah.
homeless people are homeless because they're retarded and they obviously didn't do good in school, so they have to be globers.
Okay.
So actually, let me
Yeah,
switch
that's
that. They have
you're
to be
right. They should be globers.
globers
That's
because they're
right. They
so
are globers.
stupid.
That's right. You're absolutely right. They are
Oh
globers.
no, they have to be flat earthers. Wait, no,
That's
they
too
have to
late.
be
You already got the
no,
clip. It's too late.
they
You
have to be
fucked
flat
up
earthers.
already. That's
They
too
have to be
late,
flat
buddy.
earthers. Nah, I mistakenly
Damn.
said that. They
You
have to
dumb
be
goof.
flat earthers.
You dumb goof. You already messed up, bro. Damn.
Russian. Excuse
Yeah.
me? Russian.
Those globers, as you put them, that are homeless, are flat earthers gonnabes. That's what they are.
No. Them homeless people are flat earthers. That's why they're
No, they're
homeless.
flat earthers gonnabes because what it is that they are under the indoctrination of the globe. So they were born as flat earthers. It got indoctrinated into the heliocentric model. They carry that belief.
Nobody's not
But
indoctrinating
people
nothing.
like me and my colleagues will be able to inform them and then hopefully break the indoctrination and wake them up from that. So they're flat earthers
Nobody's
gonnabes
not
for sure.
indoctrinating anybody about the globe. Y'all are like crazy. Like I know there's anti like flat earthers and they're crazy, but like
Brother.
y'all are crazy too. Like flat earth is a cult. Like y'all been proven so many times wrong. Just look
No,
at the video of Sutton
again,
Chat and y'all don't even
to make
acknowledge
that
that. You're
statement
calling
means that you're
a
so far
Netflix
gone.
documentary
You are too far
and
gone to make
it's
such a
supposed to
statement.
prove that it's not liable, it's not reliable. Like I'm so confused. How do you
Sorry,
know the
you're the one
video that
that's in
you
the cult.
always send of laser tests is reliable? You don't. Exactly my point. So if
Sorry?
y'all don't know if it's reliable,
You could
then
test it
y'all
yourself.
surely fucking can't say, "Oh, I can't cuss."
You
I'm
haven't
sorry.
even made any, you've made no inroads into making any tests or investigation
No,
yourself.
no,
You're
no, no,
just
no. Okay,
throwing out
neither did
horrible words
y'all.
at the
Neither
moment.
did you. You don't have evidence of you
And then
going
you
out there
assume,
and doing a laser
hello,
test.
and now
None of
you've
you
made an
do.
assumption. And now you've made an assumption on my part. You don't even know who I am.
Okay, so do you have a video of you doing a laser test? Like I'm so
I,
confused.
you know what? I don't do a laser test.
Exactly my
Hang on,
point.
I've
So
never
you
done a
cannot say
laser
a
test.
video is true.
In my excuse me, I know what a laser is. I've held one in my hand, okay, many
Great.
times over the years. I am
Great.
64 years of age, so we understand what it is. We understand what it does. I myself haven't done a laser beam test. No, that doesn't mean I don't know the earth is flat though. There's more than one method we can use, okay? So,
Uh-huh.
yeah, if the problem is this, if you doubt
You didn't
that
say
the
I do
laser beam,
anything. I
hang
didn't
on,
do
I'm
anything.
talking. If you doubt that the laser beam isn't satisfactory from the video you watched, then it's up to you to go and buy or rent a laser beam and shoot it
No, it's
across
up
the
to
water and do it
you.
for yourself.
It's
No,
actually up to you.
we know it's flat. You don't seem
No,
to
you
understand
don't.
that. We know. Yes, we do.
No, you don't.
Yes, we do. Yes, we do.
No,
We
you
know it's
don't.
flat already. Yes, we
You
do.
have not
I
gone
don't
out and
need
done
to
a
do a
measurement
laser
test.
beam
So you
test
cannot
to
say
know
you
that the
cannot
earth
back
is
off
flat.
of
I don't
somebody
need to
proof.
do that. I don't need to do that.
But
I
you
accept.
do.
Yes, no, I don't, because I
Yes, you
understand
do.
how the technology works and what's going on with it when I see
Okay,
it in
so how do you know
operation.
the video's
I've
not
seen
edited? How do
countless
you know the
laser beam
video's not
tests.
edited?
No, it wasn't edited. Thanks.
How do you know?
You would need to prove that. You would need to
You would
prove
need
that.
to prove that.
No,
How do
I
you
don't
know
have to
it's
prove
not
that at all.
edited?
No, I
How do you
don't.
know that
I
your
don't
source
need
is
to prove that.
reliable?
I'm
I
satisfied
can do the
that
same.
our
I
people
can
who are
use your same
operating the
stupid
laser
ass
beam
logic.
haven't
How y'all say,
edited the
"Oh,
video.
well,
Hippo,
since you can't tell the
Retarded.
difference if it's fake
Hippo.
or not,
You're
you
being
don't know if it's
retarded now.
real." I
Your
can use the
sense
Oi,
same
and
thing.
your sense of
silence.
discernment is quite disturbing.
Hippo, just so you
Huh.
know, Jen is happy with the level of evidence. If you're not, it's up to you to do something about it, not
Then
complain to Jen.
I'm gonna call your evidence fake.
Well,
What
you can
evidence?
call it fake, but it's up to you to validate your claims, not
Yeah,
us.
No,
yeah.
it is up to you
So,
to validate your
Hippo,
claims
Hippo,
also.
no, Hippo.
Why
This
you
is how it works in this room. You can come in here and make all the claims you like. We don't have a problem with that.
I'm not making a
What
claim.
you I haven't finished. When you make your claim, it's up to you to substantiate that claim. Okay?
I'm not making a
You're
claim.
claiming our what? So our videos are fake or not?
Yeah.
Get it. But I
Excellent.
can't say that.
So
But you don't know.
hold on. That's not an invitation to have a nervous breakdown.
I'm not
You've
having
made
a
the
nervous
claim
breakdown.
that the videos are fake. That's fair enough. We've understood. We listened to what you said. Now it's up to you to substantiate that. What makes you think they are fake?
Because you haven't done them and you don't know anything about the person themselves.
But hang on a second. We have had one of the guys in here that has done it. He actually sat
Okay,
down and
where's he at?
explained to you his video, Techno Viking.
Techno Viking, he didn't even do
He's
an
done it.
experiment.
Yes, he
had
did.
his camera on with a fucking
You
laser.
are having a meltdown because now you've just realised that, oh shit, he did say that.
No, he had a laser
Yes.
with his camera on. What are
Yeah,
you talking
he had
about?
it. Yeah, that was just him frigging around one night. He's
I
actually
never
gone
saw
out
a
and said,
video.
"Why
You
do you
showed me a
have to have?
video.
Why you wanted us to go and redo the test? Techno Viking went out and redid it. The reason
Okay,
he's
so
a
show me
flat
video.
earther, that's you not talking. The reason he's a flat earther is because the test failed. It did not show curvature.
Okay, so show me the video.
The same videos that you're bitching about saying that are fake.
No, but he didn't go.
Yes,
That's not
but
his videos. You
he
show
doesn't
me.
have to make
You
a
only
video.
showed
So let
me.
me get this straight. Let me get this straight. In your mindset, if I, Matrix, watches a video, I then have to go and replicate it and
Yes.
make my own
Uh-huh.
video in order for Ippo to be happy.
Yes. Exactly.
So how the fuck does
That's
that
stupid.
prove to Ippo that it's true? How do you know I'm not just
Because
faking
you
it the
don't know
second
that
time?
you don't know if the video is fake or
How
not.
do you
That's
know
what I'm trying
I'm
to
not
tell you.
faking it the second time?
How do you know if the video's fake or
How
not?
do you know I'm not faking it the second time? The first one's a fake, that's your claim. How do you know I'm not just faking it the second time?
We don't know.
That's why you have to test it yourself. Not me test it me, you test you.
No, but you're trying to prove that the earth is flat and you haven't done a
We've
test
already
No, I'm
yourself.
not. We know it's flat.
Yeah.
Okay, if you know it's flat, why you haven't done a test yet?
I have.
Yeah.
Okay, show
Yeah.
me.
I've done many tests. I don't need to do a laser
Okay,
test.
show
though,
me.
to
Show me a
I
test.
don't, no, I don't need to show you anything. What
You
you
don't
need
need
to do,
because you don't
I
have
don't need
one.
to show
You do not
you
have
anything. What
one.
you need to do
So what have
is
you
to
done,
go out
Ippo?
and try and prove it for
I didn't
yourself.
say I done
You must
anything.
do
That's
that.
why I
Ippo,
know
no,
it's
you're claiming the earth is a
Understand? You have
balltard.
to do it
What have
for
you done?
yourself. Yeah. That's what
What
you've
have you
got
done,
to do.
Ippo?
I haven't done a thing. I'm not making a claim that I have.
Well, then shut
You're
up
making
then.
a claim that our videos are
No,
fake.
no,
You're
no,
making
no.
a
I'm
claim you
making a
live on a
claim that it's a
balltard.
globe. I never said I had proof.
So how do you know it's a
Yeah,
globe then?
it's not a globe.
Because
That's
of
the
the
thing. So you need to
pictures
prove that.
and what we
It's not a
know.
What
globe. You can't
pictures?
prove it.
From NASA.
You've got to go to. Hey, based on your logic, you have to go to
Exactly. Yes,
space
I will have
and
to go
take
to
you. Based,
NASA
what are you
to
talking?
prove. Yes,
Yeah, we're
yes.
gonna zip it. We're
Yeah,
gonna
zip
save
the thing.
people's ears there. Now, based on your logic, Ippo, you have to go to space. You have to take your own photos, or none of us really give a shit. We just go, nah, brother, that ain't happening. We don't gotta accept none of that shit. You ain't done
Yeah.
that shit yourself.
And it's not our sister, by the way. Sister, woman, yeah?
Yeah, well, I'm
Not
talking
our
to you,
sister.
Jin. You ain't done it, brother. We don't have to accept that. Why should
Yeah.
Why should we accept the first one? You go and do it yourself, and then we'll accept it.
Okay, I best go and get my spacesuit on then.
Not you, Jin. She's got to do it.
I know.
According to
I know,
her
I know.
logic, we have
Yeah.
to replicate things that have already been done multiple times.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
when you get back to us with your space videos, we'll much appreciate that. That'll be a great
Yeah.
show.
Just childish behaviour. Keep her on mute. Not contributing at all. Just a nonsense and a nuisance. There is nothing logical going on there.
She made the claim that our videos are fake. Okay, that's fair enough. That's a claim. Now, how are you going to back them up? Oh, because I haven't gone and redid that video. Huh?
No, it's wrong. We know.
So because I haven't,
isn't it?
because that's the dumbest shit ever. So because
it
I
isn't.
haven't done, yes, it is dumb. So because I haven't gone out to Lake Isle and refilmed the exact same thing, therefore Ippo won't accept it. Like, seriously?
Stupid. What you have to do if you're not satisfied, as I said earlier on, is You replicate it for yourself so that you are satisfied. And that's what you have to do in the end anyway. It matters not how many videos you watch and how many times you're told that it is flat. You must still go out and confirm for yourself. Hence, that's what we've done. We were told it was a globe. And for 48 years, I believed it. Then I went out to check it and I realized that I was wrong. So there we are, you know. It's upon you to go out and check. That's where the mistakes have been made. Innocently, of course, but that's where they've been made. We took the education to be gospel truth, but it wasn't. Gospel lies is what they were. So it doesn't matter how many times. And then the other thing is this: they don't even look back into their own lives, because they could have inadvertently been measuring flat Earth without realizing, if they've been able to travel in that and move around the Earth. So there are many ways where you experience flat Earth and you've never ever experienced life on a globe. There is no reference of it at all. You have no evidence that you've been living on a globe. No personal connection. Zero. That is a fact. That's what I find fascinating. That all you've done, unbeknown to yourself, your brain has been doing you a service that you haven't realized yet. It's recorded you living on flat Earth. And that's all it starts. Yeah? Your brain has not got anything to do with a globe at all. It hears about it, it smells it, doesn't experience it or see it. Isn't that funny?
It's fine though, just by her own standard, that means that all the pictures and videos from outer space are going to be fake then, because she hasn't gone out to those locations.
Oh, well,
Made a
they
video.
are anyway. They are anyway, because if you go to the Apollo Detectives and click on their Faking Space series, you'll be met with a guy called Paul on the Plane, and he will take you through how they are faking the imagery. So it's easy to do. You can actually use the latest digital analysis software for free, no money involved there, and you can use that and download the images from the library of NASA's library, Apollo missions, or the Lunar Reconnaissance Orbiter, and then subject those images to the software, and you're looking for what they call noise. This noise comes in the shape of a grey ash sheen that goes right across the image. All right, if you've got that grey ash sheen going right across the image, you have an authentic image taken by a camera, and it would have been from space. But what you find is you don't get that grey ash sheen right across the image. You get the image bold right there in front of your face. You get a little bit of grey ash on the outside of the image, but the image itself is still the normal, as you would see it normally. So there we are. That's a fake image right there. Copy and paste, Photoshop composite is what it highlights. And all NASA images are like that. So we know that they're not taking anything from space. They can't go there anyway. They can't go there. So the images have to be fake. Have to be, and that's what they are. Been proven to be fake. All, 8,000 plus. All of them fake. So no, we're not going to space. We never will. Not going to the moon. We've never been. And I'm very satisfied with the technology. You can download it yourself and actually practice with it. It's really good. Good fun. Oh, the Globers will say that, well, you need to download the original full-size image, right? Because you get a lot of JPEG ones, compressed ones. I've already said to them, it doesn't matter whether it's full size or it's compressed, because it's the same image. Okay, so what you will have, you'll still be able to tell whether or not that compressed JPEG is authentic or not, because it's from the original. The original takes a little longer to download, but you can do that anyway. So yeah, you know, I've totally hammered them with that to death for the last 3 years. That'll be the Globers, especially on the other servers. Yeah, because you know, they're going on about the images from space, and I said they're all fake. They have to be. Even Robert Simmons says it. So get out of here, man. You don't have any authentic images that are coming from space. Nothing. It's all fakery. And India really did point that out to us when they, I think it was in 2023 March, when they supposedly landed on the south side of the moon with their orbiter Chandelier 3 or Chandelier 3, looking for water supposedly on the south side of the moon. And the images that were coming back were like really bad, Game Boy pixelated images, horrible. Okay, it would appear that my connection has been lost.
You're still here.
Oh,
So
cheers,
we've
yeah.
got illiterate alliteration. Why would this be considered a boring channel? What? Because we don't have 40 people talking at once, so you can't understand a thing.
Yeah. You know, we're talking about things that are going on the Earth. That's all related. Flat Earth, heliocentric model, space travel. Yeah, that's all related. I don't see how you can find that boring. And if you do, then you're in the wrong channel. Quite simple, really. You're
Maybe
obviously
you could
not
ask
interested.
sensible questions instead of having us talk about the channel. You could ask about what we're trying to actually do in here.
Yeah, what we're
Feel free
putting
to click your
forward.
microphone button.
Yeah, you know, you've arrived here. We're saying to you that is impossible. We're saying that the Earth is flat. We're saying that the heliocentric model is a hoax. It's not there. We're not in a solar system, and we're not flying through the universe, which the cosmologists and that in that documentary called The Principle, they said the universe is flat. There you go. So, you know, yeah, there's a few things for you to think about. A flat universe.
It seems our illiterate alliteration drops out.
There you are. It's
Maybe
too
if they had
intellectual for
spoken,
it
it
here.
wouldn't have been a boring channel. There you go.
Yeah.
Interesting how that works.
Yeah, it is.
I think this channel's boring at all. We get to hear people cry all day. Awesome.
Yeah.
Give them a little poke and watch the coke flow. It's great.
It's just funny.
I was actually looking up elevations of where I did my 30-mile shot to the top of the hill.
Oh yeah.
I
Yeah.
can't
We looked at that.
find what the actual elevation was from where I took the photo. I can get on Google Maps and I can go to the exact same spot, which is awesome. And you can even see the outline of the hill in Google Maps. You can see this faint blue, the double hill. But I can't find the elevation of that area.
Right.
But as far as like I jumped on the Earth Curve calculator, target hidden height is 148 meters. Now, what I was looking to see is what my actual elevation was in comparison to that hill.
Yeah. Yeah.
So if I'm only 10 meters lower than that hill, that means it would be 138 meters below eye level, which is
Right.
not possible. So that's what I was looking for. What the actual difference
Elevation
between the
was
two
from
areas
your
was.
position. Yeah.
Yeah. Like I know what that hill is. It's 420 meters.
Right. So you've got to find out how high above sea level you are at your position. That's what you want to know, isn't it?
Correct.
Yeah. Well, that's weird that you can't find that, though, don't you think? No.
Oh, look, I'd probably find it somewhere, but I know where it was. That was easy.
Yeah. Yeah. You know what you could do? What you could do is obviously go back to that location and then switch on. I don't know if you've got one, but I've got 2 altitude meters on my phone. So it tells me exactly.
Right.
Yeah, that's 2 of those. And they work brilliantly because when you're flying, it tells you how high you are off the Earth's surface in an aeroplane as well. They're really good. I've got that. So I know exactly how high I am above sea level. You can do it in metric or in imperial. It does both. That's what I use.
It's just an app on your phone?
Yeah, you can download them. Yeah.
So
And I've also got a spirit level. I did that back in 2014. So by the time I got to 2016, I had 2 of them on my phone and 2 spirit level apps as well. In fact, I've got 3. One of them's got like 4 selections of types of spirit level that you can use: flat, vertical, horizontal. It's all there. And then one is a standard spirit level. Yeah, these are all free. Download them from the App Store. Okay, they're really good.
Altitude meter.
Then you go back to your location, you switch it on, and then it'll tell you exactly how many meters you are or how many feet you are above sea level.
Let's have a look. See what this one's like.
Yeah. Yeah, because that's needling you, isn't it? It's needling you because you want to know. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, that's right. Well,
Yeah.
if it's at the same elevation, based off the Earth curve calculator,
Yeah.
and I've based it only at 5 foot, we're still looking at 148 meters of hidden curvature.
Right.
So that's at 48 kilometers or 30 mile.
Yeah, that's 30 miles. So at 30 miles, what you're saying, you shouldn't be able to see it then.
Well, that's what I've got to work out, what my elevation is, so I can compare the two.
Yeah, once you got your elevation worked out, yeah. Then from your elevation, it will tell you how much would be visible over that distance if there's going to be any.
Oh, what do I get? A 7-day free trial.
Oh no! There's stuff. You don't have to go that. Look, they're free, so you don't have to have any free trial and start buying them. There's some really nice ones. They're free. Just they're there definitely. Yeah, you don't have to buy anything, and they're really, really good as well. So.
I don't need that.
Yeah, it's funny how things change, let's have a look, because I downloaded my stuff when I got my phone in 2014. So since then to now, they're charging money for it. Okay, well, when I got it, I just went to the App Store and then typed in, altitude meters and that apps, and then you had your free. You could buy them and you had them free. So I just clicked on the free section, and yeah, that's it. Try not to spend any money on these devices when you get them.
Okay,
Just feel like you're being ripped off.
Now I'm about 300 and...
Oh, good. That's it.
Well, it's bounced from 308, 305, 304.
Yeah, that's what it does. Yeah, it does flicker. Yeah, it does bounce like that. That's how they work.
Well, it's bounced between 347 and 288. That's not very
accurate. You might just want to leave it, let it settle. Don't move it around.
Still, dude. Like if it was bouncing between, say, 295 and 300, and it was just going up and down between those, you'd go, oh yeah, fair enough. But when you've got a 347 to 288 range, it's like, yeah, nah.
Yeah, you got to get it to settle.
Are you trying to find your height above sea level where your house is?
Yeah, at the moment, yeah.
You should be able to look all that information up, all that data up. It'll be on your, if you own the house, you should have got like...
It's not the house I want, it's where I took my photos from when I did the 30-mile hill shot.
Oh, yeah.
Yep. Like, I just drive back there, but yeah, I'll see you in an hour.
I reckon you'd be able to work that out or find that out somewhere online.
Well, that's what I was thinking. It's
sure.
not on, I thought Google Maps might have had it. There's some areas where you can follow the topography lines.
Yes.
Yeah. But there's none near that area because it's all reasonably flat. Like there's only just low rolling hills.
Yeah, that's right. That's what it looked like in your image. It looked pretty flat, and
Yeah.
How did your daughter do, AJ?
Yeah, how'd you go?
Yeah,
Oh
did she
no,
win?
she lost that one. She didn't win, but she did well. There was a pretty close fight. She won the first round and
Okay.
probably half the second round, and then she gassed out a bit. Then the other girl got her in the last round, so it was all good.
Yeah, it's still good though. I mean, it was her first time, so to win 2, lose 1, you should be proud of
Yeah.
that.
As long as she learns from it.
Yeah, she's out
Experience.
wakeboarding today, so she can't be too upset.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, congratulations anyway.
Big night though. Big night. Started drinking at lunchtime. I snuck my own bottle of tequila in and drank a bottle while there as well. Sneak shots under the table. I got a phone call. Hang on.
Found out that the winner was doing drugs, and your daughter has won the bout. By the process of elimination, he's been disqualified, and your daughter is now the champion of the day. The trophy is on its way. I remember, was it the Australian Olympics where the Japanese over 100 kilo judoist versus the Russian one, right? And when we saw the videos slowed down, the Russian guy actually lost. Okay, he actually lost that bout, but they awarded it to him. So the Japanese guy is in tears now because they're like, he's put a lot of effort into it, right? My question would be this: if you were that Russian and you saw yourself lose on TV, and knowing how much honor that there is in the sport of judo, would you give the winner, the true winner, the trophy? That's what I would do. I would not. I couldn't accept it because the whole world would have seen me lose first and foremost, and I see it for myself. Do you know what I mean? So obviously,
that happened in fencing. That happened in fencing where the equipment was malfunctioning, and the guy got 3 hits on him and didn't register. Finally, the guy said, "Just touch me, I lose."
Yeah, brilliant. See, that's what we call sportsmanship. That's the meaning of sportsmanship. So had I been that Russian and saw myself losing because my shoulder did hit the ground first, I would have just stood up and said, in the name of sportsmanship and honor for this sport, I'm giving my trophy that I did not win to the actual winner, and I want to take my trophy, which would have been the silver. Thank you very much, and that's what it should have been. Yeah, but that's not there. So there's a Russian guy out there who knows he lost, but he's got a trophy. So he's just a thief. Do you know what I mean? That really does get my back up when people can't just be honest. In sports, you lost fair. You saw yourself. You saw it in slow motion. Everybody saw it. The referee has made a mistake. Why would you go on and take the trophy? You couldn't. The honor's not there. You didn't win it. Yeah. So the guy with the fencing, there's a man of honor.
Yeah, kind of the same thing happened with chess and the Russians. Sorry.
Yeah. Go ahead.
I have to be careful because my nav is running.
Yeah.
But
okay.
that happened with chess a lot, where they would determine who's going to play Bobby Fischer or who's going to play the foreigner, et cetera, and they would throw games to each other.
Yeah, they do that. That does happen in sports as well. You know, football and other and motor racing, Dakar rallies. Yeah, they do that. So you know, and I think that's not fair because people have placed their bets first and foremost, and the best driver should have just finished the course and win it, and not slow down and give his teammate a chance to.
Look how many times the NBA or whatever. I'm not a sports guy, but point shaving. I mean, they have convicted so many players on that. But when you're talking, I'll give you $5 million not to make this basket. Yeah, I'm gonna take that deal.
Yeah. No, I would never do it. I would never do it. Yeah, that would be a no for me. Sorry. I'm going to win the game because we are the winners. Thanks. We've won. There you go. End. Don't want any money from me. It's just not my way, man. The amount of effort and work you put into it, you know, and then you want to tarnish your integrity.
Well, let's say they say just win by 15. Don't win any more than 15. You can win, but don't win by more than 15 points. No, it's point shaving.
Yeah, I'm just going to win and win. I don't want to play those games.
Yeah, the problem is we'll kill your wife. We'll kill your son. We know we can.
Yeah. Okay. Well then, let's go for that then. Let's go for that. You're going to threaten my wife? Let's go for that then. And if my wife dies, you're a dead man, guaranteed.
Well, that's like the two guys at the florist. I went to the florist once, saw another guy, and he says, "Man, I hate this. You just buy these things and they die." And he says, "I said, so do the roses."
Yeah. Yeah. So now it's summer holidays now. All the kids are in the house. Wicked. We're going to need a new foundation. The amount of noise they were making yesterday. Playing basketball. Game. So I suggested to them, why don't we go out today? Why don't we go to the park and play basketball? Come on. No. They want to go and play with their friends now. Okay.
Oi.
Hi there. How
How's
can
it
we
go?
help you today?
Oh, is this Jen again? Bro, Jen, get a fucking life, dude.
Yeah, I'm not going to be here for long. I'm going to go out and do my exercises shortly. So, but yeah, it's coming up for lunchtime here, so I'm going to pop out in a minute. But any news? Any curvature incidences?
Bro, you need to be castrated.
I don't need to be doing that. I mean, why the hostility? What's
Yeah,
with the
you can do that, but it's still not going to prove the shape of the ground.
And I don't want you to do that because I need it. Thanks.
Well, the Yucatan Peninsula took such a big hit.
Oh, really?
When they dropped.
Yeah. I understand the hostility. Do you have any globe experience incidences? That's the question. Let's go for it. Come on.
I'm just trying to work out how cutting off globes is going to prove a globe. Sorry. No, he's headphoned himself. The working peppy. I seen you unmute, boy. Tell us your story. What are you in here for?
I'm just here to listen, learn,
What would you like to learn
analyze.
about?
Well, I'd like to learn about the material that the alleged firmament is made out of and
Well,
why it functions the way it does.
well, you're not going to find that in here. Sorry.
Well, one could always hope. I'm just casting a line and seeing what hooks.
Yeah, you're making a claim of what it's made out of or anything like that. That'd just be pure speculation.
Not at all. I'm just assuming. I'm just taking, the
No,
the
us
scenario
making
that
any
it does
claims,
exist. What would it be made out of?
yeah, that'd be pure speculation.
Correct. Thank you for the word.
Oh, Tree Man's back. Someone must have watered him.
Why don't you take my seeds in your mouth, bitch?
Is that the best you've got?
I thought that was a pretty high IQ, crafty, quick reply to that. Honestly, I'm proud of myself for that one.
I suppose you using a knife and fork and walking without dragging your knuckles would be high IQ for you, so we'll leave that alone.
You took too long to reply with that, and it also wasn't very good. So mine was
No.
significantly superior.
I
You
had to
took
sit
too
up and
long.
reach my
Yeah,
little
your
mouse
thought
thing.
with your 75 IQ brain took too long to process that reply.
So
it
that's
loses
all you've
of its
got?
force.
Yeah, that's what I thought. That's all you've got. Hey, Big Daddy Fluff, how's it going, man?
Let's talk about you suck dick so good. Your pussy just so wet. Y'all don't ban shit like that in Exactly. That's just embarrassing. Like, what?
Brother, you're hot micing Epo.
Oh, shit. My bad, folks. Hello?
You're good, bro.
All right, y'all ready to debate? Like I was saying. So, like, we really don't know, like, anything about the globe for real, or that it's flat.
Well,
So,
you don't, but we do.
no, we.
What do you mean we don't know anything about the globe?
You don't know anything about the globe
Do
or
you
and
know
how
its
it's flat. You don't know anything.
Do you know its radius value?
Nah.
Do you know which direction it spins?
Uh, right,
No,
left,
no,
uh, up,
no. Do you
down.
know which planet away it is from the sun?
Which planet is what? I think it's the third planet, isn't it?
No,
Yeah, it is. Earth is the third planet, bro.
fourth. You're close.
No, it's the third. Oh, maybe it's the fourth. I don't know. I forgot. Anyways, I'm saying if y'all can't prove that your evidence is true, then how do you know it's fake or not? Like it's the same logic. We
Yeah,
don't
because you
know
could do it
from the
yourself.
pictures of NASA if if that picture of the globe is true or not, because we can't, you literally can't like
Well,
prove it,
I
or
know
you
it's
have to
not real.
contact somebody. So it's the same thing. You have, if you're getting proof from somebody or from a source, you have to make sure
Yeah,
that is reliable. You can't just say, well,
correct.
here it
No, I agree
is
with you.
and it looks
Oh, that's
good.
correct.
So
I
like that's the
agree.
same thing that Globers do. So if y'all can't prove to
I agree
me
with you.
that, okay, exactly. So you don't
Yeah,
know that
so
it's flat. My point.
the thing is that Earth is measured flat outside of pictures and videos. Two, you
No, it
can't go to
isn't.
outer space to validate those pictures and videos. Three, if the Earth is measured flat, they depict, right, the contents of the photos of NASA depict the Earth as curving, so that cannot be true.
Uh-huh. Right. So
Uh-huh.
please show me where we measure the earth as flat. Thank you.
Over the surface of water.
Uh-huh. Right.
I mean, I guess all surveys ever, you know.
Right. So mind showing this?
Are you showing this? What'd you say?
No, do you mind showing it? Oh my I got okay. Do you mind showing it?
Yeah, if you scroll up, let me see. I don't know exactly who posted it, but there were like a bunch of laser tests that were done. Oh yeah, I got posted it up at 12 minutes after the hour. Did you ever watch that video I sent you, by the way,
What
for the sixth
video?
time the bottom of obstruction occurring over a flat surface?
Bro, that stupid behind video, bro. It's only oh my god. It only happened because of heat, bro.
Okay, but it can happen on a flat surface, right?
I would have to look on it more
It
before I
wasn't
get my
heat, but it
answer.
was cold above a hotter surface. But yes, we can have bottom up obstruction happening on a flat
Mm,
surface.
I don't think so because, like, what if it's like cold? Like, for example, like in Alaska, I think that's a cold place or something,
Hmm.
or the North
Yeah,
Pole, and they can still see like boats. You know?
yeah. Well,
Yeah,
if you have colder air, right, than the ice, same thing's gonna happen.
I don't think so.
Or you can test it yourself. If the surface is warmer than the air, that same effect
Well,
is
but
gonna
you're the one
happen.
that's claiming that it's can
All I'm
happen, so you gotta
claiming,
test it. You
yeah,
gotta
all I'm
test it. I
claiming
mean,
is that bottom up obstruction can occur on a flat surface, and it can.
anyways, I wanted to bring up that documentary thing. So y'all think it's fake or like I'm confused?
Wait, what documentary thing? What are you talking about?
Behind the curve or some shit like that.
Well, what about it?
Yeah, I'm saying like, do y'all think it's fake?
Well, whether it's fake or not, it doesn't matter. We're looking in
Yeah,
this
it
room
kind of
specifically
does.
for a measurement of drop over distance. Is that what that video did?
Nah, bruh. It was
Okay.
one test about he had this powerful ass machine, right? And it
Powerful
was to
machine.
prove that if the I don't know what the fuck this machine was called, bruh.
You talking about a flashlight?
No, it was like it was like a spinning machine, and it was to measure the earth like how much it spins or some shit like that. It was
The
15, I
laser
believe.
gyroscope. The laser gyroscope.
Yeah, something like that. And it
Okay.
moved and da 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 whatever. And like it was another test that he did with the light, and yeah, they couldn't see the light.
Okay, well, flat things can move, round things can move, or ball things can
What they
move, I
got to
guess.
do
But
with moving?
well,
They couldn't see the
gyroscope.
light.
You're the one that brought it up. Or
Oh
you want to
yeah,
talk about
with
the
the
gyroscope, or you want to talk
gyroscope.
about the light? What
No,
do you want
flat.
to talk
Of
about?
course, flat things can move, but something has to be moving
Okay,
it. Or
awesome.
it has to move naturally on its own.
Well, same with the ball, right?
Yeah, but the ball moves naturally on its own.
How?
I don't know, but we know it
Okay.
moves from the laser test. Hold up, some
Okay.
not from the laser, but from the gyroscope thing.
Okay.
Okay, I'm back, but not for long.
Okay.
Oop, not for long.
Okay, go ahead. So you already told me that the flashlight through the two boards is not a measurement of drop over distance, proving curvature. So, you have anything else?
What'd you say? I was going again.
He said that shooting a flashlight through two holes is not a measurement of drop over distance.
I never claimed it was. I was just looking at the little experiment that they did.
Oh yeah, I know, but just shooting shooting a light through two holes is not going to be an incremental measurement of the surface,
But how?
showing
Why
us that
not?
the ground is curving. Yeah, because like something that you would need is if you place like a meter stick or ruler like on a basketball or beach ball or something. Every inch that you move from where the ruler is touching the basketball, you measure the space between the ruler and the basketball. You move another inch, you measure the space again, move another inch, do the same thing, so on and so forth. Those measurements will tell you that that surface is curving. There's
And
no
why does
contention. I would have no problem if that's actually measured on the surface, and I could tell you that the Earth is measured to be curving. The laser, the laser test that we do, right? There's no measured curve. That's why we say that there's no curve measured anywhere, because we don't detect that.
uh-huh. Right.
Mhm. Yeah,
Right.
so it doesn't
Uh-huh.
matter who does this measurement.
No, it
Globers
does.
don't find this curve. Flat Earthers don't
No, but
find
they
this
do.
curve. Okay, so which test has been done? This is what I'm asking you.
I just told you the one that I talked about.
Okay, but that is not a measurement of drop over distance. Did they measure the space in between
But
the
it's
light, I guess a
proving that it's
flashlight,
curving.
and the water?
It's proving that it's curved though.
Okay, so that is not a measurement of drop over
But
distance then.
it's proving that
In
it's
this room,
curving.
we look for
That's the whole
measurements of
point,
drop over
right?
distance. No, we're looking for measurements of drop over distance.
But it's
Because you could
curving.
shoot, okay, check this out. We can shoot a light through two holes over a yoga ball, for example, or even over a kitchen table. right? That does not show that that surface is curving. Like if I took little index cards, I poked little holes in both of them, I could shine a light through both of them on a yoga ball or a kitchen table. So we're looking for a measurement of drop over distance. That's why I keep bringing that up, because then that will actually tell us if the surface is curving or not. I could shoot a light. I could place these two cards on a shoe for all I care.
Shoe.
You gotta do better. Come on, you got this.
I'm not
Do
gonna call
better,
you that,
brother.
but black individual, are you speaking? Cause your thing keeps lighting up.
You might be sleeping.
Okay, but it shows the curve. That's
It
what
doesn't
you're
show
looking
the curve.
for.
I
Yeah,
just
it
told
does.
you that you could shine a light through two holes on any surface. Like if I took two Pokemon cards and I punched a hole in them, I could put those two
But if you
Pokemon
can't see
cards
the light, then what
on
is
top
that
of a
proving?
shoe. I could put them on top of a wristwatch. I could
But
put them
if you
on top
can't
of
see
a
the light, what
bottle
is
of
that proving?
lotion.
They did see the
Nothing.
light.
No, they didn't.
Yes,
Did
they
you look?
did.
Are we looking at the same video?
You watched 2 seconds of it. Go watch the
No,
rest.
I didn't watch 2 seconds. Actually, I watched
So
58.
you didn't watch any of it?
No, I did. I watched 58 seconds.
Oh boy.
So which 58 seconds did you watch out of a 8-minute video?
The one where it was like it shows the little diagram of the two people, and it's like if the Earth wasn't curving.
Excellent. So let's go to the diagram.
Oh my
Stop.
God! I wasn't
That's
done.
great. Yep, don't have a meltdown. We're going one step at a time. We don't want to confuse you. The diagram. How tall was the guy in the diagram?
Honestly, I don't know. I will have to go look again. I forgot.
Go and have a look.
I will. Thanks. Bro, my neck is killing me, bro.
Because it has to hold up a really big head.
You think you're funny?
No, it's because she's learning shit and she's got to strain more.
My head is bigger. Wait. My
Yes,
brain
we know.
is bigger than all of yours.
Well, sure. That's the.
You know why I got a big head? Because I need a big brain.
Well, you haven't demonstrated that yet. Still waiting.
The light is the backboard or 17 feet off the water. Here's this flat. If he's holding it up at 23 feet high and we're seeing light, well, that's because it's.
Oh, it doesn't say.
Here's this flat.
If I'm tripping. Anyways, basically, it was saying if the Earth is flat, then they should be able to see the light. But if the Earth is curving, then they
Did
wouldn't
you
be
hear
able to
those
see the
two?
light.
Did you hear
And
Until
those
he
that's
two
what
holds it
numbers
up.
happened
though?
at the end of it? Is that what
He
happened?
holds it
That
up.
they didn't see the light? He holds
Yeah.
the light up, and what did he say?
The light.
Yeah, he holds the light up. We heard that bit. Then what did he say?
He said, interesting.
That's interesting. So let me get this straight. You've come to the conclusion that it's curved because he said, that's interesting.
Mind you, he's a flat earther, so.
No, I don't care what he is. You said to us that if the light goes through, the laser light goes through the holes, then it's flat, and if it doesn't go through, then it's curved. And the result was, that's interesting. So, what was the actual
No,
result?
the result was they couldn't see it.
How do you know? All he said was, that's
my.
interesting.
No, you literally can't see it. Like, he literally
No,
says you can't see it
because
until
the
hold up the
camera's
light.
at the side. He
What?
could. That's right. What? You're not watching the video and you're not listening, little one.
I am
Where the
listening, and don't call me little. I'm
camera
6
was
one. I'm taller than
positioned,
you.
where the camera was positioned, you didn't see Sweet Diddley. The answer to the
Is
question was, that's interesting. Out of, that's interesting, you have come to your own conclusions.
No. He literally said,
Yeah.
I can't see it. Lift it up.
So were they using a laser?
They were using a light.
They're supposed to be using a laser.
Okay, what's the difference?
One, the light spreads out. The other one, it's a focused beam.
Does it?
Yeah.
Well, does it matter?
Yes, it does.
Why does it
Have you
matter?
ever shined? Have you ever shined a flashlight, Ippo?
Yeah.
Okay, but does it have a big cone of light? Way like when you shine it at the garage or the wall, it's a big cone of light. A laser doesn't do that. A laser's a real thin point.
Right.
So at long distances, that big cone of light from the flashlight is going to reach more places, whereas a
Yeah.
laser wouldn't.
It
It'd
reached
be
more
a
places
straight.
and you still couldn't see it, so.
He did see it. He lifted it up, but in order for the Earth to be a globe, Jaren would have had to have been 19 feet tall to see the light, but they seen it only with him putting it up over his head. He would have to have put it up over his head 19 feet if the Earth were a globe.
No, they saw with the camera,
Yes.
which was 17 feet, I
Yeah,
believe.
you don't like facts or information. You just want to
Well,
run with
then
your own
how
narrative.
you have to prove that that was a fact? What? I'm confused. Gotta prove.
Yeah, it's called mathematics. The globe model gives us set exact measurements. At the distance they were and the height they were, he would have to be 19 feet in the air.
Mhm. Ooh, shit, my bad, folks. I'm gonna go on mute.
How many Globers are in here? Just me?
Yeah. Yeah.
Everybody else is pro Flat Earth. Alright.
Yes. Why? What's up?
You know, I would debate, but I'm also not in the mood for a debate right now, so I don't know. I just wanted to see if someone would start a debate, but I'm not willing to start one.
I
Like
get it.
10 p.m. on a Saturday.
You
I'm
don't
not
have
gonna
to
be here.
debate, dude. You can just have a conversation too.
Yeah, but I'm like, I wanted to listen and not like participate.
We're gonna be here 24/7. So I mean, if you wanna come back another day with something,
That's true.
somebody will answer your questions or debate you.
Mhm.
Hey, Lats.
Yo, what's up, dude?
Do you have access to Jenna server at all?
Yes.
Do you see the shit those hacks are saying over there?
No. What is saying?
Really? Go look in where
Which
it says
texture am I looking?
365. Jenna
Okay.
server, Flat Earth Text 365. It's got one comment or whatever. If you go up there and read some shit about like the stuff QE is saying, and
I mean, I haven't been on here in quite a bit.
go up about you have to
I'm at
scroll up
6.
quite a bit.
I'm
There
at
it is.
6-1 right
May
now.
31st. Look
Oh,
at May
31st. Okay.
31st. Crazy, huh?
Damn. I think those Indio dumb fuck too.
Yeah, he says if you keep going and reading some more, wow, I don't know. He's calling him and DJ. And he's twisting words and taking it out of context and taking he's taking quotes, cherry picking quotes, and put them together with other quotes that they've said, in different times, different days, different conversations, and just trying to make it sound like that's what they're saying all the time.
Well, yeah.
Like, what a hack! Like, you really have to do that?
I mean, whatever gets content, I guess. And make money off this stuff, so.
Well, nobody gives the guy the time of day anymore because he's such an asshole. Nobody will have a conversation with him.
Yeah, it's hard. Not gonna lie. think I've only ever talked to him like maybe once or twice back in the day.
Yeah, same. I mean, I cut my teeth on his stuff, you know.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
Well, I've never seen it this quiet.
Yo, we got any Globers on here?
Hey.
Why we all on mute for real? Okay.
because like just address what the Glober is saying and like don't just like
So if I
run
told
away.
you the sun goes away and that's why it looks like it's going down around the ball, have you ever seen a plane fly away from you? What would you say?
Have I ever
You would
seen a
say,
plane?
"Oh, you would say, oh, now I get it. Gee, I shouldn't have said anything."
Yeah, but as the Glober, right? You're clearly not going to think like that. So
No.
you kind of
What happens when you okay, Glober, because I can tell you still are. What happens when you see a plane flying away from you? What does the plane look like it's doing?
yeah, it's just going out of your vision clearly. But
It
you're not
doesn't
going to
look
say
like it's
that.
going down. It does not now. It doesn't look like it's going down.
I get where you're coming from. I get what you're saying. But to just like address the point, besides because every time a Glober brought
I
up a
did.
point,
You see that? How I addressed the point? I'm sure he does something like that too.
yeah,
Yeah, some of his arguments are good. A lot of them are just like David Weiss scripts. But you know, he does a good job overall. I think it's difficult to sit there and debate Glober after Glober after Glober for hours straight every day.
yeah, I get it. I just like I listened to him for like 15 minutes, and like every single question the Glober asked him, he went to a different like top. Like he went to his own like wheelhouse, right? He didn't want to address exactly what the Glober was saying, right?
Yeah, he does that a lot.
He needs to
And
hang
if
out
he
with
gets a
us a
bit
bit more.
stumped, he goes into like a script. He'll say one of the weak scripted answers and then like laugh and mock and ridicule until that person goes away. And he does the whole if it's not two mediums, there's no such thing as refraction thing as well, because I guess he heard certain flat earthers say that once upon a time.
He was
But I think
dumped
he
on
does a
by the
pretty good
FED
job.
crew, unfortunately, so he stopped hanging out over there. And then I think we were a bit harsh with him when he came here, and so he just kind of left and did his own thing.
Yeah, he does pretty decent on TikTok.
John
Yeah.
Luna, who used to hang out here, is good friends with him and was an entree into that, but I think we alienated him too. So
Yeah. Well, these
Yeah, no, I'm
guys
not
are all
saying he was
clinging
like
onto the AE map. They're all clinging onto the AE map still. So
that's a big point. Them and the Aether Cogdician people.
it was your list, actually.
Yeah, it was my
that scared
list.
some of these people.
Right. It was my list, and before that, it was the Dr. Heffron Celestial Theodolite review that I've done. Completely crapped over that, but you know what? They can have it as far as I'm concerned, because they're not one of us. Yeah, I mean, like, and today it's even more like it's evolved. Now it's like the dual pole whatever system by E1, which is another projected globe. It's like, where's this going, guys? I mean, every time you bring up like Walter Bislin / Shane's projection, you're bringing up globes. If you're bringing up the E1 dual pole system, you're bringing up a globe. For bringing up celestial theodolites, where Dr. Heffron himself claims parallel rays, you're bringing up a globe.
Yep. But I don't think that the globe side necessarily gets to to just own the way that we see the sky either, because on a flat Earth, I mean, we're still seeing the sky like this, imaginary. Well, no, it's not imaginary, but we're seeing this perspective view of the sky that makes it look like a big dome in the sky. and they've kind of taken that and turned it into a sphere and then inverted that sphere onto the ground, and then they say, oh, this is reality, guys, and it just looks flat because of refraction when you test it.
Yeah, good point.
Knowledge, you want to come back and talk GPS systems? I'm here.
Real quick, correct me if I'm wrong, but I thought the self-theo was basically showing the globe they're wrong by using their ways, right? So it was like not necessarily saying those things are true, but they have to be true for the globe to work. And then they were showing why it didn't add up when you look
Yeah,
into
well,
it.
so here's the thing. Here's the thing about that. They did not have a first off, they did not take a real world observation from on top of the mountain peak in Colorado. What they did was they used stellarium to simulate a real world observation, and then they compared that to a real world observation. And they concluded that the angle to a star at a very specific, precise point in time, down to the second, was the same for a ground observer as it was for a mountain peak observer almost 60 miles away.
But wouldn't that be a way to cut out the ability to claim refraction? Wouldn't that be the only way? Because it doesn't matter.
No. First off,
Why not?
the angle they claimed was the same between these two observers. But here's the problem with that. There's supposed to be 1 degree of angular change for 69 miles. What they presented was data, one of them synthetic from stellarium, one of them real, showing the same angle to a star, separated by almost 60 miles.
To my knowledge, they took that into account because, like, as the star gets closer to the horizon, right, the 1 degree per 69 miles kind of goes out the window, right?
It definitely goes out the window. So in both cases, observers observed the star at 2 degrees, was it like 31 arc minutes? 2 degrees, 31 arc minutes. Let me give you an idea what that represents. That's like taking 2 fingers and holding them out at arm's length in front of you. Okay, you got your middle finger and index finger on your right arm, right hand, holding out in front of you. That's about maybe 3 or 4 degrees. That angular width is what they're working with.
That's the difference from what the globe claims, or what?
No. This is what they're working with. They measured a star only 2 degrees, 31 arc minutes up from the horizon. The problem is anything below about 15 degrees in angular height is subject to massive corrections due to the flattening effect that we observe on the horizon. Call it refraction. I hate to call it that, but whatever, it's distortion. They're looking through the narrowest, most turbulent layer of air within that tiny 2-finger width away from your eye on the horizon. They're using elevation angles so low that all the manuals, surveying manuals, celestial navigation manuals, all say don't go below 15 degrees because you're going to get massive distortions.
Yeah.
But they're relying on observations within 3 degrees instead of 15 to 20. Second off, the second observation point in this was not a real observation. It was a synthetic one derived from stellarium. And what they do is they go into stellarium and they take the refraction checker on and off, and they toggle it on and off. They're doing this in place of a real world observation.
Yeah, but
so, well, hold on. If their conclusions are true, then it means there's no angular degree of inclination with respect to distance traveled over the Earth.
no angular degree of declination when
or inclination with respect to distance traveled, because you had two people separated by almost 60 miles of distance with no angular change to the star at the same exact precise time.
Isn't the whole point that once it's occluded by the mountain, that refraction is no longer taken into account, because it doesn't matter that it's so low in the sky, because once it becomes occluded, then that all the effects of refraction are out. So it was like directly at that time.
Yeah, so already we're accounting for that. Already, if there's supposed to be 1 degree of change per 69 miles of distance covered, absent of any refraction, then how come they have 0 degrees of angular change instead of 1 degree for almost 60 miles of distance covered?
My understanding, and it could be wrong, is because of exactly what I just said, right? They were trying to take refraction out of it, so they wouldn't have to account for that.
We've already taken refraction out of it.
They wouldn't have to account for the degree of angle change, because once it's occluded, that's the arc minute, right, and arc second that they take. Once that's occluded, the degree of angle change, it doesn't matter.
So they're throwing either hundreds and hundreds of years of astronomical observations under the bus. No, they're either throwing 2,000 plus years of astronomical observations under the bus, or their methodology is corrupt.
Yeah, I'm not disagreeing.
Absent of any refraction, there's going to be displacement of a star's position with respect to your position on Earth, flat or globe. They did not present that.
Do you agree that the Earth isn't flat?
Oh, hold on. When Dr. Heffron was confronted with this, he said, well, I believe there are parallel rays from astronomical sightings onto a flat surface. Well, if that's the case, then rest in peace, parallax. It means you can't use stars to navigate.
I never heard him say that, and I would have to.
Great. I've got 2 clips of him saying that, and I can post them in the side chat.
I believe you. I just, and to my understanding, I don't have the understanding how that would ruin parallax for celestial navigation.
I'll tell you how. If you have parallel rays to everywhere on a flat surface, it means there's no angular change by Euclidean geometry, because all rays are parallel to each other with regards to a flat surface that intersects them. And if there's no angular change, there's no parallax. If there's no parallax, there's no distance that's able to be discerned from one position to another.
Did you hit him with that, and what was his response?
Yes, I did. So this team came to me before Dr. Heffron went public and asked me for my input. This was about 1.5 years ago, almost 2 years ago, actually. So about 1.5 years ago. I gave them this exact assessment and said, the consequences of what Dr. Heffron is claiming are parallel rays to a flat surface, which is incongruent with observation. And there are about 4 or 5 other points I presented too, which, I'm kind of covering here obliquely. They ignored me and went ahead with pushing Dr. Heffron out in front of the community along with his observations. So I responded with an academic paper that I wrote addressing his points, which they published, and then they moved the goalposts on with their rebuttal. on their Aether Cosmology Obsidian page. And then I got a couple clips of Dr. Heffron talking to McToon, explaining that there have to be parallel rays to a flat surface for this to work, which is a complete contradiction to what we actually observe in real life.
Thank you. I'll have to look over the Obsidian page where you posted that academic paper and
Great.
read their
I'll
response to it.
post my paper. I'll post my updated paper, which they didn't even publish because I produced another paper in response to their goalpost moving. Let me go find that.
But then they wouldn't even address that response to their response.
Look at bloody globes. There's no water on those desk things. It says liquid on it, dude. Where'd you get that from? I gotta see this. You send me the link. I want to buy one. I want to take it apart. Where's your sister sauce? You gonna answer me or not?
Sorry, hold on. I have to find it. Give me a few minutes. I'm on a new phone and got new directory structure.
Not
So hold
you.
on.
Another one down.
There's so many of you. You're also unbelievably stupid.
Wow.
Isn't it funny? People that, not all, but many people that come on their Xboxes and PlayStations are just brain rot morons.
Well,
I
dude,
don't know,
all
man.
they
You're the
have
one that believes
is
the
their
Earth is
Xbox
flat.
and PlayStation. They might even have space games. They're probably playing a space game. What's the chance?
Oh my
Dude, are
God,
you
space
playing a
is
space
real.
game?
Oh my
Dude,
God,
are you
I haven't
playing a
seen it. They're just made up space
Dude,
so they
are
can
you
get
playing
money
a
from
space
us. Oh
game
my
right
God.
now? Are you playing a
Those
space
satellites
game?
aren't real. They made it up so they can get money
Are
from
you
us.
playing a space game right now?
Playing Roblox or some little kid game.
Ooh, is that what you like to do?
Those pedos. I mean,
Walk around.
PDFs.
You guys walking around holding hands?
He ran away.
Yeah, it was kind of new to the flat Earth awakening, and I had been playing Star Citizen, and I bought some ships on there. They weren't cheap, and it kind of, ruined my enjoyment for that game when I figured out
Yeah. See, Flat Earth
it's pretty
saved you
funny.
money.
The
Actually,
propaganda.
it saved you money. Actually,
Yeah, and time.
it sure does that.
All right, Amphibious, I tagged you. I think this is it.
Thanks, brother. I have to hit the road right now. I got to make an appointment, but I'll definitely read that. I will put mark it.
Okay, cool. I mean, I could read it for the audience too here while everybody's listening.
Yeah, would you be
This is
able
the draft.
to? Would you be able to just give a brief of like your first response, right? Your first academic paper, and then their response to it, because right, this is the third kind of iteration of this is the response to their response, right, to your first
Yeah,
academic
sure.
paper.
So basically, what they came up with initially that I responded to was something I called the Heffron Delta. The Heffron Delta was a scaling factor. It was basically the god of the gaps, a value that could be inserted that can scale independently whether or not Earth is flat or a globe, depending on the timing of occlusion of the star by a distant object. So I attacked this point and called it arbitrary. The arbitrary delta was empirically unsupported because it was a coping mechanism, and it revealed basically the weakness of their methodology. The second point that I'd argued was their misuse of stellarium, their reliance on a tool which was rooted in spherical geometry, which was misinterpreted as evidence for their side. And third was their neglect of recognizing actual atmospheric distortion, which they had initially blamed on the lenses of theodolites in the first place. That third point has since had the goalposts moved several times. And the Heffron Delta has also been updated. That's it. I mean, that's really all there was to it.
And then what was their response?
When you say they updated Heffron Delta, what do you mean by that? What did they do?
They said that they no longer use that anymore. They said that they don't need it. And they also said that the reliance on theodolite lensing as an explanation was also not needed anymore. What they've done is they used AI to backfit their observations by using any means necessary. And they're still using Stellarium as an FE simulator. So basically what they're doing is they're negating real world observations entirely in place of simulated observations using software that is also known to be wrong, software that was actually updated when observers during a recent eclipse had noted that the occlusion points of the eclipse and their timing was also off, and so Stellarium had to update their software to reflect that. So they're using software that is a toy, that is a hobby, and it's not based on precise astronomical observations in order to supplement what should be real-world observations they should have taken. But they didn't because, I mean, nobody wants to climb Pikes Peak in the middle of winter to take an angular measurement to a star. I get that. But the overall geometry is also bereft of any rigor because what they're proposing is parallel light to a flat Earth, when the whole reason for why people who believe in a globe believe an angular displacement over distance is due to parallel light over a curving surface. The curving surface is what gives rise to the parallax effect, why traveling over the curving surface increases or decreases the star's declination in your point of view depending on your direction of travel. Now, when you have a flat surface and you have parallel light, the light source does not increase or decrease in angular declination or elevation based off of your distance traveled because it's parallel. Dr. Heffron twice claimed that that had to be the case for his model to work, which completely creates an incongruous model with reality, as well as a contradictory model with regards to Euclidean geometry. And that's what I argued in my paper, as well as the rebuttal. I asked for an audience in front of Dr. Heffron. They wouldn't put him through to me. And this is what they get. They get basically the shit end of the stick that I have to wield in front of them. And what I think is also ugly is I've got tons of backchat conversations. I'm not going to share them, but I'm going to summarize basically what happened. Over several months of discussions, they told me that, well, we are glad that we finally have a mainstream scientist on our side who can support what we've been saying all along. And if what we put in front of him was what you're telling us now, he might not come out in favor of our cosmology. In other words, they were willing to put this man, he's an older man with real experience. I don't doubt his expertise. They're willing to put him in front of the world in order to have an appeal to credentials. And they're willing to sacrifice the integrity of his observations and his conclusions in order to have that on their side. And what they've created was basically a very embarrassing moment for this man, his career and his legacy, which is something that I was hoping to help save them from. Now, thankfully, this work did not reach very far, so his integrity and legacy is preserved and rather relegated to a very narrow niche of the internet culture. But if it were to start to develop into something big, it would definitely cause embarrassment of untold proportions. And I think what they were doing, they were motivated basically by an appeal to authority. So they're willing to take this man and throw his life work under the bus and to cover up for the mistakes rather than address them academically and privately in order to get something out there that supports the FE cosmology. That's what happened. So, yeah, in fact, let me go through right now. I've got my directory up. I'm going to post some further information on this. Okay.
Yeah, I would have loved to hear about this, about what you bring up, like during their multiple theodolite review
Hello, chicks.
that they have.
Yeah,
But
what
that
are
was
they
on
on? Version number 40 now? Like version 46? Because they keep moving the goalposts because it was broken from the get-go?
What
Listen,
the
they
fuck is going
originally
on?
called this a celestial theodolite. And one of the models that Dr. Heffron produced was a measuring device used for stellar objects. And one of the things that they tried to use against me in my critique of this was to say there's no such thing as a celestial theodolite. We just called it a theodolite because we were using it for the stars. We said celestial. I'm like, that's not true. There are actual objects. There are actual devices called celestial theodolites. And I posted a couple examples of them used by the National Geospatial Intelligence Agency, used by astronomers, used by surveyors. And in fact, the celestial theodolite also has a nickname called the broken theodolite. Broken because the optical piece is actually to 90 degrees from a typical theodolite. A typical theodolite is basically a telescope. It's above a table with an alt-az gimbal on it. But what they do is they take that telescope, they use a reflector, and they bend the light 90 degrees to the eye so that the observer can be seated and look straight up at the stars with it, not have to crane their neck over for long amounts of time. Because let me tell you what, in the field, when you're observing stars and taking precise measurements, we're talking arc seconds of precision. You need to be in a very comfortable position. Otherwise, you're not going to be able to see the crosshairs. You're going to be bumping the optical device. You're going to be moving it around. It's going to be very, very frustrating. And so building it for comfort, they bent or broke the theodolite optic by adding that 90-degree reflector. And that was called the celestial theodolite. But they make fun of me today for this, saying there's no such thing. And I'm like, guys, there absolutely is such a thing. Right. So I'm going to go through here and find this information. I literally got a new phone like this weekend, and I'm going through the directories right now trying to pull this crap up. All right, so here we go. I think I called it Celestial.
Do you trust your
What?
phone? Do you trust it?
Absolutely not. I don't trust my phone.
Oh, why
Do you
not?
trust your phone?
Yeah, it gives me the time and locations and stuff like that. Tells
Yeah.
me
Why
where
do you
things
trust
are.
that? Why do you trust that?
Because it works.
How do you know it works?
Because when I punch in an address, it takes me to that location.
Yeah, is it working in an optimal way? Is it working to the best of the ability of it? Or could it be even more optimal than the way it's working?
Why do you have it if you don't trust it? It makes no sense.
I trust it because it works, but I don't make any claims to the degree at which it's successful at working. What do you say to that?
You check the time on it?
Yeah, I mean, the time tells me whatever time that it's grabbing it from. I assume the Naval Observatory's atomic clock. What do you think?
Is it correct?
I don't know if it's correct, but I'll use it. Doesn't mean I think it's correct.
Would it be incorrect if we didn't account for time dilation from the satellite it operates or the cell phone tower that gets the information from the GPS?
Why would I have to do that?
Because it would be inaccurate. Your cell phone wouldn't
How do you
work
know? To what degree is it going to be inaccurate? And how do you know that?
because we know that time ticks faster up in space. Like the GPS satellite has to be accounted for that.
That's what you're saying, but how do you know that's true?
Because I showed you the experiment in the side chat.
What experiment was that?
The one with the atomic clocks.
Oh, the one that I refuted with A.G. Kelly's Scientific American article. That one?
You didn't refute it because you're using your cell phone. It works
No,
perfectly.
I refuted it by posting excerpts from A.G.
Cell
Kelly's
phone
article.
would never function if Einstein theories were incorrect. It would not work at all.
Did
Do
you
you think
even
cell
read?
phones operate over satellite?
The cell phone tower gets it from the GPS, yeah, from location data. In
Oh,
time,
location data. No, we're talking about information transmission. None of this requires location data from a satellite.
but you said that you agree that the time you trust the time on it.
Yeah, it has nothing to, that has to do with the U.S. Naval Observatory's atomic clock, which is broadcast by radio.
You sure?
Yeah, I am sure. I can give you the frequency that it's broadcasted on if you want.
Your clock on your cell phone, it would be inaccurate if it didn't account for time dilation.
Yeah, you keep saying that. How inaccurate, and how do you know that's true?
Because it works.
Yeah, but to what degree is it working? I keep asking you that, and you keep going
You're
in
using it,
circles.
aren't you?
I am, yeah, but that doesn't attest to the degree of accuracy.
Okay. Do you understand the difference? If Einstein's wrong, your cell phone doesn't work at all.
You
It
keep
has
saying that, but you're not substantiating your argument. I'm asking to what degree of inaccuracy, and you keep
time and
repeating yourself.
location on your phone, like we know this, right? Like it would be like the information on your phone would be completely wrong.
All right, guys. So at 7 minutes past the hour, I posted 2 clips of Dr. Heffron saying that he needs parallel light to a flat surface for his argument to work. And this is why the entire celestial theodolite observation is destroyed from his own claim. What do you think of that knowledge? I just took down a major flurf argument from the other half of this community. Yeah, this guy thinks time dilation is happening.
Yes, yes.
You know what? And even if it is, it doesn't prove your cosmology is correct. You know, I'm willing to challenge time dilation and also be wrong and still know that even if I'm wrong, it doesn't mean that your cosmology is correct. What do you think of that?
I still want to know if he still claims to be a pilot or if he was just lying about that.
Yeah, you know, let's go back to that. Yeah, how do you become a pilot? Knowledge. How do you do that? Can you walk me through what you did? Just very broadly. I don't need a lot of details.
Did you just make an
What made
elf
you want to
noise
become a
as a
pilot?
response?
Yeah, what made you want to become a pilot? Knowledge. What was it that did it?
I enjoy it, but it's getting like too close to home for me.
Really?
Yeah.
Why is that? Right. Because
Uh,
I'm asking you, like, what entices you
I
to
made
become
it
a
like
pilot?
the job and like home, man. I don't know you, dude.
You're not going to dox
Or
yourself by
listen,
telling us what kind of license you have or what you fly.
Right.
Fucking
you know what got hey knowledge? I'll tell you what got me interested in ground school was the fact that my dad was a pilot.
You
Maybe
didn't
your
go to
dad was a
school, guy.
pilot too.
You're a currently online guy. You didn't go to school.
Wait, you
All
didn't
right.
go to ground school? Ground school's a prerequisite, dude. You
You
didn't
did
know
not
that?
go to school. Okay, stop lying
No,
to me.
I went to ground school.
No, you
I didn't
didn't.
come
You're
out
a
with an
currently
airman
online
certificate because I
guy.
didn't listen,
You're a
I
flat
didn't
earther.
complete my training. I did not receive my airman
You did not
certificate.
go to school.
But I
Okay, you're an unemployed
I
person
completed
on
ground school and
disability in the politics.
I got hours in a Cessna
No, you
152.
don't.
Yes, yes, I
Did you just
do.
ignore everything they taught you?
I went through ground schooling. And guess
So
what? I can tell you what got me through ground schooling. I can go into detail about this without doxing myself. You know what I did? I actually joined the Civil Air Patrol when I was a preteen and stuck through it when I was a teenager
No, you
through high
didn't.
school. And yes, I did. And that's what got me into ground school. I also started my radio operator's permit through that. And I did did a lot of crazy stuff at Civil Air Patrol. Do you know what Civil Air
I don't
Patrol
think you
even
did.
is?
Nah, I don't think you
Civil
did.
Air Patrol is an auxiliary of the U.S. Air Force. It's like Boy Scouts, but for
Ah,
kids who are interested in flying and search and rescue.
you can't fly, homie.
No, I can't. I don't have my airman certificate.
You
But I
never
seem to
went
know
to
more
school
about this than
because
you
then you
do, and
would
I never
understand what I
graduated.
told you
I never
earlier.
got through it. I never completed all the hours required.
Tell me what a two-dimensional manifold is. How do we take off from that? Tell me right now.
How do you take off from it? No, you asked me two questions. What is a two-dimensional manifold and how do you take off from it?
Tell.
What makes you think that Earth's surface is a two-dimensional manifold?
Huh? What's up?
What makes you think Earth's surface is a two-dimensional manifold?
What is a two-dimensional manifold? You should know.
Yeah, it's a surface whose position or coordinates on it can be expressed in two dimensions. You can use X and Y. Like the surface of a sphere, right? Surface of a sphere is two dimensions, isn't it? A sphere is a two-dimensional manifold. And what makes it interesting is it's a looping surface because it.
How did you get
Huh?
off the ground? Okay, the ground.
You're asking how an airplane works? I thought you were the pilot.
I'm asking you the surface of the Earth. Like is it a run? Did you do a two-dimensional manifold is like a flat plane?
No, it's not actually.
If you say that
It's only a flat plane when you put it in a three-dimensional embedding space.
If you use it as an analogy, like if you say that your craft takes off from a two-dimensional manifold, enters into 3D space, and follows the geodesic, which you say the geodesic doesn't exist, then how are you navigating, dumbass? How are you navigating if you're not doing that? Like
You can use
this is a politics, sir.
I don't know what you're talking about, dude. Like, have you ever heard of plane sailing or?
You have a whole bunch of talking points.
Holy crap, dude! How do you navigate? You can use your altitude and azimuth. Okay.
How are you getting from point A to point B? How are you doing that? Like we have waypoints in like the commercial industry, like right? There's waypoints. Those waypoints are what the geodesics are. Like right when we go like from waypoint to waypoint, like that's how we maximize our fuel efficiency and stuff like that in the commercial industry, right?
How do you know
Like
you
there's a particular
maximize your fuel efficiency? By
because
taking points
the
that are not
geodesic,
maximal?
which is a straight line on a curved surface, the curvature of the Earth is the shortest path between 2 points. So if you want to travel the shortest possible different, so if I take like a route that's the shortest possible distance to my location, am I saving on fuel?
I don't know. Why don't you differentiate it from the alternative? Can you present that for us?
I would only do that for safety reasons.
So you can't demonstrate it for us.
Like I follow the geodesic when like there's not like
How do you
I'm
know
saying,
you're doing that? Differentiate it for us. You
how do
said
I
you're
know I'm doing
following
that?
this. Differentiate it from a
Because the Earth's
non-geodesic
surface
path.
is curved, dude.
Differentiate it from a non-geodesic.
The non-geodesic? Well, then you would just go on the two-dimensional manifold on the ground. Like,
Isn't that what you're doing, though? Isn't that
no,
what you said you're doing?
no, it's
No,
different on the ground.
no. It's different on the ground. I thought you believed in a curving surface in 3 dimensions.
Okay, but you're not. But on
So
the ground,
differentiate
it's
your geodesic from a non-geodesic right now. Show us the measurements.
from point A to point B.
Yes, exactly.
Well, like the geodesic, like when you're up in the air, right? Since you're following the curvature.
How do you know you're doing that? You keep coming back to this.
How do
You
I know
keep
I'm
trying
doing
to
it?
put your conclusion into your premise. You keep trying to tell us that your claim is your evidence.
It's not a claim; it's the truth. I'm not.
How
This
do you
isn't
know
like
it's the
this isn't
truth? Prove
disputed.
it. Prove it.
I did.
No, you didn't. I keep asking you to prove it, and you keep giving me the claim as evidence.
You want me to prove it?
Yeah, that's
So
why
I go
we're
to the
here.
site.
Guess what?
So
The
I
second
have
you
to
do,
go get.
guess what, guys?
So I
I
have
will
to go get
promise
the.
you this. The second you do this, I will shut the server down and our entire community, and we go away forever.
You okay? You sure?
Yes.
So if I
Go
go get
ahead
a
and
source right now that
differentiate.
says
Yes, and I'll give
that
you the
airline pilots
conditions.
follow a geodesic,
Here are the
you will.
conditions. You must
So
differentiate a geodesic path from a non-geodesic path.
you don't deviate, motherfucker. You only do that for safety reasons.
Okay, so why don't you
Like
do it without
if
safety
there's a
concern? Because
thunderstorm
that's
in
what
the
I asked
way,
you to
of
do.
course I'm going to deviate from the path. Okay,
How
we
do
don't
you know you're
follow it.
deviating?
How do we know we're
How do you
deviating?
know you're deviating for safety purposes?
Because we're not following, like the curvature like to perfectly, right? When we're
How
at
do
the
you know that? I know you keep saying this over and over like
How
a
do I know
broken
that?
record. I'm asking you to prove it.
Because I'm following the waypoints.
How
Okay?
do you know the waypoints are curved or aren't curved?
How do I know?
Yeah.
Because how do I know? Because the Earth is curved.
How do
That's
you
why.
know that? How do you
I
know?
know that?
You keep saying it again and again, dude. Can you get off of your broken record and prove it?
Why?
Because if you do, I'll shut down the
You have a
server.
disabled person who's a moderator trying to tell me how to fly a plane.
Who's
you said
that?
you were in the air. You didn't even know what a two-dimensional manifold was. That was
I do know what a two-dimensional manifold is.
No, you
Actually,
don't.
you don't. You have no idea what a manifold even is.
You don't.
What's a three-dimensional manifold?
Three-dimensional, it would be like the Earth. That's three-dimensional.
What makes it three-dimensional?
What makes you three-dimensional?
Volume. Listen, I know this is rolled off the surface of my tongue. You know what the difference between a sphere and a ball is? The existence of volume. Volume provided by the embedding space for the two-dimensional manifold. If you take a sphere is actually a two-dimension manifold, and you put that in a 3D embedding space by giving it volume, then the sphere becomes 3 dimensions. Yep. Yeah, a sphere without 3 dimensions is two-dimensional because you can express your coordinates on the surface of a sphere using x and y only.
Yeah.
Yep, 2 dimensions.
Go on.
You had the third dimension, you had volume, and now you can express your position 3 dimensions with respect to a north-south axis connecting the poles of the sphere.
What's the fifth and fourth?
Those are beyond our ability to recognize. You know, we can describe them mathematically, but we can't intuitively understand, or spatial dimensions, or higher.
What would you say is more accurate, like like a paper map or a GPS satellite system? Like when we're tracking, which we want to get from like our location, like at the shortest. What do you think is more accurate?
Depends. I mean, is the GPS system based off a paper map or not?
What if I did you know that those paper maps were always wrong? Do you know why that is?
Yeah, I know why all maps are wrong.
No, just the paper maps.
All maps are wrong. Yeah, all maps are wrong.
Not the GPS. The GPS takes the curvature of the Earth
What
into
makes?
account.
How does it do that?
How does it do that? Well, that's easy.
And
like how do you think it does it?
I'm asking you. You sound like an expert, so why don't you talk about it? Tell us how it does it.
I'm a pilot. I'm not an expert.
Well, why'd you bring it up if you're not an expert?
Because I know that the paper maps were always wrong because they're two-dimensional objects and they don't take the curvature of the Earth into account because you can't draw like the three-dimensional object which is what the Earth is, like you said, into a two-dimensional object. So there's going to be distortions there, right?
So you're telling me latitude,
if I want to
longitude
go
is
from
wrong on paper?
So like if you're on the ground, you use a paper map. I'm using GPS. I'm beating you every single time.
How do you know that that's the case, though? How do you know which one is correct?
Because I know the Earth has curvature, and the GPS incorporates that into it.
Well, you can accommodate that on a two-dimensional map using a non-uniform scale, and now
No,
they're
you
the
can't.
same. So how do you know which one is more
No, you
accurate?
can't.
Yes, you can use a
You can't
non-uniform
fit a
scale. A
three-dimensional
non-uniform
object.
scale is how you account for it. It's how you
There's
account
going to
for,
be
yes, it's how you account
distortion.
for a spherical coordinate reference system on two
Can't put
dimensions. Use
like
a
a
non-uniform
three-dimensional
scale.
object like the Earth into a two-dimensional object, which is a
Have
flat
you ever
piece of
heard of
paper.
a non-uniform scale before?
Have you ever heard that you're
Have
an
you ever
idiot?
heard of a non-uniform scale before? Be honest.
Non-uniform scale. It doesn't matter.
It does matter. Maps use them all the time. You seem to be an expert on maps. Surprised you don't know
Okay,
about
hold on.
non-uniform scales.
Well, let's Google it. Let's see. Let's see if you're right. So if I Google this right now, it's not going to say that like maps aren't distorted, like the paper maps.
I never claim maps are not distorted.
Wait a minute. You said you'd shut the server down if I can prove that pilots navigate a geodesic. That's quite easy.
No, I said you can shut it down if you can differentiate a geodesic from a non-geodesic. You listen, you seem to have a learning disability because I said we will shut the server down if you can differentiate non-geodesic from a geodesic distance. In reality, go for it.
What?
I'm sorry, did I speak German?
What do you mean distance? What are you talking about? What distance are you talking about?
The distance covered by two coordinates.
A geodesic is just the shortest path between 2 points. You keep asking
Two
me for, like,
coordinates. Yeah. Two coordinates. Yeah. How do you know it's the shortest path? Differentiated from a linear path.
Because it's a straight line.
How do you do that?
How do you do that?
How do you differentiate it?
How do you differentiate? Yeah, because it's topology and like the curvature.
And like so as like
you do it. You tell me how you do it.
I didn't make the claim. This is your homework.
You said
it's your burden to prove, dude.
You said that you were what did you say? You were in the Air Force? How do you
No, I said I was in Civil Air Patrol as a teenager and I learned how to fly and I never got my airman certificate.
You learned how to fly?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. In a Cessna 152 and a 172.
You're a liar.
And I also told the audience my dad was a pilot too.
You told the audience your dad was a pilot?
Yeah, I did. You may have missed that, and that's what actually got me interested in this in the first place. Because when I asked you what got you interested, you said it might
Telling
dox
me
yourself,
that you
and I
don't
said,
want to
okay,
go
well, guess
into
what? I'll give you a
geodesic.
personal story that won't dox myself.
I don't give a
My
shit
dad's
about
a
your personal
pilot.
story.
Listen,
I
and
know
that
that
got
you're
me
lying
interested
to
in
me.
flying because I used to
You
fly with him all
can't
the time when I was a little
navigate
boy. So it's great.
airline routes or any route you go to without the geodesic.
How do you know that's true, though? We're back to that. How do you differentiate that between what is not geodesic?
You mention it.
I'm asking you to help me understand what a geodesic is in reference to a non-geodesic. Differentiate them.
A non-geodesic.
Yeah, show me what happens when you don't follow a geodesic path.
What happens? You wouldn't be following a straight line.
Prove it.
Okay, we can do that. Hold on.
And how do you convince the audience that you're a pilot? What's one thing you could say that would totally like seal the deal? Because the audience is wondering if you're a liar.
Nobody cares.
No, the audience cares. That's why they want you to do this.
Who cares, dude?
The audience cares.
Your audience is fucking retarded like you.
Just say if you're a pilot or
boy.
not. Just say yes, I am a pilot, or no, I'm not a pilot.
Like you're a disabled person in the politics server. Okay, everybody knows the server's a joke, right?
Why are you here then? Because you're a joke?
Because you entertain me.
You're entertaining me. Listen, we
I'm
got
here to laugh. I'm
a
here to
worldwide
laugh.
audience on multiple live streams right now. And
That's
we're
cool.
clipping this, man. This is freaking
So,
entertaining.
so this is honestly the only reason I was asking you, because I think it will be a funny title if you say that you are a pilot, which you already did. So I'm going to add it to the title, right? I just wanted to know because when I clip
I
this,
don't care. Nobody
right?
watches your videos.
I think it'll be a more interesting title if I knew what type of pilot you are.
So
why are you guys
commercial
fighting?
or not.
If like me,
Right, so I'm going to DM you the clip after I upload it to social media. I sent you a DM, and you could share it with your friends and families and ask them to judge whether you did well or not.
I don't.
You don't have any friends or family?
Why you are fighting, guys?
What?
Why?
Yeah. Let's say, look, I look how good I did in this debate against flat earthers.
Blah 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 blah.
You didn't even understand what I said. I said you can DM it to your friends and family after we clip it, so you can show them how well you did against us today, and how silly you made the flat earthers look.
How silly I made you look.
Yeah, in your own mind.
I'm just having fun.
That'd be a first.
You think I'd take you seriously?
You've been in here for hours just getting wrecked on every single point, starting with the lake test to every single test. Yeah, look, the audience is going to be the judge. Yeah, so your clip's going to get shared all over social media, and the audience in the comments section can be the judge.
Like the Trump supporters, like no one gives a shit. You're dumber than a Trump supporter.
Oh my gosh, he's so mad. Listen how mad he is.
Yeah, I think he's been well and truly broken. Another broken glober.
He can't walk straight anymore.
Super emotional.
Dude, he was choking. He was choking on bong hits earlier. He's like, I'm choking on smoke.
He's
smoking. You can hear
smoking.
the emotion controlling his mind.
So let's go back to GPS. Hey, knowledge. Since you love GPS so much, let me ask you a question. Like, have you ever looked at a Rhinex message from GPS before?
Have you ever looked at a Rhinex message?
Yeah, I have. Have you ever looked at a Rhinex message? What does it look like?
Nope. But you're a liar, though.
You guys
Why am I a liar?
like he's alone and you're
sorry.
back of
Okay.
wolf.
What coordinate reference system do GPS satellites use? I can tell you.
Well, I care because I
1v1,
like
guys.
GPS systems. Do you know who manages the backbone of the GPS systems?
Me.
No, it's
Elon
the U.S.
Musk.
Air Force out of Schraver Air Force Base, actually. They use an encrypted
If you're a
network.
disabled person on disability, as a
Definitely not
moderator,
disabled, man.
yes, you
I'm
are.
quite very much able. But even if I was
No, you're
disabled,
not.
why would it matter to you? Because what? You're an ableist? Are you a freaking bigot?
No, I just don't like Discord moderators
Yeah,
lying
what's
to me.
going to happen when you get old when you get like Alzheimer's and dementia? Are you going to be making fun of
Maybe
people
you can
who are disabled then? Like, is that just how you roll because you're an asshole? You know?
No, but you're lying to me, so you deserve it.
How am I lying to you? What did I lie about?
You said you went to school and college.
Yeah, I did actually. I got 2 advanced
Really?
degrees.
Really?
Yeah, I do. Yep. Yep.
No, you don't.
What makes you think that?
Did you just ignore everything they taught you about, like, just about physics and like mathematics, or did you just?
No,
How did
actually,
you?
I critically examined what they taught me.
Really? So you got all the answers correct.
No, I just critically examined what they taught me. You know, nobody's going to get everything correct. I mean, duh.
You critically examined everything they taught you.
Yeah, that's right. That's why I believe what I do and I know what I do. It's because of that. Because I have a mind.
A flat earther has a mind. Just like a
Yeah, what are
vaccine
you a
denialist
bigot now?
claiming
Yeah,
they have a
what
mind.
does it offend you that somebody has a different thought than you?
Does
Like, come on, dude.
do you believe vaccines? Do you
It has nothing to do with the topic.
But you're in the same category as these people.
No, I'm not. That's a wholly different
Yes, you
topic. What
are.
do you mean this is the same topic?
You
We're
are
talking
just as
geometry.
bad as the
Listen,
vaccine
we're talking
deniers.
geometry. What does that have to do with
You're a flat
medicine?
earther.
Yeah, we're talking geometry. Flat has to do with geometry. What does that have to do with medicine?
Nobody cares about that.
Medicine? Well, you do. You brought it up as an objection.
Homie, like you're acting like this is serious. That's your whole problem. You're funny.
Maybe it's not serious. Maybe you're acting like it's serious and you're triggered.
For all you know, I could
Why
be a
are we
multimillionaire
talking
right
to
now,
this?
triggering you. Just
Why
playing
are
around.
we talking to this guy? Like he's a horrible glober.
Be
He
the
doesn't
biggest
even.
whale in the world
I know.
right
There's
now with
nobody
an
else to talk
audience
to,
10
Peter.
times bigger than you.
It's been slim pickings.
I
I feel
know,
like
but
I'm
it's
picking
like
a scab.
How do you know you're not being trolled by YouTube?
I think you've
I feel like I'm
exhausted
picking a
this.
wart.
Yeah, we've
Seriously, let's
exhausted
have
this
some
one.
respect.
All right. Good point, Peter. All right, Knowledge, thank you for the content. I will DM you the clip once it's done. All right, thanks for playing. You're done for the day.
I mean, the guy was such a poor troll. Like, he doesn't even know the basics. You know, the surface of a sphere is two-dimensional. He goes like, "You're leaving the two-dimensional manifold." And then when asked, "Why wouldn't you go down the geodesic if you traveled on land?" he chokes.
I'm glad you caught that, Peter. That warms my heart.
Yeah, I mean,
welcome to the chat.
I mean, if I channel my past Glober, like, I'd be so furious to have a champion like this, you know, who cannot even represent the globe model, whether it's true or not. I mean, who are these guys? These guys are just. I mean, I respect a Glober that knows his model. You know what I'm saying? I disagree with the model being wrong, but you gotta represent it at least consistently. If you just walk in and say, it's just these college bros, man.
Wait. You believe in flat Earth? Does that also mean that the price of tea in China is too expensive?
Yeah, because of geodesics.
I like
It's
how
called the geodesic tax.
Right.
You know, and just because you take a course on something, as I claimed I did, doesn't make me an expert either. And I still knew more than this guy.
Well, we know more about their model than they do. But listen, Yoder, just to be not to be a nerd, but isn't GPS technically maintained by Space Force?
Yeah, I guess nowadays it is. It used to be I forgot which an Air Force wing. But yeah, Space Force doesn't know.
I think Globers forget that like flat earthers were Globers. We probably know the globe model better than they do, and we actually asked questions.
Well, yeah, we were all Globers, but also to become a flat earther, you have to look really closely into the globe model, right? Most people don't do that because they got better stuff to do. So we are, we're not average people to happen to become flat earthers. We're people who looked at the globe model very carefully and then found reasons to reject it. Most Globers haven't looked at the globe model. They didn't feel the need to do so.
Yeah, and then the anti-flat earthers, when you mention critical thinking, it kind of like baffles them. They're like, how, critical thinking?
Don't you believe everything that people tell you?
That's what his response was when Yoder was like, yeah, I critically thought throughout my education. He's like, so you cheated? Or something like that. Oh, I laughed out loud.
You really can't make this stuff up.
You know what they say, life writes the best comedy. Yoder, I actually had a question for you. So Dr. Heffron assumes parallel light rays?
Yeah, it's one of the things I came to the conclusion of before he admitted it on McToon's interviews. Would you like to see the interviews? I clipped them and posted them in side chat, and I'll replying at you. Give me a second.
Sure, I'm not going to look at them now. I'm busy, but that cannot be true though, because with parallel light rays on flat Earth, you would never see any motion of the stars. They would always be in the
Exactly.
same spot.
Exactly.
So, how would they? A star wouldn't get occluded by anything because it would just sit there in one position. Everywhere would be ground position.
Correct. There'd be no way to navigate. Period. End of story. Here, I replied and I added you. It's quite interesting. The clips are a little long, maybe about 30 seconds to a minute each, but you'll hear it in both cases. And it captured exactly what I wrote about in my paper that I addressed to him, not by name because I wanted to leave his name out of it, but posted the papers too. These guys from the Aether Cosmology came to me, like I was saying, about a year and a half ago and asked me my input on this. And I told them exactly what I've been telling everybody now. I looked at the evidence. I'm like, yeah, you got parallel rays to a flat surface. You're also doing observations from within 3 degrees of the horizon, which is fraught with all kinds of astronomical or atmospheric distortions, rather. And then one of your points of observation that you're comparing to in real life happens to be in stellarium. So you're not even using a real life observation compared to reality. So those are the three biggest issues I have with this.
Yeah, but those other issues you're listing, they pale in comparison with what I'm in so much disbelief that I suspect maybe there's a misunderstanding because, again, if consider the model, if the Earth is flat and rays are parallel, then the sun, for example, would be in ground position everywhere. Everyone would have sun in zenith.
Peter,
Like in
let me
Africa.
show you directly from Dr. Heffron himself. I'll show you
Right,
a
but
diagram.
let me finish my thought. Furthermore, if all stars were parallel rays over flat Earth, they would all appear to be in the same spot. There'd be no angle to different stars.
Yep, that's the big one. So here it is, 50.7 kilometers difference between point A and B, and the same angle to the star at the same time.
He cannot mean that. We must have misunderstood. That'd be insane.
This is all over his paperwork. It's in his own write-ups he's done. This is everywhere, and he says it himself on the 2 clips that I posted. I know it's that bad. It is that bad. I've been telling these folks it was that bad before they went public with it, and they went public with it anyway, and it's even worse now. I'm like, oh my gosh, they're like, if we could have set up a private conversation like I had asked to between all of us, this could have been cleared up ahead of time. But they said that they were more interested in putting out Dr. Heffron in front of the community as one of us than they were in correcting his mistakes, because they feared that he would pull back from us if he had done so. And I said, well, then you're just using him. You're manipulating him for your own selfish purposes.
But in this
you know what,
diagram
Peter?
you
That's
just
exactly
showed,
what they did.
In this diagram you showed, there are no parallel rays. The little star has a rays at different angles.
It's 2 degrees, 31 arc minutes in both cases, as they said in the paper, 2 degrees and 31 arc minutes.
No, but look at the line, right? Like, there's a line that shows a ground position, perpendicular to the surface, and there's a line to the observer, which is not perpendicular. So these are not parallel rays from the star.
Yes, they are. The second position is just elevated with respect to the other. Do you understand that in air celestial navigation, the Air Force teaches this? It doesn't matter what elevation you are, that the star will remain at the same angle, whether you're at 0 degrees elevation or 0 feet elevation or 35,000 feet.
Because rays are parallel.
Yes.
On the globe model, the only cause for the angle to a celestial body that's far enough, like sun and beyond, is the tilt of the Earth, not the tilt of the Earth, but your angle due to curvature.
What I'm presenting you is from his own diagram showing 50.7 kilometers of distance at the same time separated. The height is irrelevant.
I understand, but there's a line, like look at the top left corner of the diagram. That's a little star, right? It has a line going down, perpendicular to the surface, and it has a line going to the observer. And then it has a line going to the observer, right, at an angle. That's not the parallel, like a glober would not draw a star like this.
I know that. I know a glober wouldn't draw a star like that.
Because a glober would draw parallel lines falling on the surface.
Yeah, I know a glober wouldn't draw a flat surface, dude.
No, it doesn't matter. Oh my goodness. A glober, there are 2 different parts of this. One is, what is the surface of the Earth, flat or curving? The other one is, are celestial bodies far enough that for all intents and purposes we can assume parallel rays? Those are 2 different things, right? You could have a globe with the sun very close, and then rays wouldn't be parallel. They're not parallel from the moon because the moon's too close in the globe model. Like the moon being 230,000 miles away, and the Earth being whatever it is in miles. Why do I do this to myself? In miles. Whatever in diameter in miles. Those are close enough numbers that you can detect angle differences. Even with the sun, we detect half a degree of an angle difference. In the globe model, they admit it. There's a half a degree difference on the edges of the sphere. So if a glober were to draw a flat Earth with parallel rays, that is not what they would draw. That's not what you have in this image. They would ridicule flat Earth and say, "Oh, look, the star would be in ground position everywhere on the surface
Yeah, exactly.
of the Earth." But
Listen
that's
to
not what he
Dr.
drew.
Heffron yourself. Huh?
That's not
That's
what
what
he
Dr.
drew. I
Heffron
assume
drew.
that
That's what
drawing is
Dr. Heffron, Peter, that's what Dr. Heffron drew.
Okay, show me that drawing that has parallel light
I
rays.
just did. That's what I showed you.
For the nth time in that diagram, there are no parallel rays from the sun, from the star.
The star should appear at a higher elevation angle when you're 50.7 kilometers closer to it at the same time. And that's not what they depicted here. And Dr. Heffron says it's not what he's saying either. He says it should be parallel. And furthermore, like I said, he used stellarium. So
okay, let me. I'm only asking you this because I want to get to the bottom of this one. The bottom right part of the diagram, where the triangle. I always forget the word. Vertex of the triangle, I guess. Right? Bottom right. Is that the observer?
that's observer 1, yes. And observer 2 is at
Okay.
Pike Peak, 50.7 kilometers away.
All right, don't worry about observer 2. Why is observer 1 looking at a star at an angle other than looking straight up?
I don't know, because it's not later in the night.
In the model where light rays are parallel, the full meaning of that is the object is so far away that when you look at it, there's no parallax as you travel over the Earth to the object.
Well, there is, and it's the hold on. In the globe model, there is parallax due to the curvature of the Earth changing your angle.
I understand, but again, try to reason over two things separately. Flat Earth, parallel rays. What does that mean? It means that the object is so far from the flat surface that no matter where you are on that surface, you're looking straight up. Because if you move 1,000 miles here, 10,000 miles there, it makes no difference if the object is trillions of miles away. It's not
right,
discernible.
For 50.7 kilometers here, 50.7 kilometers there, it makes no difference, as the diagram shows.
So a flat Earth with parallel rays has the star in zenith everywhere on Earth. That's the joke, right? That globers make about flat Earth, and they forget that we don't believe that objects are so far away. So,
or we don't believe that objects are even objects that could be triangulated.
let's leave that for later. So basically, what he drew there is not bad, is what I'm saying. Because when you were talking about this, that Heffron claims parallel rays, I imagine this globe ridicule with a flat Earth and parallel rays. But that's not what his diagram shows, so he must mean something else. We misunderstood him.
No, he didn't say that in his interview with McToon 2 times, like I posted.
I'm not questioning your report on the words that he uttered in the interview. I'm looking at the diagram, and if it came from him, then it doesn't show parallel rays.
Yes, it does, because it's going to be 2 degrees 31 arc minutes at the surface as it would be on Pikes Peak.
Dude,
if you're to
the
take an
black line.
elevator from Pikes Peak down to the bottom of Pikes Peak and could look through the mountain itself, it would still be 2 degrees 31 flat or globe.
Bottom right of the diagram, I'm staring at it right now. There's
Okay.
a theta G angle of 2 degrees and 4 minutes. Yes?
Yeah, that's not what he's referring to. The actual observation was 2 degrees 31 arc minutes.
Okay, fine. Theta F then. So that line, the black line extending with the blue line, right?
Yep.
That's the line of sight from the observer to the star. Yes?
Right.
How are the light rays from the star parallel?
Because
Did you see this?
yeah, listen. If because he moved 50.7 kilometers towards it and it didn't raise in elevation.
What?
Because in the real world, if you move vertically, stars do not change in elevation.
Wait, so AI, the point of your example, just confirm if this is what I'm saying is wrong. It's to illustrate how absurd it would be to have a like even though you know that the known territory is not curving, to assume that beyond 50,000 miles beyond the parallel, it would start dropping. The point of the example is to illustrate how absurd it would be because you would still go down. Like everything would still be.
Oh no! There's nothing absurd about it. The only thing absurd about it would be for somebody to be making universal claims about that territory that they can't possibly know dogmatically. You follow? So you got to watch yourself on universal claims in the realms of unknowns, and you have to watch yourself on mixing models. Okay. So the majority of what we did there is just demonstrate how people are critiquing something by mixing a model, and Globers do that to us all the time, right? Like we'll say to them, oh, so they'll ask us, so you think the Earth is flat? We'll go, we know the Earth is flat, and they'll be like, oh, so it's just the only flat planet in the heliocentric cosmology, right? So they're imagining the flat Earth in their model, right? So it's the third flat disk from the sun.
Yeah, the entire thing versus just the known territory.
Right, and we have to deconstruct.
Well, the problem,
that.
AI, is that flat earthers. The problem is flat earthers never provide their own model in which to imagine the flat Earth. So we're forced to use pre-existing models to try to make sense of it.
No, you're not forced. You could just not try to do it, dude. You're not. There's no force involved.
So a model is just a functional explanation of observed phenomenon that is internally coherent. That's all it is, right? But like you guys have no model to actually explain things. Yeah, you can't explain the day-night cycle. You can't explain the seasons. You can't explain lunar eclipses.
No,
you can't explain the movement of celestial bodies. The most you can say about the sky is like whenever anybody brings up like observations of Jupiter and its moons, or we can observe eclipses. We can observe solar and lunar eclipses on Jupiter. Exactly. You guys just say, oh, well, you can't look at the sky to make conclusions about the ground. So it's like, because you can't account for it. And like I agree,
Are you done?
For
Are you done?
guy moving?
Like
You don't need
seriously, are
to.
you done on your soapbox? Like seriously, you can't even define model. You should just close your mouth.
I did. That was literally the first thing I said. A
Yeah,
model is
and
a
that's
functional
wrong.
explanation.
That's wrong.
Yeah.
That's wrong. Models
Okay,
describe.
what was
They
wrong
don't
about it?
explain. They describe. Describe. They don't explain. They describe.
Yeah, they describe relationships between observed observations.
Observed observations.
Yeah, observed phenomenon.
Brought to you by the Ministry of Redundant Ministry.
All right. See, the only thing you're good at, Indio, is playing word games, man. Actually respond. What are the seasons? What causes them? The best you can say is, oh, I don't know. It's impossible to know.
You don't know.
I do know. Seasons are caused by the tilt of the Earth. It makes logical sense. We can explain it and predict it.
How do you know that? How do you know that? What's the evidence?
The sun.
Yeah, what's the evidence?
Oh man.
Yeah,
Dude, we can observe that the sun. We can observe that when we orbit the sun, it's on a different axis than when we're rotating. Yeah.
It doesn't tell you the cause, though. You're just asserting that's the cause. How do you know that's the cause? Yeah, like I said.
Well, what causes the seasons? Come on, man.
You don't know
anything. Yeah, no, but all you can say, dude, all you can say is, oh, you don't know, and nobody knows, and it's impossible to know. So therefore, I'm going to stick to my little conclusion of Earth. Like, it's not intellectual rigor. It's nothing.
No, like listen. All you can do is correlate. Okay, you can correlate. You can't know the cause.
Yeah, we can know the cause. When we look at Jupiter and we observe that it's round, and we observe that when we look at Jupiter and we see that the moons are orbiting Jupiter, and we see that Jupiter is a sphere.
No one's ever seen that.
Dude, yes, you can see amateur astronomers, people who just buy telescopes online, and they take photos of Jupiter, time-lapse photos. You can see the moons orbiting. What are you talking about?
No one's ever seen a full orbit, dude, in the history of man. Okay, period.
A full orbit of what? A full orbit of what?
Anything ever.
So now you know he's never taken like college level statistics or even high school level. Like now you can totally size up his education, Indio. It's completely deficient.
Wait, what are you talking about statistics? What?
Yeah, because you think you can determine causation from a correlation from an R squared. Like you can't get that from an R squared.
From an R squared? What the fuck are you talking about, dude? Use English.
Yeah, probably something beyond your ken, so I'm sorry.
An R squared value? Like you're talking about like statistical, what like some statistical term? Some niche technical term from statistics?
Some niche?
What exactly?
Some niche? I mean, something that's taught in like first week of stats? Yeah, that kind of niche.
Okay, well explain how it's relevant to the current conversation.
Well, you apparently don't know how to differentiate correlation from causation, like Indio pointed out, so.
Okay, if I can point my telescope and look with my own eyes and see the moons orbiting, and they're following the Newtonian gravitational model, that is sufficient reason to conclude, or it is reasonable to assume, not even assume, it is a reasonable conclusion from those observations that the Newtonian model corresponds to gravity, corresponds to reality.
If A then B, B therefore A. Great, you just completely laid out a very clear path of affirming the consequent formal logical fallacy. Awesome, good for you. You just engage in circular reasoning, also called putting the cart before the horse. You just did that for everybody. Good for you.
No, in science, we work on an evidentiary model. You never prove anything.
As in you're in science? Are you a scientist? Oh my gosh, really?
Yeah, I am, as a matter of fact. When I say
you are. What field? Okay, great. What discipline? Because I am too.
I don't care. I'm a physicist, and when I say we,
you're a physicist.
I'm referring to we as a.
So you never had stats, but you're a physicist. That's freaking amazing. How does that happen?
Get over yourself and your little fucking ego and your little fucking credential fallacy bullshit, dude. It doesn't matter what I do or who I am. When I say we, I'm talking about humanity as a whole. Okay?
No, you said we as in we are scientists. You weren't referring to humanity as a whole.
You twisted my words.
You're resetting the frame of this because you're dishonest.
I'm not dishonest, dude. You're just
you're resetting the frame of this. When you said we, you were referring to yourself as a scientist, not all of humanity. And you just did a complete bait and switch, dude, on the audience. And audience,
Oh,
if you're
bait and
listening,
switch.
I hope you caught the bait and switch that this guy did. Anyway, continue. I'm going to just step
Dude,
back
there's
for a
like
bit and let you start yapping your pie hole.
there's like 12 people watching on YouTube, dude. I don't know why you guys have to grandstand about
Oh,
the
you think
audience
so?
on
Yeah,
YouTube.
why don't you convince yourself? Well, you wish there were only 12 people.
I'm literally looking at. I was looking at the stream right before I joined. There was like
You
20.
believe everything you see on the internet, don't you?
Okay, how many people are watching the live stream then? And what?
Dude, these
and
get
right
clipped.
what's the
These get clipped. These conversations get clipped, especially ones like this, and they get put onto TikTok and Facebook and Instagram, and they get
and also,
hundreds of thousands of views.
we're also streaming in 2 places at once. Well, 3 places. No, 4 places.
Honestly, I don't even care about the fucking audience. You think that's why I'm here? Is that why you're here? To convince yourself that you're famous?
No, we're here to talk to the audience, and we're here to grandstand in front of you to demonstrate to the audience how much of a numpty you are.
Guys, you only have 12 of the thing I don't care about.
Only 12?
Again,
Oh my God,
okay.
dude.
Let's not get locked away in the bullshit. So the problem is
Now
that
you admit,
we
now you
can
admit your whole
observe.
point was crap. Good point. Go ahead.
No, again, word games. You guys just love playing word games. It's pathetic. We can observe
words
matter
mean
attracting matter directly in the Cavendish experiment, and just because you refuse to accept evidence that contradicts your position doesn't mean it's not real.
Okay. So the Cavendish, you say, is an experiment. What was the hypothesis?
You're playing word games.
I'm not gonna. It doesn't look. What like exactly? You're just going down irrelevant, pointless avenues of argumentation. It's not going to lead anywhere. When you put two masses next to each other, they attract each other with a measurable force. That's it.
You're just
That's all
making
you
shit
need.
up. You don't even know what happens in the Cavendish experiment. You have no idea what's
Yes,
being
it's a
observed.
fucking. Yes, it's
Okay,
you observe a deflection of the wire.
Nope.
Due to the masses being closer together.
Nope. Nope. Nope.
The
Go watch
Cavendish,
it.
no, it literally is. It
Go on
literally is
YouTube
two
and watch it.
masses. It's a bar with masses at the end, suspended from its center with a wire, and then you
Masses?
place. Yes, two masses suspended from a wire.
What is that?
And then you place.
Yeah, mass.
Mass. Two
Yeah,
massive
what is it?
objects, like two lead weights, suspended from a bar.
Weight isn't mass.
My God.
Oh my God! You know what
Yeah,
the fuck
weight
a lead
isn't mass,
weight is,
dude.
dude.
Have you ever had
It's
mass in a
chunk.
weightless environment? You've ever heard of mass in a weightless environment before?
You know damn well if I go to the gym and I lift weights, you know what the fuck I'm talking about, dude.
Yeah, not mass.
Two chunks, pieces, portions of lead.
Chunks? So chunks,
Whatever
we're talking
the
about
fuck you
chunks,
wanna
guys.
call.
He's a physicist talking about chunks of matter.
Two collections of lead atoms. What the fuck are you,
No,
pedantic
dude,
little
you
bitch?
need
You
$1
pedantic
million
little
word
fuck.
for this.
It's all
You got
word games
an
for
advanced
you.
degree. You're not going to get
word
away with
games.
chunks. Listen, dude, you've got an advanced degree. I want to hear $1 million word from you, not something like chunks. You're a physicist. Stop using chunks.
Fuck you, dude. I don't care what you call me, dude.
Honk, honk,
You know
honk.
what the fuck I mean.
No, I don't.
With two
I really
lead
don't. I
masses
really
on
don't, because
either
mass has
end.
no
You're
meaning.
not this. Stop acting
Mass
dumb,
has no
bro.
meaning. You know, I can pull up some quotes from like Max Born or somebody else in here who can describe for you how mass has no meaning.
What the fuck are you talking about? What the
I
fuck
figured
are
you
you
might
talking
say
about?
that because you're not really a physicist, are you?
It doesn't fucking matter. It doesn't
Yes, it
fucking
does
matter if
matter
I have
because
a
this is
bachelor's degree in
absolutely
physics or
central to your
not.
entire argument. It does matter for you.
My argument has nothing to do with my background. My argument is that if you two objects with mass are attracted to each other through gravity.
All right, good. So your claim betrays your background, which means you're a pretender clown poser.
Why don't you just address what he's talking about with the experiment instead of just trying to assassinate his
Yeah,
character?
okay, I'll address what he's talking about. Go ahead and define mass. What is
totally
mass?
fucking irrelevant. This is why
good.
from the moment you
This
asked
is
me
relevant.
what I
This
was
is
following
relevant. This
science,
is
that's
relevant
what
right
comes
now.
up
I
to me.
need you to
It doesn't
define what
fucking
mass
matter.
is. I need
Mass
you to
is
define what
force
mass
times
is because this is
acceleration.
absolutely central to your argument. What is mass?
Mass is the fundamental property of matter that it can have, much like electric charge or much like atomic spin. These are fundamental
Spin
properties.
is mass?
Lord have
It's a
mercy.
fundamental
This
property
is
of
what
mass.
they do every time. They try to just like debunk, like derail everything.
No. The problem is that you
Well,
guys
the guy's not a
demand
physicist,
fucking.
so
You guys demand hyper-technical jargon language, and then the moment you're provided with it, you go like, "Oh, that doesn't make any sense."
No, this is not hyper-technical. You provided us hyper-technical jargon language. You absolutely did not.
No, I'm saying that's what you've been demanding, right?
You provided us with you provided us a handful of broken crayons that you spat out after eating them.
Mass is a property of matter. Matter can also have an electric charge. Matter can also have a quantum spin.
No, I'm asking about mass, not matter. We're to define mass. Come on, stick with the program.
Mass is a property of matter. That's what it is.
Good. Okay, that's so descriptive. Can you be any more vague?
I can tell you how that property, like what it means to have mass.
What does it mean?
If you have mass, then that means that when you have a force applied to you, you undergo acceleration.
Bro, high school physics is not it.
Mass is defined as a resistance to acceleration due to external forces.
Yep. It can't attract things. Thanks.
What is mass?
It also, yes, it does.
Oh, so a unit of measure
arguing
attracts
about
things. Congratulations.
No, just because we use a unit of measurement to measure it doesn't mean that it can't do other things.
It is a unit of measure. Mass is a unit of measure.
No, we can measure something's mass via its resistance to acceleration.
That is its mass. That's the same thing, dude.
No, that's how we measure it.
Dude, resistance to acceleration is defined as mass. They're the same thing.
Well,
yes, as in if you want to measure how much mass something has, you can apply a force to it and see how much it accelerates.
It's the same thing.
It's how we can measure it. Yeah.
This is no. It's the same thing.
Yeah.
It's an identity.
That's
mass
okay.
is
No.
Mass is the unit of measure.
No, what you're saying is if I have a photodetector and it receives, and I'm measuring the output of that photodetector, when a photon hits the photodetector, it emits a pulse of current. Okay? And then what you're saying is, oh, well, a photon is a pulse of current coming out of a photodetector. That's how it's defined. No, that's how we measure
That's not what I'm saying at all.
They're two. Yes, that is exactly what you're saying. You're equivocating.
Mass is not a unit measure.
Mass is resistance to acceleration. That's it's defined. That makes it an equality. That means
that's how we measure it. I can write an equation. I can write an equation saying
unit.
I can write an equation for a photodetector that is photons per amp.
Has nothing to
and
do
then
with
I
this.
measure the amps, and I can calculate that from photons with an equation. But it doesn't mean that photons are current in a wire. It means that the current in the wire is produced by the photons, and that's how we detect them. The way that we detect mass, the way that we measure it, is by applying a force to something and then measuring how much it accelerates. And then the mass of it is defined as the ratio between the force and the acceleration.
Okay. That is the mass. There's the same thing. No, there's no
That's how
way
we
around
measure
it,
it.
dude.
No, I just gave
a unit of measure. It's like feet or
you
inches,
to understand it.
It's like feet or inches. It's like saying distance causes something.
But it's
dude,
also a property,
you're
though,
too
right?
dumb,
Like,
dude. You're just too dumb.
Everything has mass, right? So you could say it's a property.
No.
No?
No, not everything has mass, because photons don't have mass. Neutrinos don't have a measurable mass.
Yes, they do.
Sure?
No,
Yes,
no,
they
they
do.
don't. Photons don't have mass.
How much money do you want to bet?
A photon is an oscillation in the electric field. How do oscillations in the electric field have mass?
And it has a mass.
No, it doesn't. No, they have momentum, but they don't have mass.
Dude, this dude is bro.
Yeah, he says he's a quantum mechanic.
E equals mc squared, remember?
Yeah.
No, that's not right. It's E squared is equal to the square root of mc squared plus.
Did you ever take quantum physics in college?
Mass, energy, equivalence, dummy.
Yes, but that's an incomplete expression. The full expression is E squared is equal to the square root of mc squared plus pc squared, where p is the momentum. You should, because you're misquoting the equation.
Energy has mass. This is not debatable, dude.
Yeah, but is light even matter?
No, it's not matter, but it has
Yeah.
mass.
So you could
Because
say
it has a radiation pressure.
It doesn't
and a
have
momentum.
mass. It doesn't have
Okay.
mass.
Okay, then how come if I shine a laser at a piece of aluminum foil, the laser will push the foil?
Because they have momentum.
I'm gonna push it though.
Okay?
No, wait, hold on.
If you actually, want to understand this, I can explain it in 30 seconds.
And how do we calculate the momentum?
If you actually,
do we use
I can explain it to you in 30 seconds.
do we use the rest
I can
mass?
explain it to you in 30 seconds.
Do we use the bro? No, shut up. Do we use the rest mass? Do we use the rest?
The rest mass of a photon doesn't make any sense. I can explain it to you. You want me to explain it to you in 30 seconds?
No,
you want me to explain it to you or not? Your question doesn't make any sense.
Shut the fuck up. Do we use the rest mass of the photon? Yes or no?
Photons don't have rest mass.
It's zero.
He's cooked. You're cooked, dude. Shut up, dude. Shut up.
Does a firefly have
No,
mass?
photons have zero rest
The
mass.
firefly with the light on it.
Okay, so here's the explanation. Here's the explanation. You have an oscillation in the electric field. What's going to happen because of that? You're also going to have an oscillating magnetic field along with it that's being co-induced by the wave, right? You have light is a magnetic field and an electric field oscillating together. Now, whenever you have an electric field and a magnetic field inhabiting the same space, you can take the cross product of the two and figure out a momentum tensor. Okay, it's called a fucking Maxwell tensor, and it tells you the exact forces that an electron or a charged object would feel in that region due both to the magnetic field and the electric field. And if you actually do the math and take the cross product and like see what forces are there, then that basically you can see that there is a momentum flux within that space anytime you have overlapping electric fields and magnetic fields. I can do the math for you if you're familiar with vector calculus.
Look, how about this? How about you just go on Google and Google, do photons have mass?
You need to Google Maxwell tensor. Okay, we'll both do that. Go on Google and Google Maxwell tensor. Tell me what comes up. I want you to read the AI overview.
Photons have
No.
mass.
You don't know what a Maxwell tensor is. Maxwell tensor.
I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck. It's a red herring. You're trying to distract from
It's not a red herring.
Photons have mass.
The question you asked me,
Dude,
they
photons
don't.
have
The
mass.
question you asked me was how do they have momentum? The answer is Maxwell tensor.
That's not an answer.
That's one formulation.
Yes, it is. The Maxwell tensor is literally.
That's one formulation.
The Maxwell tensor are literally momentum.
And that's just, bro, that's just one formulation. There's others.
Oh, okay. Give me one more. Give me one other. Go ahead. I'm waiting.
Hold on. There's an ambulance, a truck going by. Now, what was that? Say that again.
You said there was another formulation of the Maxwell tensor that doesn't include momentum?
No, there's
other
formulations.
What are you even saying?
There's other calculations to formulate the momentum of a photon.
Okay, like what? Give me an example. I give you an example. Give me an example.
I think it's H bar over H bar times V equals M times F. So F would
There's
be
a
the
pointing vector.
I have to look it up. I don't know from memory, but it'll give you the energy of a photon, which will spit out its momentum.
And how do you calculate the momentum from the photon, from the energy of the photon?
Does the binding does the binding energy
you use E equals PC squared.
Does the binding energy of an atom have mass?
That's where most of the mass of an atom comes from.
Oh, so not the particles.
That's right.
Oh,
that doesn't mean that. But that doesn't mean that all the mass comes from the binding energy. No, there is still independent mass that the particles themselves have. A proton is not a fundamental particle.
Yeah, so Indio described for you the de Broglie relation.
Yes, the de Broglie relation, H.
Yeah, that's what Indio responded with, okay? So yeah, you agree with that. Awesome.
E equals HF. Okay, so that means you can start with the frequency of a photon, and then you can convert that into the energy of a photon. Now you want to find out the momentum of the photon. What are you going to use? The same exact equation I described earlier, E equals PC squared, where P is the momentum.
Yeah. So now you invoke kinematics through Minkowski space. Awesome for you.
Dude, throwing around big words isn't going to prove that I'm wrong about anything. You guys like worship vocabulary like the world is some kind of like magic law room where if you say the right combination
It's
of words, you
pretty
can deny
mysterious.
reality.
Look, nobody has
Don't
it
be
all
dumb.
figured out.
Words mean
Neither do
stuff.
you.
Yeah, and all you can do is appeal to ignorance, saying, "Oh, the things that scientists claim to know are
Ignorance. Who's
impossible to know,
appealing to
therefore they
ignorance
must be
around
lying."
here? Who's appealing to ignorance? How about we're appealing to humility? The fact that you don't know shit is absolutely true.
I know more than everybody here combined, bro.
All right, Dunning and Kruger, why don't you go take your Dunning and Kruger bowling balls and go play with yourself?
Has anybody bothered to Google Maxwell tensor to educate themselves at all? Because that's a real thing. You think I don't know about that?
So now you're going to be a proponent of ether theory, which I thought was debunked by Einstein.
What the fuck are you talking about ether theory? I'm talking about Maxwell tensors. What does that have to do with the ether? Just because Maxwell believed in something that was wrong doesn't have anything to do with just because we use equations that he wrote down.
Right, all models are wrong, right? Yeah, Maxwell's and the ether model are absolutely interlinked with one another.
No, they are not.
Yes, they
Trenches
are.
didn't exist during Maxwell's lifetime. So just shut up, dude. Stop embarrassing yourself.
That's
what
a good
didn't
point.
exist?
The stress tensor from relativity.
This isn't relativity, dude. This is pure electrodynamics. This is classical electromagnetism.
Stolen.
Has anybody just bothered Google typing two words into Google? Maxwell tensor. Tell me what comes up. Seriously. It's not that fucking hard. Just type two words into Google. We could have advanced this conversation for 2 hours by now.
Is that what you're doing right now?
He really wants us to talk about the one thing he knows about. That should be fun.
No, that was the question. Somebody asked me, how does a photon have momentum? The answer is you can calculate it using the Maxwell tensor, which is directly from the amplitudes and directions of the coupled electrical and magnetic fields.
So if something's moving really fast and it has momentum, but it has really no weight or, in your case, mass, whatever that is, would it move anything no matter how fast it went?
What something are we talking about?
Well, earlier we mentioned that if you shine a tinfoil, it'll move. So what is moving the foil? Is it stuff that's moving really fast but doesn't have any substance?
So what's happening is that the electrons in the foil are interacting with the electric field of the light, and the electric field of the light is and the EM field of the light is an electric field and a magnetic field that are propagating together, and the cumulative effect when it interacts with that sheet of the metal is that it pushes it away, and you can calculate how much momentum is being transferred from the electric magnetic field into the metal using the Maxwell tensor.
Oh yeah. How does that momentum get transferred through nothing?
Doesn't it just heat it up or what?
Yeah, so you're proposing ether theory.
It has nothing to do with ether theory. Just because you say the word ether theory doesn't mean that
how's it propagating, dude?
Irrelevant.
Yeah, no, it's absolutely relevant here. How's it propagating?
How's it propagating? Because space is has physical properties such as and it can sustain electric fields and magnetic fields.
You sound like that blonde bimbo from like the Miss Universe freaking show. He's like Iran and Iraq and SOAS and yeah, we're gonna feed all the homeless kids.
Just because you don't understand the words coming out of my mouth.
No, I do understand. You don't understand what you're talking about.
Can you repeat anything back to me that I said?
I do want to ask
because it's a bunch of mumbo jumbo.
Yeah, exactly. You're not even going to
What are the physical properties of space?
Well, you have things like the permittivity of empty space, which it's a constant called epsilon naught, and it basically describes how quickly an electric field can change through empty vacuum. Same thing with permeability of empty space. It's called mu naught, and the speed of light is 1 over the square root of mu naught epsilon naught.
You're describing not the space, but the field.
So, yeah, you can use that equation to describe refraction around a globe now?
Yeah, actually you can. Because
yes, wonderful.
field.
Okay. I would love for
Yeah,
you to
light
integrate
is an
the. I
electromagnetic
would love
field.
for you to integrate gravity with that within Einstein's framework. Go ahead.
Bro, Einstein, you mean general relativity?
No, I meant Maxwell's equations when I reference Einstein. No, dude, Einstein.
So you're just jumping around, you're pivoting now?
Well, yeah, you seem to be jumping from Maxwell to Einstein to whoever you want. You're picking and
At no
choosing from the
point did I
entire
even mention
buffet
Einstein, dude.
of quantum physics
I've been
and
talking about
relativity to
classical
support your freaking agenda, and that's just freaking beautiful, isn't it?
I've been talking about classical electromagnetism this whole time. I've never mentioned Einstein. You did.
Okay, so you're not an Einstein lover?
It does. I'm saying it's totally irrelevant to what we're talking about right now. We're talking about just electromagnetic waves.
Really? So you're a proponent of the ether theory then?
No. Why do you keep
That's
insisting?
what Maxwell was supporting. That's what Maxwell's equations describes an ether model.
Matter. Just because his
Maxwell
name is on it
described an
doesn't
ether
mean
model, right?
It's funny because
just
Holy
because
shit, I
his
thought
name
Maxwell
was on
described
it.
an ether model. Maybe I'm smoking crack here, but I'm pretty sure Maxwell described an ether model.
It doesn't fucking matter what Maxwell believed.
Oh, now it doesn't fucking
some of his
matter. Great.
Just because some of his equations happen to be correct doesn't mean that his entire field of work and entire personal beliefs is relevant at all. It would make no difference if it was called the fucking Chandrasekhar tensor
Wait, so
or the
which
fucking
came first, his
Einsteinian
beliefs or
tensor.
his
It doesn't
equations?
fucking matter. It's just a label. Get it out of your head.
Yeah, what's
Erase
the M in the
ego from
tensor?
your head.
Okay.
Just a label.
What's the M on the tensor?
You mean like mass?
Yeah.
Yes, basically, mass is just a label that we place on one of the fundamental characteristics of one of the fundamental properties of mass.
To get to quantize that or not, or is it not quantized?
Yeah, mass is quantized.
All right, so you're throwing Einstein under the bus. Good for you.
Just because Einstein didn't accept quantum mechanics doesn't mean quantum mechanics isn't real. Just because Einstein was right about some things that he wrote down, dude. Here's the thing: you guys think that that science is some kind of religion where we like reify people, but we don't give a fuck if you're right or wrong. Yeah, seriously, you think that we like worship Einstein or Darwin or freaking Maxwell, and that if they believe these things, we have to believe them. Blah 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 blah. You guys it's a fucking. You guys think science is a cult because flat Earth is a cult.
Dude, you're projecting. You don't know any science.
I have a bachelor's degree. I'm getting my master's in the fall.
Well, I mean, they must have been giving them out.
Okay, how many degrees do you have, Indio? Oh, nothing?
No, I have one.
Oh, I don't give a fuck. Because it's irrelevant, because it doesn't fucking matter, does it?
Yeah, that's right. That's why we're talking about how wrong you are based upon facts. Based upon what's in the literature. Why are you guys
fucking bringing up my background as if it has anything to do with what I'm saying?
You said you're a physicist.
After you asked me.
You opened the door.
No, you fucking asked me.
You could have said it was irrelevant. Now it's completely relevant because we're discussing physics.
Multiple times. From the beginning, I was saying that my background is totally irrelevant.
Well, but then you said you're a physicist, so now guess what? We get to make fun of.
Because you fucking asked me. I never once presented my background.
Well, guess what? You just completely threw your own credibility under the bus.
No,
sorry, dude.
What you want? No. What you're trying to do?
You're so smart. You took the freaking bait.
What you're trying to paint it as is that I'm saying that I have a background in physics, therefore everything I say is correct.
No, you said you have a background in physics. I didn't say you did. You said you did. You said you had a background in physics, and that's what we're making fun of right now.
Well, it doesn't fucking matter if you make fun of me for having a small dick. It doesn't have anything to do with the cogency of the arguments at hand, and you know that. This is just bullshit, pedantic, ad hominem, irrelevant crap, and you know it.
Bruh. Emotional damage.
Amazing.
Fact of the matter is, mass has no ontology. Doesn't exist. It's not a thing. Okay? Doesn't attract things. It's like saying distance attracts things or feet attracts things. Silly.
How did you guys even get to arguing about fucking?
Well, the point is, he's using like Newton. He's trying to use Newton's definition of mass. which has been struck down.
By what? Okay, what is the new definition then?
General
Tell me.
relativity. Resistance
What is the
to
new?
acceleration.
What does that have to do with flat Earth, though?
During Newton's time, it was a quantity of matter.
It has to do with flat Earth because mass attracts other mass, and the logical extension from that is that large masses in space would collapse to spheres.
Yeah, well, no. Well, wait till you find out how general relativity actually provides a framework for flat Earth, and we can point to a university paper on that.
Do it now.
Yeah, okay, AC Tort. Let me go get that, or unless somebody else wants to, because it's a popular paper. I'm surprised you never came across this. Yeah, hold on one second.
Okay, hey, cut the bullshit and just present the paper, and we'll talk about it after I read it. How about that?
Okay. All right, great. So I'll post it. And how much time do you need to read it? Like a couple days?
Well, I'm doing something right now, so I'm not gonna fucking drop everything for it.
Yeah, right. So I mean, we can revisit this in a couple days. I have no problem waiting a week or two, even. So let me go get the paper, unless somebody else
post the paper, and then tell me what you claim it says, and why it bolsters your argument, and then I'll read it. And then if I disagree with what it says and whether or not it bolsters your argument in the way that you claim it does, then that would be the point of contention, right? Once we agree what the paper says, then we can talk about which side it supports, so to speak, right? That would be the logical way to go about this.
It's a pedagogical exercise. There's no debate about what it says or what it means.
There is definitely a debate about what it means.
Nope.
We can agree on the words on the page. That is objective reality, what the words on the page are. But what the intended meaning or the interpretation of that, of course that's open to debate.
There's no interpretation, dude. It's just the math.
Well, I mean, to be honest, right, relativity is just a gigantic mathematical framework to begin with. It's just a coordinate reference system with different reference frames. All right, hold on.
That's what mathematical models are. They're a framework to help us describe and predict behaviors in the real world. Like the electric field, like a vector is not something physical that I can hold and interact with, but I can describe the electric field mathematically as a vector field filling 3D space, and that allows me to make predictions and calculations about stuff in the real world.
Yeah.
So
you know what else you can produce from vector models in 3D space that's observer centric? A flat Earth cosmology and your view of the stars.
Oh, hey, I thought observations of the sky were irrelevant to the ground. Thrown out, dismissed.
Well, yeah, they are absolutely irrelevant because this vector model works on any topology of Earth.
What vector model are you talking about?
Well, this one is actually used in star trackers for drones, for satellites. It's called Gaia.
What the fuck are you talking about? What vector topology? What are you talking about? Vector topology of what? That doesn't make any fucking sense.
The vector math for an observer-centric view of the stars is independent of the topology of Earth, and this has been produced in the Gaia star tracker, which is used in modern systems governing drones and satellites.
How's that using drones, though?
You can apply any coordinate references. You can apply any coordinate references to it, and it's going to work.
Are you talking about celestial coordinates like right ascension and declination?
For example, yeah.
Those are in reference to a celestial sphere, you dumbass. Of course,
a celestial sphere with an infinite radius. With an infinite radius. Therefore, they are vectors.
These are the same people.
What about that conflicts with the round Earth, dude? Yes, we have a celestial sphere, okay?
Yeah,
and
well, what conflicts is you don't assign.
Flat Earthers is asking them is gravity a sector or a vector. That's what gets
you don't need. Listen, with this, you don't. Your angular displacement with distance traveled is completely dependent on the topology on the ground. You can apply any coordinate reference system on the ground, and it will update accordingly. So right now, what you believe is happening with the globe is basically a 69-to-1 rule, where every degree of angular displacement in the sky affords 69 degrees traveled along the ground. The problem is that relationship has never been measured, never been demonstrable in reality. And in fact, when people actually go to measure this out, it's actually variable.
Where's the have you posted the fucking paper you promised me
Yeah, I did.
yet?
I
Okay, where
posted
is it?
already. Yep.
Okay, what's the timestamp on it? I'm looking through the chat. I don't see it.
30 minutes past the hour, AC tort.
AC tort. Oh.
Do you not realize there's an infinite number of mathematical models for any arbitrary data set? You're the one
Somebody sent
saying
me this
we
before.
have a model, and the model that we have is physically real.
Yeah, the only one that works.
Yeah, I looked it up. The Gaia system is still based on like modern mainstream astrophysics. It's not.
Oh yeah, based on modern mainstream astrophysics. No shit, astrophysics.
Yeah, the whole
Really?
Gaia model stuff that's
Really?
not
So do they
that's
assign
not
mass?
an
Do
argument
they
for your
assign
side,
mass
dude.
quantities to the celestial bodies?
You're just making word salad and calling it.
No, like you said, it's based on astrophysics. So I'm asking if they assign mass values to the celestial bodies in the Gaia model.
You said that
The
you
answer
could
is
use
no,
it on
they
a
don't.
flat
It's a
model.
kinematic model, dude.
What I was refuting was your claim that it uses a flat model, and it doesn't.
I said it works on any topological framework as well as a flat one, or dinosaur nugget, or banana, or anything you want. Donuts, we get all this kind of stuff in here. Just like a theodolite, if you have to know, like your theodolite that surveyors use and you think they're measuring a globe, yeah, they can actually pop up any horizontal reference frame that they want, and to include non-Cartesian frames that bend and contort into donuts or dinosaur nuggets, and you're able to take positions and site values and relate them doing horizontal reductions to any coordinate reference system. Because everything you guys are discussing are models. You don't have any actual real physical dynamic relationships between the variables.
Type shit.
Tough shit. Are coordinate reference systems arbitrary?
Yeah, pretty much.
Yep. How do you know if the coordinate reference system that you applied is actually relating to the real world?
Well, you can make calculations in whatever mathematical model you're doing to make predictions, and then you can make measurements and see if they agree.
Excellent. So we measure the surface flat where it should be curving at 8 inches per mile squared. We now have a topological mismatch, don't we?
It's like you can't resist using words that are shorter than 2 syllables.
No, it's absolutely, it's just not words. I'm actually
It's
relating
just
to
sophistry,
specific
man.
concepts.
It's cargo cool.
One's getting upset.
Yeah, can you preserve a standard unit of measure in a Cartesian frame against a non-Cartesian frame?
Yeah, you can do translations between different coordinate systems.
Great. So you need like a scaling vector value, right? Right.
No,
So
you
when
can
we
just
measure
convert
the surface to be
coordinates. You
flat,
can just do a coordinate conversion. All right,
Yep.
all right. Hey, I pulled up the paper. All right, I'm reading it. Okay.
right? So they basically modeled it over a developable surface of a cylinder. That's the flat part, right? And they extended the surface
when
down.
I said that I'm reading it, I said I meant that I can't fucking read it and then listen and respond to you at the same time.
Okay, well, I can give you a quick. The part that I glommed onto is the part where they describe a cylinder of basically infinite depth, extremely long depth, such that the vectors of gravity are going to be effectively parallel to one another. See what I mean? You can model this stuff however you like. The limitation's your own creativity. Einstein provides a framework that suits both flat and globe cosmologies. Because coordinate reference systems are arbitrary.
I do. The thing is like 4 pages, but if you don't shut up, or if you want me to respond, I'm not going to be able to read it.
Okay, I'm trying to help clarify my position.
Well, we can do that after I read it.
All right, good. I'm going to go take a shit.
Oh shit.
I thought that was what you were doing when you posted this fucking paper in the chat.
No, I shit all over you before I gave you the paper. Now I need some more Taco Bell. I'm about to drop another deuce all over you, so hold on.
Wow. So the physicist was complaining because Yoda was using big words, and now he's making baby noises into the microphone.
I'm sorry when you can't recognize you being mocked to your face, dude.
We have a Glober reading a scientific paper. That's a first.
Yo, what's going on with?
Hey, Peter, welcome back to the chat.
It's good to be back. It's finally I see adults are in the room. It was crazy before.
So, have you guys identified like the constitution of the dome?
Nice deflection, man. No, we haven't.
Yeah, like, listen, I know you have a mom.
What is holding in the
but
pressure?
I don't know if your mom's fat or not, right? But I still know if you had a mom.
So we have a Walmart bag like over the flat Earth or some shit. It's keeping the pressure.
Oh, what?
You guys are saying it's pressurized by a dome.
Yeah, just as much as I know you had a mom. I think your mom might have been super fat too.
Whoa, guys!
There's two
talking about
Akuma.
flat Earth. You guys are way off topic.
Dude, there's two Akuma. There's two claims. Like there's the positive assertion, right? That there's no need for containment. Like no need for containment. We have gas pressure. That's the obvious thing. We all agree. We have gas pressure. Now there's two claims,
so
right?
Like
no
so
gravity.
The two claims
You guys
don't believe in gravity. So what is making?
He's just showing you that it was irrelevant for you to ask what is it made out of, knowing that you have a mom. We don't need to know what your mom is made of. But so there's two. There's two.
You
do want to fight.
No idea.
You just want to fight. Yeah.
You think it's just magic? Then the universe is just magic, man.
You win, dude. You just won. You dropped the M word and you win. I appreciate your contribution.
It's actually an M word.
Akuma.
Yeah, the M word, magic.
Brother.
Well, the M word I was thinking of was mongoloid for your intelligence levels, honestly.
There's a room at the bottom of the server where they use crayons. That's where you need to go.
Can I share my drawings when I'm done?
Oh, absolutely. I'm an art teacher. I'll give you a grade.
Aren't you the guy that like
muted your dumbass? Yeah, you're right. I am.
My favorite guy right now.
I still will grade your artwork after you make it, of course.
Hi. Hello.
Hello.
Hi.
Who believes the Earth is flat?
I guess everybody but you probably here is on that side.
You guys super retards, actually.
Oh, yeah, what's your
another one?
Look, bro, we could be retarded. The Earth is still flat.
He dropped the mic, and that's another win for the globe. This is how they do it. This is their argument. It's a great argument, and that's what they do. I don't know how we're gonna or you or me. I don't know how any of us are going to fare against these intellectual giants who jump in here and say these things like, what is it made of? And you're stupid. There's no rebuttal to that. They're killing it on the internet. These guys.
I went into Flat Earth BC, and I proved the Earth's a globe by calling them retarded.
What did they say? What did they say? Well, nothing, because I left real quick. But it was epic. Yeah, I won. That's crazy.
And if we were retarded, why would you be in here punching down on us? What's that say about you?
Yeah, that's what I try to tell that to the globe guys. Like, listen, man, like don't get mad at us. You have everything. According to your understanding, you have history, you have science, you have metaphor, you have philosophy, you have everything on your side. It should be easy. You have the internet. You got everything you need. You should be relaxed, calm, and decisive in your dissemination of the flat Earth. But they're not. They're freaking out.
Yeah, it should be easy for them to prove the globe. If you really think about it.
I mean,
but it's not.
Yeah, the reason why we're frustrated is because we were told our entire lives that it was easy, and we went to go check, and we're disillusioned. Like, some of us are going on 10 years of looking for that evidence and proof, and we're still empty-handed, so.
Yeah.
But there's a selection bias problem here, guys.
What's that? I mean, as a glober, I had a selection bias towards the globe initially.
Yeah, let me explain. The people that come here, notice there's a very strong pattern with the globers that come here. 8 out of 10 never thought about the shape of the Earth for more than 3 minutes. Out of the other 2 have gone to some kind of school where they, for a minute were interested, so they remember the memes, Eratosthenes, what about eclipses, and so on. So you have 2 types, pretty much. Don't expect a high-level, sophisticated engagement with people like that. Maybe some of them stay for longer, and then they, after a few weeks or months, they get over their initial disbelief. And you can
like you did, Peter. Thank you for joining us.
Yeah. But that's like 1 in 100, right? 8 out of 10 never thought about it. They just come in, troll, throw a few things, disappear. 2 out of 10, they'll go like, did you ever hear about that Greek guy? Right?
Yeah.
So it is what it is. That's a selection bias.
That's a good point.
The powerful globers, the gatekeepers of the model, so to speak, they don't come here. They never will.
You're wrong. It's not 8 out of 10. It's 4 out of 5. You're wrong.
Yeah, dude, I hope. Yeah.
You need to increase your sample size. 8 out of 10.
I get triggered too easily these days. But yes, you got my point, right? Yoder.
I got your point, Peter. That's a good point.
Charles,
you know what? And our community really wants to reach out and find the influencers, the intellectual class that we know is upstream from culture and everything else.
I don't think they'll ever.
Oh, you mean like Jeranism?
No, dude.
Flat Earth influencers like Jeranism?
No, I'm talking about some of my fellow Padres who work in places like Johns Hopkins Applied Physics Lab.
Neil deGrasse Tyson. That's an intellectual giant.
Okay, so is the AC Torque guy in here? The guy who sent the AC Torque paper?
What's up, man? What don't you like about the AC Torque paper?
So here's what they did in the paper. They said, hey, flat earthers say that the Earth is flat. How big or what dimensions would that flat Earth need to be in order to reproduce the same gravitational effects that we observe on the real world? Let's use Gauss's law.
And an
and a vacuum. I'm in the middle of recapping what the paper said. Okay, I'm not even making any claims at this point. I'm just repeating.
So far, so good.
Okay. So what they did was they said, okay, let's use Gauss's law. Let's take the average density of rock, whatever. They have a value, 5,515 kilograms per square meter. That's the average density of the Earth. And let's assume an infinite plane. And how thick would that plane need to be in order to reproduce the same surface gravity? And then they use Gauss's law. They use a Gaussian cylinder, and then they calculated a number. And then that's it. So they say that if the Earth was an infinite plane with the same average density as the planet Earth, then it would need to be 4,000 kilometers thick in order to reproduce the gravity at the center. But the big issue there is that they literally say on, on the second paragraph on page 5, they say, in order to take full advantage of Gauss's law, we have considered in practice unlimited planar mass distributions, which that means an infinite plane. And if the models were finite, then you wouldn't observe, you would observe this at the very center, but as you move towards the edge and you were somewhere like in Australia, gravity would be at an angle to the ground, which is not what we observe.
Okay, you nailed it. Now check this out. Let me ask you a few quick questions. These are not tricky questions.
I'll answer your questions. I'll just say a closing sentence.
Dude,
okay.
I created this model.
Just let me say a closing sentence on this. This paper provides nothing for the flat Earth. Like this is not any kind of evidence at all.
You nailed it. All right. Is the sun infinite distance away from the Earth?
No, it is a finite distance.
Okay. Are the light rays coming from the sun assumed to be roughly parallel?
They're not assumed, they're measured to be.
Yeah, are they exactly parallel?
Good job, Peter.
Not exactly, but it's pretty close.
They cannot be, right? Because it's not infinite distance. So we know it's half a degree difference, like edge to edge, so to speak. Okay, cool. So now, if the Earth were flat and extremely vast compared to the size that we explored so far, which is, 40,000 kilometers, 80,000 kilometers, doesn't matter. Let's say the Earth is 1 million kilometers.
Okay,
right? Hold on.
Okay.
Jesus, hold on.
That's the assumption necessary to make this work.
Would then the gravity vectors pointing downwards, as long as we stay within that radius of exploration or that area, would then they be roughly parallel, analogous to sun rays being roughly parallel?
In that hypothetical that you presented, that would be the case. Now I need to ask a very important question in response.
Please do.
Do you or anybody else in this room, are you willing to, figuratively stand up right now and claim that the Earth that the actual surface area that we live on a flat plane, and that plane is many, many times larger than the measured size of the Earth?
Yes, I am.
Okay, that is the most I've had any flat earther ever commit to some kind of model or real world prediction.
You're welcome.
Why wouldn't we be open to
it? It's called rigid flat Earth, and it does assume a vast Earth, not infinite, but vast in relation to the area we've explored.
Does that mean that you accept that mass attracts other mass through gravity?
No, I accept the general relativity can be applied to a flat framework.
I'm asking Peter. I'm asking Peter.
Okay, fine. You can talk to. You were talking to me before, Peter. Fine. Hey, Peter, you did a great job with that. I respect what you did. Okay,
hey,
continue.
You're the one who posted the paper. That's fine. I want to talk to you too, but he's the one who responded right now. I mean, honestly, I view all you flat earthers the same.
Let me quickly respond, and I will yield.
We view you guys all the same too, like basically pieces of crap too.
So yes, I accept mass attracting mass for other reasons. I think it has been demonstrated in laboratory settings, but that's why I have been working on a model that I call the rigid flat Earth. Rigid meaning there's a rigid structure inside of the Earth that prevents gravitational collapse. And in this model, the Earth has to be vast for gravity vectors to be roughly parallel in the area that we inhabit.
I agree. If you have such a massive disk, you would need to invoke some other structure that's like not on
any shape, but yes.
Well, so if you have such a massive flat, planar object, you would need to invoke some other structure or mechanism to avoid it from collapsing. So at least that part, I can be like, hey, you know what?
We know that
Good
exists,
for you.
right? The coffee cup that
what
I'm
is that
looking
structure?
at. No. We know that such mechanism exists because the reason why my coffee cup does not become a black hole is the internal rigidity of the coffee cup. Same is true for asteroids. We don't know.
What evidence do we have to show that the Earth is being held by such a structure?
I don't have direct measurement or evidence for that structure. I just have a logical conclusion. I measure the Earth to be flat. I measure that mass attracts mass. Therefore, Earth being quite massive, that we know because we've dug 8 miles, 7.6 miles, but we know that times the surface area that we have discovered so far, that's a lot of material. So we know that there is gravitational attraction between those particles, and it's not forming a sphere because we measure it to be flat. Therefore, there must be something inside, or some unknown physical interaction. But let's not invoke that just yet. There must be some structure that resists a collapse.
So let me ask you a question. We agree that the North Pole is a point that someone could theoretically stand on, right?
I agree that there's a point around which the things in the sky rotate, and we call that the North Celestial Pole.
Okay, but is there a point on the surface of the Earth that I could stand when I look up, it appears that celestial pole is rotating around me? Okay. And now I'm asking, so you accept the existence of a North Celestial Pole. Do you also accept the existence of a South Celestial Pole?
Yes, there is another point on Earth where you stand and stars also rotate around it.
Okay, and so the South Pole is a point much like the North Pole is?
In the sense that when you stand there, the things in the sky rotate around that point, yes.
Okay, and so both of these points exist on the same plane?
Yes, they do.
Okay, so you don't believe in the Antarctic ice wall with the North Pole in the center. You believe in some other
no.
warped.
I have
okay,
no reason.
all right. And I will do everyone else the courtesy of only ascribing that specific model and belief to you, because I know how flat earthers are touchy about their models. So that's fine.
Yes, many people do not acknowledge mass attracting mass, and they have their own reasons. I'm different that way.
Okay, that's fine. Because I mean, the model honestly, so far you're my favorite because you've actually conveyed a coherent model that I can draw on a paper, which is so much more than any other flat earther has given me. This also has major issues, but at least they're direct and specific that I can address directly. But at this point, I'll definitely come revisit this with you, Peter, because you've given me a lot to work with here.
You're welcome.
This is just one interpretive framework, dude.
Exactly, and like I said, I'm only ascribing it to him, so I'm only going to debate it with him out of courtesy for everybody else.
All right, well, guess what? I mean, I brought it up, but I mean, if you want to discuss it with Peter, that's fine. Peter, you got this.
No, okay. So basically, I guess I'll ask you the same questions. You gave me this paper, right? So the conclusion from this paper is that in order for, so first of all, do you accept that mass attracts other mass?
Yo, I will challenge it actively, but I have no problem with it fundamentally.
Okay.
Go on.
Because this entire framework of this paper is built around the idea that mass attracts other mass, right? So if you don't even accept that starting point,
well, I mean,
then this entire paper is worthless.
I mean, okay. Yeah, I get what you're saying, but yeah, it is built around that. Listen, this is what's called an internal critique. So whether or not you personally agree with relativity, what this paper is doing is it's taking that framework and subjecting it to an internal critical evaluation to see whether or not that this framework can be applied to other points of view, to other perspectives.
Well, no, that's the thing. Gauss's law can be applied to any and all distributions of mass. So you take some big mass, you mold it like a potter into some random shape, you can calculate the gravitational field produced by that shape.
Right, and mass, as we know, is basically a constant and has no actual bearing in any physical, tangible reality.
Wait.
Just like a coordinate reference system is arbitrary.
Yeah, but if you have what? What are you talking about? It has no bearing or meaning in reality. At that point, that doesn't make any sense. It's just because mass is a constant. Okay, so you have some amount of mass, right? Some number
like all
of
physical
atoms
constants are basically physical constants in reality are basically like plugs that accountants use whenever the balance sheet doesn't quite match, and they stick a number in, and whenever they try to reconcile balance sheets again and again and again, the same hole ends up, and they plug it with the same number over and over again. All right, so that's what gravitational acceleration is. That's what the Boltzmann constant is. That's what all these constants are in physics.
Yeah, what you're describing is a constant of proportionality. So basically, that there is a relationship between the amount of force that you push on something and the amount of acceleration. And if you push on it with more force, it gets more acceleration. And if you plot that out, then you can measure the slope of that line. So before, you just have input is F and output is some kind of A, right? But when you actually add in mass, you go from a proportionality where you're saying force is proportional to acceleration. Then you can actually get a constant of proportionality, and then you can say force is equal to mass times acceleration, where mass is the constant of proportionality in that equation. But that doesn't mean that it's not real. It just means that in order to use this equation in real life is not some perfect mathematical field with no properties, right? Like if you wanted to calculate a wave moving through the vacuum of space, you have to take into account the permittivity and permeability of space. So you actually have to include that in your equations. But in like just some abstract wave equation that's pure math, you don't have to include things like you can say like the wave on a string is described by a cosine function. In pure math, that'd be enough. But if you're talking about a real string, you need to consider things like the thickness of the string, the density, the density of the air around the string, the temperature, right? All these things are going to work their way into their equation. At the core, it's still going to be that same cosine relation, but it's also going to have a lot of other bits and pieces that are necessitated by actually applying this to reality.
Yeah.
But that doesn't mean that
Indio described. Listen. The point of this paper was, as Indio said, a pedagogical exercise. The point of this was we can use Einstein's framework and we can apply it to this kind of object in an embedding space, and it will work. The point is also to show that the models are basically dependent on whether or not that the elements that go into them are actually bearing any relation to reality. So the question I posed to you earlier is, when we measure the surface not to be curving at 8 inches per mile squared, then why couldn't we apply a model such as this to account for what we experience in reality?
So basically, the only takeaway from this paper that you could possibly make is like when somebody says, "Hey, mass attracting mass precludes the existence of a flat Earth," the only thing you can respond to that is, well, if mass attracts mass, a flat Earth is still possible, assuming an Earth plane that is many times the actual diameter of the territory we explored.
Nobody listen. You think you know how big the Earth is? Like if we've mapped all the territory on Earth?
No, what I'm saying is that you would have to make the claim that the true size of the Earth is many times larger than all those territories combined.
No, I don't. I just have to say I don't think that you've mapped the entire surface of Earth.
What the paper is saying is that in order for a flat plane to produce the same gravity, it would need to be many, many times larger than the actual
right, because it's a pedagogical exercise. Right. So what we're saying is, like, here's one potential model of a potentially infinite number of models we can come up with. And as long as the grand, like, lambda CDM model of the entire cosmos allows for dark energy and dark matter, then we have an infinite number of plugs that we can use in order to rectify the situation. No. And the God of the gap suddenly appears in gravitation.
No. Listen, I think Peter honestly nailed it on the head, and I disagree with him as a flat earther, but I agree with his approach. It's very coherent. If you accept that mass attracts other mass, and you assert a flat Earth, you must then claim, like, those two claims necessarily lead to a flat Earth whose true size is much larger than the area that's currently been explored. So at the very least, he's intellectually honest about that. So you should talk to him about that.
Well, I mean, I'm supposing that could be the case too, but there could also be other interpretations.
Well, this is the only other one that you've given me, and so if you're saying that, like,
right, so I can give you others.
What you're pointing to,
How many of these do you want to see?
Only the one that you personally believe, dude.
I don't believe anything about this. I'm just going with what's empirical fact. And the empirical fact is we've measured the Earth to not curve. And that's a huge problem. That's a huge problem for the globe cosmology.
The empirical fact is that we measure a gravitational acceleration at Earth of 9.81 meters per second squared.
Yeah, so what if that's happening perpendicular to a flat plane?
If that's happening perpendicular to a flat plane, then that necessitates a flat plane that is many times larger than the current known area of all the territories on Earth.
Only according to this particular instance, and this is not the only limitation of that.
No, it is a limitation of that, because what they're literally saying that in order to get these results, they had to assume a unlimited planar mass distribution, which means either an infinite plane or a plane so large that whatever part of it you're perceiving is very small compared to the whole.
Exactly what I said.
No, that's exactly what Peter said.
I agree.
So is that what you believe? That's what Peter
it doesn't matter. Listen, I don't have any beliefs about this. I'm telling you what's possible, okay?
Well, what you described is only possible if the plane is that large.
Wait a second. Yoder's point is different than my point. I am actively developing a model that I hope one day can go head to head with the Glober model, at least for Newtonian gravity. Okay? Now, Yoder's telling you something different. He stated that several times. He's trying to make you realize that models are like assholes, right? Everybody has one, including me, my working model, and they don't necessarily reflect physical realities, right? Even physicists, good physicists, will admit that. They will say that, we've constructed very sophisticated models,
I don't really
entire vocabulary of talking about these models, but we don't really know what physical reality looks like in quantum physics, for example. We just have words and equations to reason over it.
Why were you talking about we have experimental observations.
Yeah. But these observations are not direct. Anyways, it doesn't matter. His point is different than mine, so stop challenging. Okay, don't worry about it.
We have direct observations of quantum phenomenon, yes.
Yeah, but we don't have... Dude, I'm pretty advanced on this topic, so let's not go there, okay?
Let's go there. We have experimentational observations of quantum effects.
I'm not denying quantum physics. I'm a big fan of it. Has nothing to do with the shape of the Earth and gravity at this moment. So it's completely a separate domain. Yeah, I just used it as an example because in that domain, the word particle is used as a mental shortcut. But any good physicist or science communicator will tell you that it's not really a particle. That a field excitement is not what intuitively you would call a particle. We just call it a particle because what else are we going to say? Shambandambab, invent new words? These are not things you experience in daily life, so there are no good words for those things. Anyways, it doesn't matter.
A quantum particle isn't a particle as in like a piece of dust is a particle.
Right, exactly. So, but the linguistic model, for example, not mathematical, but linguistic model in quantum mechanics uses words. They're descriptive that kind of intuitively give you a hint, but it recognizes it doesn't describe the actual physical reality. So that's Yoder's point. And let's not talk about quantum stuff anymore because it's distracting. I shouldn't have used that analogy.
Well, Yoder,
his point is different than mine, so don't challenge him with what I told you because I am actively working on a model. He is not. He doesn't care about models.
Yeah, he doesn't believe anything, apparently. And the thing is, Yoder...
No, he doesn't care about models.
This paper is using Gauss's law. Gauss's law is part of the classical physics globe model thing, right? So
no, Gauss's law is a mathematical law, and it's used in physics as. By the way, the only application of Gauss's law in physics for gravity is purely educational because no such objects exist. Gaussian surfaces don't exist in reality. So the Earth does not have an even distribution. It's not a sphere. It's full of, you've seen those claimed measurements of gravitational kind of discrepancies across the surface.
It doesn't need to have. It doesn't
Yeah,
have,
so
an even
just
distribution.
correcting you on your statement, Gauss's law is a mathematical law, and it is used as a crude approximation in entry-level physics in college.
No, so Gauss's law always works with any distribution of mass. The thing is, it's only most convenient to use when there's a high degree of symmetry, but you can always use it. It's just a pain in the ass because you might have to be combining some kind of
you can do calculus over it. Yes, I get it, but so the Earth. Anyways, it's a mathematical law that has application in physics, in mathematically modeling some things. Yes. So what?
So it doesn't make any sense to use classical physics in order to try to describe. Okay, no. So the problem is, right? You guys are kind of talking about the same thing. Okay, so you both well, I don't know, Yoder. He seems to be ambivalent, or at least okay with saying that mass attracts other mass.
Listen, I'm not trying to develop a model. Okay, Peter is, and I respect him for that.
So if you're saying that, if you accept that mass attracts other mass, the logical conclusion from that is that either the Earth, like every other planet we observe, is a ball, or the Earth is a very, very large flat plane, many times larger than the known area.
You have no evidence that planets have mass. Any mass that you can potentially measure or obtain, at least through any relational mechanic.
Let's not invoke that. Let's not invoke that, because now we're gonna spurg out, all of us. All right.
No, that's how we discovered Neptune.
Whether planets, don't worry about it. Whether planets have mass or not has nothing to do with the shape of the Earth. That we can agree on, because planets have nothing to do with the shape of the Earth.
No.
Why invoke that?
Well, I would say that they are relevant in the same way that you yourself, Peter, acknowledge that without some load-bearing structure or other mechanism, mass attracting mass would lead to a ball.
Yes, but you see, one thing many globers don't understand, that us flat earthers, we're very humble. We're trying to first bring attention to the observable and measurable fact that the Earth is flat. Then some of us are trying to develop a very basic, crude model describing that Earth and what's going on it to compete with the globe. We're not trying to even attempting to touch anything related to the so-called solar system or beyond. So my thing that I described to you is very much focused on just what's going on the Earth. I'm not even attempting to think about how to explain the motions of the celestial bodies. It's not within scope of my research work right now. I'm not. It comes from humility. We have centuries, if not millennia, of globe-skewed science development in academia, and we got to start somewhere. We're not going to catch up. We're not going to catch up in a week. So we start with the Earth.
It's because the classical gravitational model is what explains the shape of the Earth, the shape of the planets, and the movement of the planets.
I was a glober too for a long time, okay, and not a bad one either. So I understand all that.
Somebody asked me what evidence is there of planets having mass. Well,
I'll give you an evidence.
No. I was the one who was asked. In 1846, the existence of Neptune was predicted by analyzing the orbital movements of the other planets, and they observed that they were not orbiting in the way we would expect them to.
It's a very weak evidence. I'll give you better evidence.
It's not weak because we use the orbital disturbances to predict. Okay,
can I suggest something?
No, let me finish. In order for these orbits to look the way they do, it would necessitate a new mass, and that new mass should be positioned.
We've heard this 100 times before.
And then they pointed the telescopes to that point in the sky, and they found Neptune.
I know, we've heard this 100 times before. Here's a better evidence.
So how is that not evidence for mass of a planet?
Well, because it assumes heliocentric model. Can I give you one that does not depend on the heliocentric model?
Okay,
Would you like
only
one?
does it assume. No, hang on. It assumes the heliocentric model. It used the heliocentric model to make a prediction, and then that prediction was verified by observation. Therefore, suggesting that the heliocentric model is correct.
Yo, why don't I get chat
It's an argument for the heliocentric model. The heliocentric model and the globe model are very sophisticated models, and they, over centuries, were tweaked to explain a lot of observations. We all agree Neptune is out there. Now listen, here's a better argument. We send vehicles to Mars and other moons, and there are rocks there, and rocks have mass. Therefore, planets have mass. So what?
So do you believe that we've sent things to other planets?
I do.
So you don't believe in the firmament?
I believe in a container. Gas pressure needs a container. I don't claim any particular size of that container. I think planets are within that container.
Or modality of the container too. I mean, it's just a container.
Wait. So how does Mars have its own atmosphere?
Local density gradients. Local density gradients exist within the container. We have one on Earth. There's much lower density. You will suffocate when you go 10 kilometers up due to low density of the air.
Okay, and what?
That's an interesting take, Peter.
Yeah, you're the most fascinating flat earther. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, but like, what? Ask me 100 questions, like.
Well, because your position is unique among flat earthers. Like, I think you have a unique position.
I know, but even if other people have different positions, the point is that you should take out of this is that planets have nothing to do with its shape, whether they have mass or don't have mass, and what the reasons may be behind their motion. So we are here, it's called 24/7 flat Earth, not 24/7 alternative universe model, right? That's not
Okay, but here's what's blowing my mind, Peter, right? You accept that entities like NASA have sent robots to other planets, and they have taken photos of those planets and those surfaces, and when you see those photos and you accept that they're real, I'm presuming, I don't know, you can respond.
I do, because we can observe these planets from Earth. I have a telescope.
But the problem
can I finish a sentence? Yeah, I could use a telescope. Any one of us, some of us have, looked at Mars, look at the moon. It's kind of obvious that there are rocky objects in the sky. So when people show me a photograph from the moon landing, do you have HD? Do you have like impulse control? When people show me a photograph of the surface of the moon, and it roughly looks like what I see from much further out through a telescope, no alarm bells ring in my head. Same for Mars. But when people show me a photograph of the Earth as a rotating sphere, and I don't see the Earth as being a sphere and rotating while on Earth, then alarm bells do come on.
Okay, so let me ask you a question. When that rover is on the surface of Mars, does it look flat or does it look round?
No, Mars is obviously round.
No. I'm talking about the view of the camera when it's on the surface of Mars. Does it look round or does it look like a flat surface?
I didn't look at that many, but there are a lot of fisheye lens views of the Earth that show exaggerated curvature.
No, I'm not talking. I'm answer the question I asked you. I asked when those rovers are on the surface of Mars.
I didn't see such photographs. Honest answer.
Well, I can tell you that they look pretty much the same as what we see on the surface, and that would be evidence to say that.
Because guess what? Mars should be curving at 3 times the rate of the globe. And that's funny because we don't have any evidence from that, from all the gigapanned photos of the Martian horizon in infrared.
Wait, so Yoder, do you believe that we've sent spacecraft up into space and landed on other planets?
That's irrelevant. I can tell you that the Martian images that were shown do not depict any curvature rate that would be commensurate with the Martian landscape that requires 3 times the rate of drop over distance.
They're all CGI. What does it matter what they show if you're just going to claim they're all CGI?
I'm not claiming they're CGI. Listen, they
So
could
do you
have been
think they're
made
real?
inside a warehouse with miniature scale models. They could have been made on Devon Island in Greenland
Okay,
using
well,
an
they're
infrared
fake,
filter.
right?
I have no idea how
What
they
would
were
it-
made.
what
And
would
you
it
know what? They
matter
could
what
have
they show
also
if they're
actually
fake?
launched them up into a space rock that you call Mars. Either way, it doesn't matter. What the images show provide absolutely no empirical evidence that they're on a curving rock that has 3 times the drop over distance rate as Earth.
Yeah, okay, so Peter, what really blows my mind is that you're being like, okay, when the camera's pointed at Mars, everything I'm seeing is accurate to the way it really is in reality. But when that camera turns around 180 degrees and shows the Earth, oh, that's fake. That's definitely like not
Well,
real.
you're missing the point. If you truly want to understand, then reason with me. I told you there are things that we can verify. I can verify the shape of Mars by looking at it. I can even verify what it's made of if I used a little bit more advanced scientific tooling measurements to its composition. So when I see photos from the claimed rover on Mars, these things seem consistent to me. The fact that I don't see curvature in photos, we don't base our claim or conviction that the Earth is flat based on photos. We've seen photos of curving Earth taken from the surface of the Earth with an exaggerated curve due to the lens and whatever phenomena. So that's not why we claim the Earth is flat. They're like, oh, looks flat in a photo. There people have done measurements. People have done tests.
No, okay, so it's basically it basically
and we don't have the ability. If most of us had the ability to go up really high, like to the surface of the moon, and look back at the Earth, all of us, other than those crazy 2 guys earlier today, would accept that the Earth is a globe if we saw a globe. But we can't do that. Mars, we can look at all
like
we
you're just
want.
trying to get a free ticket to the moon, bro.
No. What I'm telling you is, at Mars, we can look at all we want. We can look at the moon all we want. We cannot look at the Earth, but we can measure the Earth from the position of being on Earth, which is not what we can do with those other objects. That's fine.
So basically, it just boils down to special pleading, saying that
there's no special pleading here at all.
Yes, there is. You're making a special case for like the Earth. You're saying like,
it's not special. It's just a fact of life. No.
You're saying the mass of Mars allows it to contain an atmosphere close to its surface. The mass of Mars allows it to collapse to a sphere, but not Earth. Earth is special. Earth has some special structure that we have no evidence for.
That's not stating a fact that most people do not have the ability to leave the surface of the Earth is not special pleading. You know how many people have gone to the moon? Like what, 20? 15? I don't know. How about the 8 billion people on Earth?
Go to the moon and they report what they say and they live stream their entire journey. You just don't believe it.
Hey, bro, let's be clear. Nobody here witnessed Mars collapsing into a ball, brother. It's pure speculation.
Okay, but we did witness a 24-hour live stream of the Artemis mission showing every step of their launch and going into orbit and going around the moon.
You know what you never witnessed? Your mass attracts mass, forming giant ball planets. Never witnessed that. Not a day in your life. Nobody ever has. Period. End of story. Thanks.
You know what requires special pleading is if you accept that the globe exists with a radius of a certain size, then you get the entire cosmic distance ladder out to the furthest reaches of the universe that can be observed by the James Webb Telescope. But if you challenge that fundamental premise, the first rung on the cosmic distance ladder, the radius of Earth, the very existence of a radius itself, and if you can refute that, then the entire cosmological framework collapses. And that's what we've done. So I'm not going to give anyone a special plea to grant me this one exception that if Earth is a globe, then all this gobbledygook makes sense. Because we have completely destroyed the first rung on your cosmic distance ladder, which means everything else that follows, by necessity, is completely debunked.
maybe eventually someday this kid will talk about something that has to do with the shape of the Earth.
Yeah, it'd be nice.
I mean, I guess alleged photos from space is, I guess, talking about it.
Not gonna lie, I think photos from space are quite beautiful. I like to think too is like a flat earther. You'll reach a point where you can appreciate astronomy, and you're not shoving in all the explanations into a framework that somebody else has presented to you, but you get to appreciate the aesthetic value itself of what it is you're looking at based off of its own merits. That's completely fine. I love astronomy.
Oh my goodness, dude. Dylan's coping, bro.
You can feel it, right? Just like your weenus.
Hey, if the Earth is flat, how is there things that aren't the Earth?
I don't know. Maybe they got a weenus problem. I wouldn't know because I'm focused on the Earth.
The Earth being flat isn't making claims about whether there's objects other than the Earth that may or may not exist, or that may or may not be able to be traveled to. These globers, they're so model afflicted, like they can't comprehend that people actually have differing views than trying to shoehorn everything into a cosmological model where everything's orbiting around each other in a cosmic void.
I've never seen this behavior anywhere else but in this discussion. And honestly, it's that crazy.
Well,
I should caveat that, but not to this extent.
We did a little exercise earlier, and we got to witness some of it from some flat earthers. So it's just part of the human condition, really. It's hard to truly like empty your mind and just be like taking what people say and not trying to, filter it through. You have
that's true.
Idea. It's hard. It takes work.
I'll grant that. Yeah, I mean, we've all been afflicted like this with the problem of underdeterminism in our own lives. In some ways, some of us are blind to it, right? Unconscious bias. Instructions say 2 teaspoons olive oil or butter.
Wait, did homie or what?
I don't know. I mean, I said my thing and then it was silent. And I'm like, holy crap, was that a mic drop? Was that like a mic drop, guys? Did I get a mic drop moment? Yeah, he's gone.
What did you say though?
I forgot, but it was really good.
I told him no one's ever witnessed a planet form from gravity squeezing it into a ball. Then I don't know if you said something after that, but then the next thing I remember, he was gone.
Cosmological ladder, that's true. Text chat, that's true.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah, the first rung of the Cosmo distance ladder.
Yeah, basically we broke it, but yeah. Shoot, man, I'm sitting here like trying to cook some dinner and I missed my own mic drop.
Isn't all the orbital mass interpretations taken from the cosmic distance ladder?
Yeah. Yeah, Keplerian orbital elements. All the distances require it. But it's scalable to any distance. Because at the end of the day, it's based on ratios of periodicity. Just like the equation of time is based off of observations of the sun over periods of time. Just like all these relationships, right? What globies want and seem to need are distance measurements, some kind of distance values. And they don't have it. They don't have 69 miles to 1 degree of declination or elevation of a star. They don't really have that, but they want that. They need that for the globe. They don't have an astronomical unit, which is based off of an assumed radius of Earth and an orbital radius around the sun. But they get all that once they back in these values into the relational mechanics. They see the various ratios of the periodicity of these things in their circuits over time. And what's funny is they're able to scale these things up and down. It's like when Ole Romer witnessed the eclipse of Jupiter's nearest moons, and from that deduced that the sunlight takes 8.5 minutes to come to Earth. His conception of stellar distances within the solar system was completely off from what they are today, but the ratios were preserved within the system. And so they scaled it down. He actually thought the solar system distances, I think, were much bigger than what they're said to be today. But it doesn't matter. He's still given credit for assuming the speed of light and the distance to Earth from the sun based off of that ratio. And his ratio, based off of the actual distance that he had at the time to apply, was completely wrong. But he's given the credit for being correct anyway. And you can take all of these observations and you can transform them into any kind of relationship you want. You can put satellites around a ball, or you can put them into freaking spirograph loop-de-loops over a flat surface. Or you can have them actually be a no determined distance whatsoever and use one of these vector models where these things have absolutely no triangulatable position in 3D space because they're based off of an observer dependent relationship. And honestly, this latter edition kind of reflects what we actually experience. Just saying, just like when you and a friend can witness a rainbow, and you and your friend could be miles away from each other but see the same rainbow, but you can't triangulate the origin of that rainbow because it's all observer dependent. Well, there's lots of things in the sky that seem to be observer dependent in the same fashion, and nobody's actually been able to triangulate distances to them either. So. But you know what? If we grant the one special plea for a globe and a radius and all this other stuff and the curvature, then you get your ability to pretend you can triangulate these distances. You can calculate them because now you have a framework of calculation. All right. Anyway,
he was
I'm rambling.
critiquing that paper. He just focused on the last paragraph where it had that one sentence where it says, the Gaussian is more accurate by a planar distribution of like infinitude.
Right.
You focused on that phrase.
I know. I gave that to him. I wanted to argue that, but I let him have it for the sake of discussion. Go ahead.
Yeah, but that's not all it says. It just says it's not goes away from accurate calculations if you don't do that. Right. And then you have to augment your calculations with other things. And keep in mind what he said is you could have a variable distribution of mass, but it'd be harder to work with. You'd have to augment it with other things.
Which is the Earth gravitation model, the geoid. What's funny is like the EGM 96 or EGM 2003 model.
I'm talking about.
I was.
I'm talking about this idea that you can't have a flat surface with gravity pulling you down. It's like they're so broken, this idea that gravity is radial.
That's
Even
where I
if
was
it
going
was,
with this.
all you have to have is a variable distribution of mass. That's all you
Right,
gotta
which
have.
can be projected on a flat surface too. And you got lumpy gravity on a flat surface instead of a curving one around a globe. Right? And because gravitational dislocation is based off of an assumption that gravity is moving starlight, well, what if there's actually no variation in the strength of a gravitational field other than a variation in the displacement of starlight? You know, what if that's actually what we observe is what's happening, and that you don't have a lumpy gravitational ground field, but you actually have a lumpy star field instead?
Oh man, Peter had to go.
Sorry if that's like too much.
Peter had to go smoke a cigarette. We'll give him the bill later.
Yeah, leave the change on the wardrobe. You ever heard of the Sari Gulch?
No.
Oh man, it was I think it's still
family
around.
show.
Okay, never mind. It's a non-family establishment outside of Fort Huachuca.
Hey AI, how do you
Midgets.
One second, yeah, I
Why do I
accidentally
sound so
banned
sexy?
I was trying to get rid of a troll and I accidentally banned Travis. How do I undo that? I thought it was a toggle, but it doesn't seem to.
Just /unban.
It doesn't. No, there's nothing for
or
that.
Dot unban. Dot unban.
Yeah, maybe that. Yeah. Right, I'll get him to test it. Oh, yeah, looks good.
All right, so Tyson makes these breaded stuffed chickens. I'm having a couple of these chicken Kiev. It's like a chicken cordon bleu, but with like garlic butter and parsley inside instead of blue cheese. I'm gonna make this with some couscous.
That sounds awesome.
It's better than cordon bleu.
Oh yeah, you think so? All right, I'm in for a treat. Normally on nights like this, I like to do a bit more involved cooking and stuff. You know, like I'll take like a fresh salmon fillet and but in this case, I've had a hell of a day. What is happening? I thought that was a great interaction we had with Quantum Mechanic. Man, so he left and Peter did, huh?
I mean, it kind of. You know, he had to
Yeah,
take he had to take a nap. You know, he's getting older. He's got gray hair.
Yeah. Maybe they were.
Listen, I'm trying to create a new word. Okay.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Latin roots are failing me at the moment, though. They're not that great.
I took 6 semesters of that in high school. Ask me if I remember much.
So on a similar note, I've been talking with Majin in back chats. He's all over the combat laser test and the David Bricker simulation of the U.S. standard atmosphere model against it. And the Vorontsov paper that describes more of the setup of the combat laser test. I'm gonna go on go hands free and just ramble a little. All right, so I think it was like in 2010, the U.S. Air Force and U.S. I think Navy was also jointly involved. They set up what was called the combat laser test. Combat is actually an acronym for something. They have this huge freaking laser, big freaking laser on Mauna Kea, on the Big Island in Hawaii. The Big Island is the most eastward island in the chain, and it's quite a big island, honestly. Like you can get cheap property there, like an acre for $80K, but you're also sitting on a volcano. But on the top they have this facility and this big freaking laser, and they aimed it at Haleakala, which is on Maui, also like a mountaintop, volcano top, and over on the Maui side, they had a big telescope, and the telescope has different size optics in it. So the Maui people, they had a big freaking spotlight that you could see over in Mauna Kea with your big freaking laser. And the spotlight was used so that the folks on the Mauna Kea side on the Big Island could get reasonably close to start to aim and sight in the laser onto the telescope next to the spotlight on Maui. The laser transmitted 3 different frequencies at the same time. One was blue-green, the other was about 1,050 or so nanometers, and the other was deeper infrared at 1,550 nanometers. So the beams were shot out. They were tightly coupled together from the transmission side, and on the receiver side, on the optic, all 3 beams entered the smaller optic. The diffraction footprint of the blue-green laser over 149 kilometers is a 149 kilometer propagation path. I mean, that is just insane. The blue-green laser had a diffraction footprint of about 4 meters. And so they had an optic on the opposite side set up to receive 4 meters. All 3 wavelengths were seen entering the 4-meter optic at the same time. The super deep infrared, the nearer infrared, and the blue-green, and at similar angles to each other. This is very important because what it means is the simultaneity of receiving all 3 wavelengths means that you didn't have like the highly active and energetic green frequency take a wandering path in the middle and then recombine, clustering together with the infrared lasers upon arrival. The path, the time of flight of each of these beams was exactly the same, which means you didn't have like the IR beams going straighter and the green beam taking a geodesic, like I was saying. They all 3 left at the same time and arrived at the same time at similar angles, and all 3 were seen within the 4-meter optic. Means the centroids would have been, you can deduce this wasn't in the paper, but it means the centroids would have been visible because they were clustered together here. And this was not able to be modeled by the U.S. standard atmosphere model by David Bricker. No matter what he did, he tried several different things. He even tried including terrestrial refraction, mixing it in with, some very aggressive turbulence to account for the scintillation and the wandering of the beam centroids. And his modeling was still unable to account for it. And they determined that I think his best model would only be used for propagation distances under 100 kilometers, but could not go and be accurate to their use within the full 149 kilometer distance. So this is why this test refutes terrestrial refraction, because refraction wasn't present. Refraction was simply just not present for all three wavelengths. So I thought that was very interesting.
That's amazing.
Yep.
Did they have any?
Okay, Bill.
They have any explanation, or other than it just worked?
I don't think. I mean, no, but just the U.S. standard atmosphere model was inadequate. Point being, like, if there was some kind of terrestrial refraction, if there was refraction would cause the lasers to diverge away from each other. You wouldn't expect them to be tightly clustered together, and you wouldn't expect them all to arrive at the same freaking time. You would have the IR laser beams going relatively straight, and then the green beam would be arcing like a geodesic, taking a longer time to arrive, and then coming in at a different angle. And as a result of coming in at a different angle, be offset by the infrared lasers. But the infrared lasers were bang on, hitting in to the tight 4 meter
The government is a lie.
optic on the other end.
The
The other
Earth is
IR
flat.
lasers, by the way, had footprints of about 12 meters in size, in diameter, with the center being of the highest intensity, and then it dithering out towards the edges. They detected the entire beam width footprint. I think with combat, they were able to see. You know, you can jostle around your lens a bit and get a reading for the intensity profile, the Gaussian distribution profile of each of the lasers. And they did that. They were able to tell that the beams were diffracting as they expected over that distance. They're diverging. And beam divergence is the angle of like the cone that results. Collimators are not perfect. So, I mean, I think that's pretty impressive. I mean, 4 meters over 149 kilometers, that's a pretty tight beam. But yeah, I mean, to me, that's the real killer there. The any claim that there's terrestrial refraction would require different frequencies to take different paths, and because you'd have more energetic, I'm going to say more energetic, more a higher frequency lasers are refracting more, they would have a longer time of flight, and they'd have a different angle from the point of departure against the other beams, and a different angle to as they would at the point of arrival. So if it was arcing up and then arcing down over a curve, and there was refraction over the curve, you would have gotten different results. And I think they were surprised by this. They're surprised by this because they expected there to be some kind of divergence, some separation of between the three beams, but there wasn't any. And what people seem to not understand when they look at this, you know, and I think even when Indio posts some of the pictures, people don't understand that the simulation of the U.S. atmosphere model was done after the test. So basically in 2010, they did the test, and I think in 2019 or something, David Bricker did his thesis. So he's like, all right, so here's a combat data. Let me see if I can back into this using the U.S. standard atmosphere model. And he couldn't do it. There's another paper by Vorontsov, and they couldn't do it either. So there are a bunch of there may be 4 or 5 papers you can find out there floating around about this, studying that 2010 demonstration, that test. So it just bears worth understanding that these claims of terrestrial refraction. Now I get it, like they were way up high. They were like on between I think 4,000 and 8,000 or so meters or something off the ground. So the air is really thin up there. which means you wouldn't expect much to get in the way to cause light to want to take a different path through it. So it's a pretty clean atmosphere. But there's also volcanic ash and crap there. If you ever lived in Hawaii and you have asthma problems, you understand. So, but even so, the air's thin. One thing they noted was that the scintillation and wandering was like 2 to 4 times greater than what the atmospheric model predicted too. So there's almost like so much scintillation and turbulence that and so little like refraction. They just didn't know how to deal with it. I mean, it's so chaotic and random. If you were to try and with a 4 meter uncertainty, I mean, if you had maybe one shot to turn on the laser and turn it off really quick, and you're aiming at like another airplane or something, you may miss it by a margin. So, and if these things consume a whole ton of energy and take a while to spin up, then it may be impractical to use these for targeting or for the precision that they might need for targeting. Is kind of my assessment of where this might be going. That doesn't mean they can't develop solutions. I'm sure they can, but it's cheaper to just get a missile with an IR sensor on it, have it follow the enemy's heat signature, and just ram it up the tailpipe. Kaboom! Star Wars is expensive. That's kind of the takeaway. I hope that helps clarify some things, because this paper, this particular claim gets discussed off and on, and you'll see it again. I have to brush my teeth.
Doesn't it? What?
Before I do, let me go post some of the artifacts here. I'll post the 2 papers by David Bricker and by Vorontsov. It's important because David Bricker focused on atmospheric modeling of the test and failing at it. And the Vorontsov paper is valuable because it describes a setup that David Bricker didn't have in his paper. So you can see what the name of the laser is. It's called the AOS. You can see how they basically not built it, but just set it up for the testing. And that's important because we have to have the values for how big the apertures are and the angles that they were able to set and adjust the laser and the optic at the other end by, and so on. So I'll post those, and I'll post some other media here. And now I got to go on mute for a little bit.
Yeah, that's pretty interesting. Hey, Matrix, was it you or I forget who shared the William Hyde Wollaston comment the other day?
Which comment was that? Sorry.
The William Hyde Wollaston, English physicist and polymath in 1800, on variations of terrestrial refraction and distance
Someone
of
else.
visible. Oh, okay. I couldn't remember who shared. I couldn't remember who shared that. That's amazing. They knew 200 years ago that diffraction, as you have, well, This is in regards to by bringing the line of sight near the surface of the water, boats and other small objects are found to be completely hidden by an apparent horizon, which in so short a distance cannot be owing to any real curvature of the water and can arise solely from bending of rays by, he says, refraction, but
yeah, it's refraction, not diffraction.
Well, it'd be the diffraction limit of the.
No, it's refraction, and that's what the paper's about. That was me that shared the paper.
Oh, okay, you shared it. Man, that's great stuff.
Yeah, it's not diffraction. It's not the diffraction limit.
I have a question.
I don't really get the argument where people say that things disappear bottom up because of perspective.
Is there any fucking gypsy people here?
Is
there any what?
Like even AI, all
there
AIs
is
will
any
call you out on
fucking
that
gypsy
one.
here?
Right, then they're not going to get that as
Nah,
a
bro.
solid argument. But if you explain
Yes, good
how
to
it can
hear.
happen because of refraction, then they're going to agree. Of course, it can. And if
Well,
most of the Globus arguments is like,
Why
oh,
would
how
you ask
come,
that?
you know, how come we can't
What
see
do
the
you say?
bottom 6,000 feet of
Why
this
would you ask that?
mountain, or how come we can't see the bottom
I didn't get
half
that.
of this ship? Right, you can't explain that with just.
Like, what do you mean by that?
Because I don't like fucking gypsy people because they stole fucking money from my fucking poop yesterday, and I'm
What's
very
that got to do with the
because
shape of the ground, bro?
What do you say?
What has your dislike or like of certain people got to do with the shape of the ground?
I'm just interested in. I'm just looking for fucking gypsy people here. That's all.
Yeah, that's great. You've said that before. I'm trying to establish. See, you're in the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord channel, so I'm trying to work out what your like or dislike against certain people has to do with the shape of the ground.
I dislike fucking gypsy. That's all.
Yeah, you've said that before. Obviously, you've got some kind of mental problem. You had to repeat yourself 3 times. I'm trying to establish why that has something to do with the shape of the ground.
I have no clue, mate. I just hate fucking gypsy.
Yeah, you had your chance. You're out. Silence. Go back to listen to the tape.
By putting sticky tape, right, on the over the whole center of the lens.
Yeah, they just
And,
keep getting
you
dumber
can
and
still see
dumber.
the coin perfectly. You can't even see the sticky tape because of the way the light enters the sensor in the camera. Look, but if that was the case, then if a boat was so basically what that argument's saying is that if something appears like the bottom, like you can't see it, right? Like if a boat looks like it's disappearing from the bottom up due to the curvature of the Earth, then you could zoom in and you can see the whole object again, and that proves that it's perspective and not physical curvature. But there's not a single video that exists where the bottom half of the boat's missing and then you zoom in and you can see the whole boat again. That doesn't ever happen. It's not that there literally isn't a single video of zooming a boat back in, right, where it's like the whole bottom part of the boat's missing and then you zoom in and you can see the whole boat again, right? If you zoom in on a boat where the bottom part of the boat looks like it's missing, it's just a zoomed in version of the bottom of the boat missing. Right, I'll show you exactly like an example of it right now.
Well, I'm trying to think of examples. Yeah, I don't have those on hand, but
like this one, for instance. All right, see, so here's a big ship, right? So, all right, so that ship that we can see there, that's this ship. All right, I'll post a picture of the ship. Right, that's this ship here. It's called the Mandarin Arrow, and in the image above that, the guy went to the beach, and in the morning, it's like, all right, the whole bottom of the ship's clearly missing there, right? So the flat Earth argument with the coin on the table thing will be like, oh, all right, so we could just zoom in and bring the ship back to view. Right, that doesn't happen ever, right? So he zooms in, and wow, look, it's the exact same amount still hidden.
Mic check, mic check. Anybody hear me?
Oh yeah, buddy, we hear you. Sorry.
Good.
Yeah, man, all good.
I've got some information to share. Maybe it might be a good time to monologue a bit and process some info. First, let me get set up. I need to get
Hello
my
everyone.
sources ready because it's going to be interactive. Going to
Hello everyone. What you guys are talking
talk
about?
a little bit about the history of NASA. And this isn't
History
to
of
get
NASA.
conspiratorial. You know, many flat earthers like to approach this from a conspiratorial angle, and you can. I mean, it kind of is, but if we operate off of primary first-hand documents, we don't have to be conspiratorial at all. All right. What I'm going to do is I'm going to present links to our NASA channel on 24/7 Flat Earth, our Discord server. So I'm assuming most people are going to be acquainted with this place. If you're not, feel free to join discord.gg/Flat Earth. This is in the hashtag NASA channel. I'm going to talk about the genesis of NASA. So 1951, April 4th, 1951, President Harry Truman, he signed a presidential directive. The directive was called Establishing the Psychological Strategy Board. This directive's purpose was to authorize and provide for the more effective planning, coordination, and conduct of psychological operations. That's right, that's where this begins. So here's a link to that. I'm linking you to the source document signed by Harry Truman. The Psychological Strategy Board is the organization formed after the Allied victory of World War II. Their mission was to cement the victory of the Allied powers into the minds of everybody on Earth from now until forevermore, as a force to be reckoned with, as a force that nobody could overcome and topple. So it begins with a psychological operation. There's the directive. The next president came a couple years later, so that was April 4th, 1951. Now on September 2nd, 1953, President Eisenhower came along, and he decided to reorganize this, and he renamed this the Operations Coordinating Board under Executive Order 10483. Again, check the link in the side chat. It was reorganized and renamed Operations Coordinating Board because the Psychological Strategy Board was a little bit too bit on the nose. You know, if you're going to conduct covert operations, among which include PSYOPs, you don't want to call yourself like the PSYOP Warfare Office. You know, because in the future, as correspondence comes to light, it just wouldn't look too good on the president to be known as somebody who's manipulating the psychology of the mass public on something. So they called it the Operations Coordinating Board. Same board, the same people, the same members. They're involved in planning covert operations. This includes psychological warfare as well as assassinations and the toppling of foreign governments and poisoning people and like you name it. Whatever the atrocity is that was officially sanctioned and also off the books unofficially, that's what this is. This became a part of the National Security Council. So this is its nascent underpinnings. So in February 25th, 1957, Executive Order 10700 made the Operations Coordinating Board
previously the Psychological Strategy Board, a part of the National Security Council framework, integrating it in with the broader national security policy. Okay, link posted. Here we go. 18 minutes past the hour. All right, let me get the next link ready. So this is 1957, right? This is the height of the space race, America, Russia, capitalism versus communism. The Sputnik program came to the forefront. The Sputnik program prompted the Eisenhower administration to commission MIT. Yes, that MIT, Massachusetts Institution of Technology, MIT in Boston, right? A scientist named Dr. James Killian from MIT. They commissioned him to staff the president's scientific advisory committee to study Sputnik, to study the implications and complications of it. His efforts contributed then to the next executive order, 10483, as well as the Killian report, which I'm posting a link to now. The Killian report, named after the guy himself. Okay, here it is. The Killian report outlines all the implications of what if the Russians beat us to the space program, the space race, the space story. Do we lose the upper hand? Do we lose forever defining what the mysterious outer space realm is for the people now into the future? Okay? It's more of a sociological study than anything else, the Killian report. The Killian report and Dr. Killian himself was behind the framework behind National Security Council 5814 by the Operations Coordinating Board. This is the big one, 20 minutes past the hour. NSC 5814. You can Google it. This is the OCB, right? The same PSYOP warfare department under a new name released this document. It's titled NSC 5814 Preliminary U.S. Policy on Outer Space, June 1958. This document emphasizes the need for a U.S. space program, United States-led space program for the world. This document includes a very specific psychological exploitation objective. It calls for, quote unquote, the judicious selection of outer space projects, even those with limited scientific value, primarily to achieve a favorable worldwide psychological impact. Essentially, creating a space program, paragraph 62, which leads to NASA. The purpose is to project technological power and capabilities, whether or not they exist. All right, let's continue. This memo entails a discussion of which agency should chair the working group underneath the Operations Coordinating Board, who should be a part of it. It was agreed that the CIA would provide its own representative under the State Department until the newly formed National Aeronautics and Space Administration was in a position to provide leadership unto its own. Don't believe me? Well, you can read here on this next document, CIA Director Alan Dulles appointing said representative himself to lead this effort on crafting the outer space narrative, 22 minutes past the hour. I'm not done. Definitely not done. I'm going to link you now to a diagram showing the overall architecture and governance of the space program in 1958, 23 minutes past the hour. From the president underneath to the left, National Security Council with 5814 to the right, NASC, that's the National Aeronautics and Space Council. From the left, in the National Security Council was formed, or underneath it is the Operations Coordinating Board, previously the Psychological Strategy Board, the PSYOP department. The OCB here, along with the National Aeronautics and Space Council, together formulate NASA in partnership with the Department of Defense to the left there, under ARPA, which became later DARPA. All right, let's continue. The next policy to come was NSC 5918. Unlike the previous policy, NSC 5814, NSC 5918 was drafted by the OCB and processed through the newly formed National Aeronautics and Space Council, pretty much to launder the source of where it came from. Because it looked better if this policy came through a National and Aeronautics Space Council than an organization that's soiled with a reputation of a department that is responsible for overthrowing governments and committing psychological warfare. So this document, NSC 5918, stresses further the critical psychological and political significance of space activities. In particular, and specifically enumerated in this document, are policies governing manned space flight and its use in psychological deception. Described in this document, manned spaceflight is the ultimate goal to be leveraged in information operations to project U.S. prestige worldwide and overall superiority to the world. All right, let me post a link to that document here. There it is, 25 minutes past the hour. Actually, that one was the NASA Act of 1958, which is related. Here is NSC 5918. 25 minutes past the hour. All right. And that there is the policy formation behind NASA. I'm not talking about space Nazis and Operation Paperclip. Yes, all that is true and exists. What I'm more interested in is this story. The reason why they hired Werner von Braun and others is because of the propaganda effort. The Nazis ran a tremendously good propaganda campaign, had very brilliant sociologists and psychologists. If you go a level of abstraction above Paperclip and all that other stuff, you're going to find what I'm telling you about right now. So here I'm pasting in chat as a helpful diagram to keep it all together. Coordination of covert missions, the Operations Coordinating Board, the flow of documentation, the same people who coordinate the overthrow of foreign governments and assassinations of people and psychological operations for the president created NASA. These are the documents. These are the documents. Would you like to see a portion of these? I think you would. So I'm now going to post excerpts from some of these documents, which you can read yourself if you follow the links. Okay. So now let me go into my directory. And I'm going to pull up some screenshots of these documents. The first one I did read earlier, but I'll read it again because it's been a while. It's been a couple hours. This is from NSC 5814. 28 minutes past the hour. This is from the Presidential Psychological Warfare Department called the Operations Coordinating Board, National Security Council-5814. What does it say? All right, this is paragraph 51. The header is psychological exploitation. In the near future, while the USSR has a superior capability in space technology, judiciously select projects for implementation which, while having scientific or military value, are designed to achieve a favorable worldwide psychological impact. Next paragraph, 52. Identify to the greatest extent possible the interests and aspirations of other free world nations in outer space with U.S. sponsored activities and accomplishments. Yeah, partner with them. 53. Yeah, that means partner with them for psychological Do you guys realize what I just read? Paragraph 52 is to identify the interests and aspirations of other countries to join the U.S. in psychological exploitation. That's the paragraph header. You see the paragraph header way up top above 51, psychological exploitation? For psychological exploitation, the United States will identify the interests and aspirations of other countries to partner with the U.S. in psychological exploitation. All right, let's continue. Paragraph 53, develop information. Notice it says develop information. It doesn't say convey information. It doesn't say publish information. Develop. What's another word for develop? Create, fabricate, produce. Develop information and other programs. Wow. It's going to require a funding line that will exploit fully U.S. outer space activities. Exploit outer space activities on a continuing basis. That means now into the future, folks. Especially during the period while the USSR has superior overall space capabilities. Parse that out. Develop information and other programs that will exploit U.S. outer space activities on a continuing basis. Especially this, right? So they're saying they're going to keep doing this after what they especially do with the USSR. They're already thinking about generations past the USSR on a continuing basis, but for now, they're worried about the USSR plus what comes after. So exploit on a continuing basis programs which are designed to counter the psychological impact of Soviet outer space activities and what comes afterwards, to present U.S. outer space progress in the most favorable comparative light. That's the end of the psychological exploitation section. It doesn't end. My screenshot still has another section on reconnaissance satellites with a beautiful asterisk above it. You can go read what that asterisk denotes. That asterisk denotes a footnote below. Reconnaissance satellites, asterisk, paragraph 54. In anticipation of the availability of reconnaissance satellites, seek urgently a political framework which will place the U.S. reconnaissance satellites in a political and psychological context most favorable to the United States. I'll read that one more time. Place the use of satellites in a political and psychological context most favorable to the United States. This is NASA's founding document. Chapter 55, or paragraph 55, sorry. At the earliest technologically practicable date, use reconnaissance satellites to enhance the maximum extent of the U.S. intelligence effort. And people wonder Why was NASA classified as an intelligence agency by Donald Trump in September of 2025? Guess what, folks? They always were. This is their history.
Hello, flatties.
Hi.
Let's just get rid of him right away then if he's going to act like that.
Yep, go ahead, mute. I'm still not done yet. I mean, you can't but help think that this is an entire PSYOP effort. I'm going to post another thing. Let's see. I forgot what this one was because the thumbnail's too small and my eyes are old. This is from one of the documents I posted. Oh, it's from CIA Director Alan Dulles. He writes to the National Aeronautics and Space Council. This is preceding NASA. Dear Mr. Phillips, says CIA Director Alan Dulles, in accordance with your request and pursuant to the action of NASC at its meeting on 30th of June 1959, it says blank redacted. This is a person's name. Redacted of this agency will serve as my representative. Now, why would the CIA appoint a representative to the National Aeronautics and Space Council? Because the entire framework exists under the Operations Coordinating Board, under the National Security Council, whose foundation was the Psychological Coordinating Board, Strategy Board of President Truman, presidential level PSYOPs. Oh, but you flat earthers just cherry pick. Oh yeah? Why don't you go read these for yourself? I'm still not done yet. Like, I've just barely scratched the surface. Let me find something else. Okay, I'm posting another random screen cap. I forgot what this was from. So we'll see. Oh, boom. Okay. Oh, what's this? Another one from CIA Director Alan Dulles, chairmanship of the Outer Space Working Group. Why would the CIA be involved in outer space? Chapter 6, Chairman of the Outer Space Working Group. The next subject raised was the question of which agency should chair the OCB Working Group on Outer Space. Again, anytime you hear OCB, that's a psychological warfare department of the president, like I just traced back with primary documents. Okay? So which agency should be responsible for PSYOPs regarding outer space, which was established in response to NSC 5814? Oh, wait, that's the document that I just read that had that entire section on psychological exploitation. After some discussion, it was agreed that the State Department would provide a chairman to the group, at least until such a time NASA is in a position to provide the leadership, says Alan Dulles. Oh, you know what's really funny? You know what came after this in the timeline? The previous screen cap I shared, where Alan Dulles nominates a redacted name to that very position to be responsible for the outer space program until NASA gets stood up. Oh my goodness. I mean, isn't this crazy or what? Okay, here's another one. I think this is from 5914. This is a policy that came after 5814. General consideration, scope of policy. Again, this policy is concerned with U.S. interests and blah, 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 blah. Exploration of outer space and their political and psychological significance in blah, 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 and ballistic missiles. The significance of this to U.S. security, blah, 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 national security, including the psychological impact of outer space activities, which is of broad significance to national prestige. But Yoder, where can I get these documents? just scroll up, join 24/7 Flat Earth, our Discord server. I linked you directly to those documents there. These are open source, unclassified, archive.org. You can also get them in the one of the presidential libraries. I think the Reagan one, online, PDF. Mostly unredacted. And that's a funny thing. A lot of these are still redacted, like the names. I find that hilarious. Oh my goodness. All right, what else? What else do I have to share? I mean, I've got these other things. They don't look like. Oh yeah, here's another one. Look at the header of that paragraph. 5918. U.S. Policy of Outer Space, 5918. Another paragraph on psychological exploitation. You guys believe in a conspiracy theory. It's just a conspiracy. No, NASA's telling you it's all psychological operation, bruh. Here's another one from another document I linked to. Paragraph 4. From the political and psychological standpoint, the most significant factor of Soviet space accomplishments is that they produced a new credibility for Soviet statements and claims. Where once the Soviet Union was not generally believed, even its baldest propaganda claims are now apt to be accepted at face value. That's interesting because when Sputnik was launched on CBS, they interviewed United States Secretary of Defense Charlie Wilson. And he called this a cheap scientific trick. He said, yeah, that's Sputnik. That's a really neat scientific trick. Why would he call Sputnik a scientific trick if the whole world is to accept that it really orbited a globe? He calls it a scientific trick, and the United States at some point starts to convince the American public that it wasn't a scientific trick, that it was an actual technological achievement. You know what? I can actually point to these documents that show that there's a vested interest in the United States to actually help the Soviets advance the idea of what outer space is. Why? Because the United States plans to dominate it. They dominated the idea of outer space by accepting the Soviet Sputnik claim and then launching the Apollo moon mission to one-up them. And it's all fake. Isn't that interesting? So if you want to know more, if you want to find out more, hang out with us. We are 24/7 Flat Earth. We're here 24/7, 365, live streaming multiple platforms. We're on Discord principally. We're live streaming to YouTube channels, Rumble, Spotify, X, Twitter, and some other places too. And our members are all over the world. We're the largest single Discord community for Flat Earth, approaching 30,000 members. 10 years. We've been live streaming our conversations for 10 years. You can listen to us talk about this topic amongst ourselves, as well as debate and interview members from the wider public. Scientists, engineers, astrophysicists, surveyors, you name it. We've talked to them. We've recorded their conversations in the full context, before, during, and after, 24/7, 365. You can make up your own mind what you think the Earth is. We ask that you just give us a listen, hear us out. Earth.
The holding cell. It's the holding cell.
Go ahead, Radwin. I got a meeting to prep for here at 3 o'clock Eastern. So.
Oh, good, because I didn't. I'm all done with work. Have fun working.
Oh yeah, I've got issues, man, at work. I got a lot of shit to do.
Well, I started at 5, so I was like, I'm leaving the office. Goodbye, everybody, and waved, and just didn't turn around. This is retarded.
If you check my LinkedIn, Radwin, you'll see who I'm working for now, and you'll understand why I'm a bit more stressed.
Okay. I will.
Scientifically, it's been proven that the Earth is not flat, and it's only a minority opinion. You know.
Well, it's also a minority opinion that you're attractive to the opposite sex.
It was a hit and run.
Wise. Opinion of his mother.
I was hoping that friend would stay around. Scientifically proven. Sounded like I was going to go somewhere.
Hey, go message him wherever he went to. Say, hey, bro, we wanted to have a sound vote. Matrix, you ever cut PVC?
Oh, PVC horrible.
You ever cut it with like a vibrating tool or something that makes a lot of chips? You know, like basically PVC sawdust.
No, I found wood saw. Best thing. Still got extra shit everywhere.
I cut it with a vibrating saw, and it was really sticking to my hands. And I'm like, why is my hands all covered in this stuff? And then I realized, oh dang, I put on hand cream because my hands were really dry earlier, right? So I put on all I use for hand cream when I'm working is Vaseline. So it's like it was sticking to me. Like, do you remember that movie Bloodsport where they dip their hands in honey and then they dip it into glass?
Oh yeah,
on the gloves,
cut each other. Hot wax and glass. Yep.
Yeah, something like that. That's how I felt.
Hi guys.
Oh wow.
Bro,
if someone had just dropped in on the back of that conversation, here's one person talking about plumbing and Vaseline and how his hands all roughed up with glass.
I do. I get the Vaseline, then I get the glass, and I get to work on the pipe.
Oh wow.
How you doing, guys?
Not too bad, mate. Yourself?
What is this about? What the Champions Globe Defender means? So we are new here.
Where do you think you live? What would you describe Earth as?
Describe what?
Earth.
Earth? Like
yeah.
Giant. Describe? Just like it's a giant mass of water with some land in the space, with a lot of people that seems to be like a virus or something like that. Is that correct?
Well, the space thing, ball thing, that's what they mean by globe, is the ball. And we're hoping some defender will come in and save the day, prove that it is a globe.
Oh my god. But defend of what? Defend from like the climate change?
No, not from climate change, no. Not defend the globe from something else, as in defend the globe from the flat earthers, I would suppose. Would be a better way to prove it.
I understand. I understood. Oh my God. Yes, it's difficult to like to say something where when you don't see it, like it's difficult because behind a globe there's so many science, and to most of people it's difficult to understand like science, and they like most of people are very lazy to really go deep.
Which science? What science is there that proves the globe?
Well, I am like agnostic from both theories. Like I don't defend the globe or the flat Earth, but I really do think that uh, maybe there is like a huge scene where we are like programmed somehow with this science. I don't know how to say like entre comillas. I'm a Spanish speaker. Like, uh, well, I mean, I don't know if the I don't really know if the Earth is a globe or is a flat, but I really do think that this kind of thing is to waste of time and to distract us for what really matters in our lives, that are the things we see every day. I don't know. What do you think?
I think you didn't answer my question. Which science?
Hold on, brother. Hold on, Andra Cito, my man. I'd agree with you that talking about the shape of the Earth and where it is in the cosmos is a complete waste of time. So if that's true, then why do they talk about space and the Earth being in space all the time on the news, when you're teaching young kids their first year in school? Why do they do that if it doesn't matter and it's a distraction from real stuff that's going on here?
Well, ask me, I think is because the power. When people are distracted, they like don't realize the power they have in their own lives, and they just like waste their time not just in thinking about the globe or the flat earth, but other things. Not just you don't see only in the news about the space. You say a lot more things that get distract you for like the experience you are having, that is very specific and individual. I think it's for that, for some people that don't want us to.
Yeah, a little. I'd agree with you a little bit, but the problem is that it's actually factually correct that the globe is the most propagated piece of propaganda across all forms of media. There's nothing else that even comes close.
I don't know, maybe religion. It could be like a pair, no? Okay. Where you from?
No, because within religions is the globe propaganda. I'm just talking like you turn on the news, dude. It's space all the time, all day long. You know, people, they tell you about the weather. They have to tell you that you're on a globe. They tell you that we're shipping, carts of apples to some other country across the globe. It's globity globe all the time. Globe.
Okay, what do you think about this? Why think they do this?
I think they do it because they want you to believe you're on a globe. They want you to believe that space is like something we're going to attain in the future. It's like a savior complex. It's like there's always this illusion that you're going to take mankind into space, and then we'll find some secret answer that we don't have here. It's basically religion. So you were right that religion is the most propagandized thing, but the problem is it's the globe that is the religion.
That's an interesting point. Like, it's by hand. But what do you think? Do you think the air is flat, or you don't know and you are just debating?
Listen, friend. Like I was telling the friend earlier here that I was I'm doing plumbing, which means I'm putting pipes in for water drainage, and I have to tilt them at an angle, diagonally. I have to tilt them below horizontal. Now, we all know that horizontal is level, and we all know that water, when it's running, is not level. It has to be slanted to run. So we all know that 70% of the earth is covered in water, and water lays flat and horizontal. So that means that the lie that they told you that the earth is a globe is disproven by the physics of water. And so, yes, sir, the area that we have available to us is flat, friend. Just like water, just like your bathtub, just like a lake, just like a swimming pool. It's flat.
Well, I have a question. Why do you think they elaborate like all these complex things with like the pseudoscience, let's say, to I don't know how to say, to make appear that the globe is a globe, and they hide from us the truth, or the maybe the truth that the earth maybe is another thing, like a flat thing. Why do you think they do this? Why is it
tradition? Tradition, dude. But look, I already said it's a religion, but then it's also a tradition.
But why? Why the purpose of that?
Well, when mankind was starting out, we didn't know the whole extent of the world, but we all experienced this flat. Some people came along and said, "Oh, look, when we look at the sky and we look at the earth, there's certain things. Maybe it's a globe." We were like, "Oh, that's a cool idea." There you go. But they were wrong.
Yeah, I'm pretty positive about the earth. It's not flat.
Oh, it is flat, friend.
How's it flat?
That's very simple. Water covers 70% of the known territory. The physics of water dictate that the surface is going to be level at equilibrium. And since 70% of the surface is covered in water, no, you don't, dude. You don't need a source for that, friend.
Nah, I'm pretty sure.
Listen, friend. Friend. No human being alive needs a source that water is flat and level on the surface, dude. You've experienced that your entire life, everywhere you go.
Why are you calling me friend? But anyways,
wait.
Hey, listen, enemy. Listen, enemy. I have a tool in my hand. It's called a level. So, listen, enemy. In my hand is a level, and the level has a liquid in it. And when that liquid reaches equilibrium with the air bubble that's inside, that tool is level, horizontal. You know this. There's no source needed.
Are you positive?
Dude, this is the benchmark standard of how we do everything in the world, bro.
Yeah, but hold on. What about photos from like space? Like the blue marble photo.
Well, it depends on which one you're talking about.
No, I'm talking about the blue marble photo.
Well, let's say it's the 1972 blue marble. Okay, it's a picture. I'll agree with that. Whether it's a photo or not remains to be proven, because there's no way to validate whether anybody was there where they said they took it, or even that they actually took a picture of the Earth live with a camera live in a single shot, which would be a photograph. So there's no way to validate what they're doing. However, friend, what's interesting? Oh, sorry, enemy. What's interesting is that the photo purports that the Earth is a ball, but when you measure the surface of the water, it's not curved. So the photo is clearly wrong and not actually a photo.
Okay. I have like a idea, like a counter argument. I don't know how to say the opposite idea. Idea to defend the globe. You say that you can experience that because the water that you can experience by yourself, someone or whoever, I don't know, whatever person who have experience with water can confirm this, that as you're saying, the air overload. But things function differently where there are different proportions. Like, for example, the cells in the body works completely different to like the physics outside our body. Do you understand? I'm getting myself clear. Like
No, I got you.
in this,
I got you. So yeah. So for example,
so, let me
go ahead.
end.
Go ahead.
So there is it's very difficult to a normal person to reach like the money to experience the earth from a macro perspective. We are always seeing the earth in a perspective from an individual. So few people have like the money to, like, for example, to buy a jet or to build a rocket, you know. So it's like a great point there. What do you think? This you are affirming that your experience with the water, but is like with all respect, my friend.
I got you, brother. I got you. I got you. You're saying the same thing over and over again. So let me go.
Okay.
All right. So yes, I do understand that perspective offers a different viewpoint, that you might have different information. However, the only people that have ever been far enough away from the Earth, so claimed, to see the Earth in its entirety, that it would be a globe, would be the United States Apollo astronauts, of which only 2 of them are left alive. Only 2. Once they die, there will not be a single human being alive that allegedly has claimed to see the Earth as a globe. People that go up to the ISS space station, they're not far enough away. They can only see 3% of the Earth. And that's if they had 360-degree eyeballs, which they don't. So they see less than 3% of the Earth at any given time. So only the Apollo astronauts could claim to have seen the Earth from space, and none of them testified that they did. So all they have is anecdotes, which being stories. They have stories. But what they don't have is a measurement of the surface of the Earth being curved. Go ahead.
Okay, so AI overlord. All right, so I have another topic, about this real quick. Okay, so take example about like the ships. All right, so ships disappear, bottom first, like over the horizon.
Sometimes.
It's not sometimes. I mean, it is. It really depends
sometimes
on what you're saying. Okay. The hull disappears at first.
Sometimes they do, right? Sometimes they do, and sometimes they disappear in other ways.
Yeah, but besides that, you also have the lunar eclipse. The shadow of Earth you always cast on the moon when it's always because
hold on, friend. We're not going to do a shotgun blast. Yeah, sorry, enemy. Why do a shotgun blast? Why not do a little back and forth on point by point?
Right. So listen, if Earth were flat, okay, the whole ship would just get smaller, but remain fully visible. But what does that happen then?
Well, let me ask this question: Why would it be the case that it disappears from the bottom up?
Because it curves
Is that
away?
because the Earth is blocking it? Is that because the Earth is blocking it?
No, it curves away from the line of your sight.
Right, which would mean the Earth is in between you and it, so it's blocking it, right?
No, it's just not blocking it.
Okay, listen, if the Earth is not in between you and the object and the Earth isn't blocking it, then that means the Earth isn't between you and the object, which means your argument that the curve of the Earth is causing the boat to disappear makes no sense.
The hull disappears first for
that means, okay, so that's only possible if yes, but that's only possible if the Earth is blocking it from your view.
Which leads to being the Earth is round.
Okay, but you just said that's not true, so I just need you to agree that that would be true in order for your argument to carry.
I mean, besides that, as I said about the lunar eclipse.
No, listen, friend. We're not just going to jump. I literally have a question on the table for you. Do you agree that in order for what you claim to be true, the curve of the Earth has to be a hump in between your eyeball and the bottom of the boat?
Right? Can you repeat that, please? It didn't quite hear.
All right, so you're looking. You have a curve of the Earth, so-called, and it's humping up, and the boat is behind the other side of the hump, right?
Okay.
That would be true, and according to you, right?
All right, continue.
Fair enough. Okay, so the Earth is also a certain size, right? So it doesn't change size through day in and day out. It's one size, right?
All right.
Okay, so if that's true, that it must be the curve of the Earth blocking the bottom of the boat, and the Earth is only one size, then how come we can see boats 30 miles away?
I mean, but like, here's the thing: the hole disappears at first, then the math.
No, it doesn't. I already listen. I'm agreeing with you at that point. If that's true, then these other questions, we can clearly see boats 30 miles away. Now, let me help you put this in perspective. If the Earth is curved at a certain rate, there's going to be a line. Imagine a laser coming out of your eye as a line, right? It's going to hit the Earth, and it's not going to continue on to the bottom of the boat. That's why you think you can't see the boat. Here's the problem. If you could see a boat 30 miles away, that curve, right, that's hiding that other boat, that boat should be over 300 feet below your laser eye. So that means that boat would be impossible to see if the Earth was curved in the manner in which you say, and if the Earth's curve is causing boats to disappear. So it's clearly not the case that it's the curve of the Earth causing boats to disappear. Not only can you see boats 30 miles away, but I can see boats disappear 1,000 feet away on my lake that I live in the same town. I go to that lake and I see kayaks on the other side disappear from the bottom. Now, here's the problem. According to the formula that the Earth is supposed to be curved, the horizon that would be blocking the boat from my vantage point is 3 times further away than the lake is. So that means there's no curve of the Earth between me and the boat, yet it's still disappearing from the bottom. So if I have examples of what you claim is only caused by the curve of the Earth happening before the curve, and I'm seeing boats way, way, way after the curve, then it's clear what's going on is an optical effect, and it's not the curve of the Earth causing it.
Yeah, I think you got it correct. I guess I don't have any claims.
Yeah, fair enough. But listen, friend, I would agree with you that if the Earth was a globe, that yes, boats would disappear from the bottom. But because we have so much contradictory evidence about the nature of the horizon and boats disappearing, it's not an exclusive proof to say, therefore, the Earth is a globe. All right, so what's your next point?
Right, my next point is here, let me just pull it real quick. My next point is about the lunar eclipse. So during a lunar eclipse, what happens is that, starting with 1, Earth faces between the sun and the moon. 2, the shadow of Earth casts over the moon because it's always round. And number 3 is only a spherical object casts a circular shadow from every angle. Oh.
Okay, let's investigate that. So your worldview, the Earth is a ball, and the moon is a ball, and the sun is shining, and the Earth is in the way, and the Earth's silhouette is round, and therefore it's now shining a round silhouette onto a round moon and creating a round shadow. That's your claim, right?
Yeah.
Okay, here's the problem. So if you have a sphere, that's a 360-degree curve, right? So it curves in all directions all over, correct?
Correct.
All right. So if you have a curved silhouette shadow coming at a sphere, when that curved silhouette shadow hits the sphere, you now have a compound curve. So you have the arc of the curve of the shadow, and now you have the arc of the curve of the object it's being cast upon. That would result in a complex curve known as a sinusoid. You never see a sinusoid pattern on the moon. And since we know when a ball casts a shadow onto another ball in reality, which you can model at home, it results in a sinusoid. Since you never see a sinusoid, this cannot be proof that this is the shadow of a ball Earth. As a matter of fact, I have videos that I could post for you. I have one where a guy holds a flat object up to an orange, and you get a curved shadow on the orange. Why? It's because the straight line is being mapped onto a curved object. I then have a video of a ball and another ball moving in between each other at a light source, and you see the sinusoid pattern. I then have another video of a flat circle receiving a curved shadow, and it has a consistently curved shadow, consistent with the curve that you see on the moon. So if anything, friend, this evidence shows that the moon is a flat disk. So this doesn't work for your globe, where the Earth is a globe and the moon is a globe. It doesn't work.
Yeah, I think. Yeah, I have no words for this. I mean, I do have one last thing. That's
Okay, go ahead. Please.
Oh. So AI Overlord, I just have one last topic before I go, because there should probably be like what surprised me the most is that you're getting everything with this, which is really wild. So for my last thing is that like different stars and like different hemispheres, all right. So the thing about it is that in the northern hemisphere you can see the Polaris, which is the North Star. Which, like, kind of like explain to that the Earth is like, round.
Oh, sure. So the North Star is very close to the center of the polar coordinate system at the North Magnetic Pole. So we have, a polar coordinate system that we use. And so we call the North Star the center. And the further away you get from the North Star, it starts to lower in your field of view, much like a street light lowers in your field of view as you walk down the street. Now, you would never think that as you're walking away from a street light and it lowers towards the ground, that all of a sudden the ground between you and the street light is curved, because you can clearly see that it's not. But for some reason, if you walk away from a star and it disappears, people tell you, well, that's proof that a giant hump of Earth curve is in the way. All it's proof of is that as you're going away, your field of view and the angles of light coming at you change to the point where you can no longer see the star. Now, for example, the atmosphere, right, the air, also has a factor of occlusion, which means it gets thicker and thicker and thicker the more of it is between you and what you're looking at. And also, the lower the angle, so the further away you get from something, the shallower the angle, the more atmosphere you're going to be looking through. So the atmosphere at about 300 miles blocks all light. So as long as that dense layer of bottom atmosphere is between you and what you're looking at, and it's far enough away, it's going to disappear anyway. So we have two known reasons why things disappear as you get further away. One, the atmosphere blocks it. Two, it gets lower in your field of view, just like everything does. So I don't see any reason why if I'm walking away from something, I should expect to see it forever. That makes no sense. So a star high in the sky, I walk away, it gets lower, 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 and then I can't see it anymore. That makes perfect sense, entirely congruent with the Earth being flat.
Well, yeah, I have no words. Well, looks like the Earth is flat. I was wrong, I guess. You're correct.
Well, to be fair, all three of the things you mentioned to me don't prove the Earth is flat or prove the Earth is a globe. So I wouldn't change your mind just based on me destroying those as being exclusive proofs as a globe, because the thing that actually tells you whether the Earth is flat or a globe, my friend, enemy, is whether or not the surface is actually curved.
Mm.
And the only way to know that, my friend, is to measure it. The only way.
Right. Well, thank you for your time.
Okay.
You're welcome.
I have another argument that is very strong, I think, and it is why I can go from Chile to Sydney if the Earth is flat. I mean, I can arrive to a point. It doesn't matter if I go to the right or to the left. What do you think about this?
Yeah, I agree. So check this out. So I'm in a building right now. It's a house. It has a door that leads to the driveway. And then on the other side of the house, there's a door that leads out from the kitchen into the backyard. Okay? So I can choose to walk out either door and to take either a right or a left and walk around the house. And I will eventually arrive at the other door. Whether I go left or whether I go right, I will always arrive at one of those doors. And I could even skip the door and come all the way back around to the same door I left. And every day I could go left one day, right the next day, and always arrive back where I started. That doesn't mean that my house is a globe.
But I mean, if I go from Chile to Sydney, it will take me less time to if I go to Chile to Europe and do all this scale. You know, why
Yeah, I got you. So if I take a shortcut and I go out the window and then I go to the front door, it'll be faster than if I go all the way to the back door, then go back around the front of the house. But my house is still not a globe. Now, friend, I understand your point, and it's a good point, don't get me wrong, but you need the circle that you're making to not just go from front door to back door. You need it to go from the front door to the roof, back to the back door, underneath the basement through the ground, come back up out of the ground and back at the front door again. That's what you need to prove that my house is a globe. But guess what? Nobody's ever traveled that way on the earth. Nobody has ever traveled circumpolar on the earth, my friend. Never happened. People travel easterly and westerly in circumnavigation circles, but they never travel northerly to southerly and come back around the bottom of the earth, back up to the north. They don't do that. Do you know why they don't do that, friend? Because the earth's not a globe. Hey, friends, I'm on a roll, but do you know what I'm not on? A globe.
I mean, dude, how absurd even is this entire dialogue anyway?
Well, you brought it up.
You already tried that gambit.
I mean, just
failed miserably. You already tried the absurdity gambit. And it was you making the absurd claim.
The absurdity gambit. I mean, look, I'm not.
The absurdity gambit that seeing a drone is more absurd than seeing the ISS.
To me. Yeah, I said to me, in my opinion.
That's crazy, dude. You did it again.
Drones are way easier to see than the ISS.
No, it's that it just never lands. Then no one's ever seen it land. Like if it were a drone, it would have to get refueled, wouldn't it?
Do you see it go out of your field of view? Are you seeing it 24/7, or are you just seeing it?
My God,
seeing it disappear.
That's
what I mean. See it land. See what land?
The drone, the supposed drone that is the ISS.
Drones and airplanes land all the time.
Yeah, exactly. So why would show me it landing if it happens all the time?
Show me orbiting the Earth.
I mean, it is. It's in that video I linked to.
It is because I said so.
No, it's in the video.
Oh, so the full orbit's in this video. You can see it go around the Earth.
No, you said orbiting. You didn't say completing a full orbit.
Okay. What can I see? What does the video show before I look at it? What does it show?
It shows a guy with a telescope looking at the ISS.
You can't see if it's fucking orbiting the Earth from a telescope.
Okay, dude. I mean, okay.
Just say what it is, tourist. It's a light. It's a light moving across the sky.
I mean, it's more than a light. Like I said,
It's a guy. It's a, as you called it. It's a white rectangle moving across the sky.
It's the shape of the ISS.
You gave the game away, and Gemsy pointed it out. You already believed it, and you proved it yourself that you already believed it when you made a sociological argument about the Soviets or the Russians in the United States, and that the Russians would have ratted out the United States, which is just your subjective, opinion about It's your subjective opinion about social matters, about what this group of people would do to that group of people. It's just nonsense. You don't know what these people would do. You don't know any of them.
I grow bored of your just endless contrarianism. I would love to hear
It has nothing to do with contrarianism. It's pointing out you have no knowledge.
Yeah, sure. Let's
Funny
say
that you characterize your lack of knowledge as my contrarianism.
I just find I get it, radical contrarianism, but
there's nothing. That's a shtick, dude. Your little narrative shtick isn't gonna work.
That's your shtick. What do you mean? I'm not a contrarian. I actually believe certain things.
Yeah, you believe things that there's no basis for, other than your feelings.
At least I believe certain things. There's no basis for God. I believe in God. There's no basis for Jesus's divinity.
There's a basis for believing in God. There's plenty of basis for that.
Fine, but I believe in these things anyway, right? You don't believe in fuck all. You're just contrarian.
You're talking about. You're saying that you can predict the behavior of what people would and wouldn't do of complete fucking strangers. Yeah, they would do this.
Yeah, dude. I mean, look, it's okay. My brother's
is that an educated guess?
Contrarianizing,
what is your opinion based upon about what they would or wouldn't do?
I feel like I could say,
what is their opinion based on about what they would or wouldn't do? You have a real hard time answering questions, don't you?
Who? Someone possessed by now? Who?
Well, let me ask you, are you here to figure out what the truth is, or are you here to just try and win an argument?
No, I would love to hear your own thoughts and opinions on the flat Earth. Genuinely.
The Earth is measures flat, and it's not moving.
Me. That's what I find more mentally gripping from the flat Earth.
How is that mentally gripping? The Earth looks flat because it is flat. It's tough. I know.
Look, hold on. Sorry for over talking you there, but I understand the kind of essential argument that pretty much most things that you do in life are a leap of faith, and you assume based on structures of authority, right? People will assume a scientist is right without really reading the paper they wrote. And we do this every single day. If you sit down in a chair, you're assuming based on your own senses that it's not made of cake, right? And that it's actually made of what it looks like. I understand this sort of the radical skepticism. I do understand.
It's way worse than that. Most people believe in some scientific crap, right, that they heard, which isn't based upon A, anything a scientist ever said, B, not based upon any actual science, scientific experiments, scientific observations, or anything. It's just a narrative. They think that there's my magic science guy out there that proved all the things that some newspaper claimed the scientists proved. But when you look deeper into it, no scientist ever said that. No scientist ever did anything. It's your credulity that's the problem.
There
Why are you interrupting, dude?
The ISS is real. Let's be real. There's scientists who have thought the Earth was round, right? Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, Newton, Einstein, any scientist on the ISS, they're all PhD.
Newton wrote more about alchemy than any other subject. Newton died from drinking mercury. He also played with dolls.
Okay.
And died of virgin.
Look, the Roman Empire was constantly lead poisoning themselves. Does that mean that everything they did can just be completely written off?
No, it doesn't. But you're making these appeals as if somehow these people have some special knowledge. Newton didn't know if the Earth was a ball. He had no way to know that.
You just said there's no scientist who said that. I'm just saying, what about this one?
He said Einstein. Can you post Einstein doing a scientific? My bad. Einstein was Einstein a scientist?
You missed the key part. The evidence part. The evidence. Newton had no evidence the Earth was a ball. He can believe whatever he wants. What was his evidence that the Earth was a ball?
I mean, he wrote a few papers on the subject. I don't think he just based it on vibe.
Great, he wrote papers. Who cares? What was his evidence?
I mean, dude.
See, this is exactly what I just illustrated.
Is that light refraction and gravity? You literally design different methods to, conduct light refraction tests. He wasn't just out there vibe checking.
How is that evidence the Earth is a ball? Taurus, you just literally proved my point.
This is just the endless contrarianism. I get it.
There's nothing I'm saying that's contrarian at all.
I understand it doesn't.
That is just spin. You're just trying to salvage. You're getting cooked.
You can say that, right? I'm not even really trying to argue with you. I see the argument. That's hyper skepticism.
Nothing I said is skeptical. I asked you a question. You have no answer.
No, it doesn't, bro. It doesn't. There is no, like, you can't independently verify it. There's your answer. What do you say to that?
No, you don't even know what that, Taurus, what I say. I said the problem isn't that.
You said,
the problem is that people
no,
don't know anything about science. They don't know anything that any scientist did. They don't know anything about the evidence that was gathered for the scientists to reach the conclusion they did. I asked you, what's the evidence that Newton had? Because you brought him up as an example of that the Earth was a ball. And you are proving my point by not providing the evidence that he used. You just believe a narrative, have no idea what the information is that supports that narrative. Not whether you looked and found it yourself, even what it is at all.
All right, dude. All right. Like, I know if I do go out of my way to go find some Newton shit, you're not going to believe it anyway, so...
Oh, shut the fuck up, bro.
Hilarious. He's saying Newton.
It's genuinely true.
India points out you don't even know what you mean when you say Newton did this or did that. You don't even know what he did, and you're just saying Newton did something.
Yeah,
you don't even know what it is.
I can find.
You don't even know what I referenced, bro. Like, you think Newton didn't come up with an equation that scientists to this day
equation.
measure?
Science is empirical. It's based upon evidence in the natural world, not equations.
Oh my fucking god, dude.
Is science not based on experiments? Taurus?
Taurus, did you just learn that?
They just write down an equation and just go, hey, we have an equation.
What do you
don't
think
need to do anything else.
Squared is, bro? Like, that's a fucking equation. You know that, right?
Does that equation, whether it's true or false, or whether it models reality, does it have to be validated by experiment or observation?
Yeah. Do you think he just vibe checked the second law of motion, or do you think he actually had some basis?
Oh my god! How does the second law of motion prove the Earth is a globe?
No, you just said,
I just said
we're
what?
not trying to prove the Earth is a globe. We're trying to prove that Isaac Newton, employed the scientific method. That's what we're currently arguing.
He didn't employ the scientific method, and he admitted it.
Let's get to the proof the Earth is a globe. Then let's move on. So go do. Let's get to that.
Well, that's what I say, dude. You keep trying to bring it back. Like, forget that. Like, I would love to hear an actual.
What's the proof the Earth is a globe? What's the proof the Earth is a globe?
Zodiac, forget it. Let's say I acknowledge the skepticist argument, and I take in radical.
It's not skeptical. There's no evidence to be skeptical of.
No, but like, honestly, in good faith,
there's no evidence to be skeptical of. You're trying to get a free one that there's evidence that's being denied. There's no evidence.
Okay,
you deny. No, because this is just narrative bullshit. Sitting there listening to you say you're skeptical of the evidence. There is no evidence to be skeptical of.
I'm
you haven't presented any evidence. You present the narrative. Claims are not evidence.
I'm not trying to make
evidence. I'll be skeptical of that.
Oh, I'm agnostic right now. Like, I'm fully agnostic.
Do you have any evidence to be skeptical of that you can present?
Yeah, you yapping about what you believe is not evidence for what you believe.
Yeah, you're right. Let's say I'm completely agnostic and I'm aware of that.
It's evidence about your mental state. That's all it is.
You're agnostic, so you're not a globe earther?
And believe me, I am not skeptical about your mental state.
That's what I'm saying, Zodiac. That's what I'm saying.
So you're not a globe earther?
Yes, that's what I mean when I say, let's say I'm being agnostic and I voice the skepticist argument.
So can you say out loud that you do not believe the Earth is a globe?
Yeah, I think it's a globe, bro. I think it's flat as a disc, right? Like, let's move on. What do you think about that?
A disc? Nobody said it was.
Oh my god, dude! I'm trying to agree with you. Like, I'm trying to get what your own belief on the subject.
So you do not believe the Earth is a sphere?
Nope.
Based. Honestly, based.
Yeah, the Earth's flat, Jack.
I mean, just look outside your window. Do you see a globe?
Flatter than a flapjack. I'm about to flat smack Globers. Get your bags packed.
Finally, bro. Yeah. What took you so long?
Yeah, lesson one. Bro. No curvature to be found. How can it be a ball if nothing about it is round? Lesson two.
You're agnostic, dude.
Have the Earth covered in flat water.
Why are we just letting this guy go on like this? Like, really?
Yeah, what happened, dude? I thought you were agnostic.
Oh, he's finally telling the truth.
Lesson three. Take a look at the stars you see.
I don't think I've heard one bit of truth come from this guy's mouth the entire time I've been listening. No, I haven't heard one bit of truth come from this guy's mouth the entire time I was listening.
Wow, that's a freaking harsh indictment, dude, because Mick is very diplomatic and forgiving.
Wow. I've gained the ire of Mick.
No, he's not the ire, the evaluation that you're dishonest, dude. he of all people is very he gives the benefit of the doubt to people saying things and just presuming they're fucking honest.
And Indio, you know the worst part? I was asleep half the time. You're
wrong every time?
No. I was asleep half the time, but I could still suss it out. All right?
You are asleep.
I'm a psychic. It's like I'm a psychic or some shit. Like, dude, you're full of shit, bro. Quit with this fucking rambling nonsense, man.
Look in a mirror, genuinely.
Look in the mirror.
I mean, yeah, genuinely.
What am I going to see?
What
am I going to see?
Say those words to your fucking self.
Yeah,
dude. I mean,
exactly. Yeah, I don't want to look at myself in the mirror, dude. My fucking beard's all messy and shit.
I didn't need to know that.
Is there a silver lining?
Like, if they had any value to what I'm saying.
I can ask.
Right?
Like, genuinely.
What I've heard come from your fucking pie hole, okay, this entire time is nothing but weaselly nonsense.
Okay. Weaseling out of things is what separates us from the animals, except maybe the weasels.
You see what I mean, right?
Okay, we can't access the ISS, so give us something that we can actually test that prove the Earth is a sphere.
No, I'm agnostic, bro. I think it's flat as a disc. Like,
no, even better, tourists. Can you just come to your senses, be honest, and admit that you don't know what you're talking about? Can you just admit that you don't know what you're talking about, tourist?
Sure, dude.
And he contradicted himself.
There you go.
So there you go, a concession. He doesn't. All this time, he doesn't know what he's been talking about.
Sure, dude, I'll concede immediately. But like, what's your opinion? Like, any opinion, any real belief at all? I'm excited to hear it.
Okay, when you go outside, go ahead, sorry. Go ahead, whoever talking.
I was saying, I mean, like, what's the point, man? Like, not 10 seconds ago, he contradicts himself, and now he concedes. Like, where's he going?
I've been saying over yet? I understand the skeptic argument. I do get it.
Why do you keep calling it a skeptical argument, man?
It's a type of
not a skeptical argument. You have no evidence to be skeptical of.
No, I mean your argument. Hold on. I mean your argument that the Earth is flat. I understand the skepticism of that argument, which is like the hyper skeptic. You can't trust any source of authority. You can only independently verify.
Yeah, straw man. Keep piling it up. No one said that. No one said any of those things.
Okay, well, let's hear anything you believe then, if that's the case.
I don't believe things.
Exactly. So you're a contrarian, like I said, like a hyper skeptic.
No, I'm a direct realist. Meaning,
a direct realist.
Yeah, that means I go out, I make observations, and that's how the world is.
So hold on,
when I go out and I see the Earth is flat, and I detect that it's motionless, I just assume that's what it is.
Okay, so you do believe
it looks flat because it is flat, and it's motionless, feels motionless because it's not moving.
Okay, great. So you believe it's motionless. You believe it's flat.
Believe? That's what I experienced.
Free outside your house. Yeah.
That's what I experienced.
That's what we experienced. Yeah.
When you believe, I know it's that way.
Well, no, you believe it to be that way.
I feel it.
Yeah.
Taurus, when do you experience the globe in real life?
When do you experience anything, dude? You're locked inside your brain.
When do you experience everything? You're real. Brain in the jar, Zodiac. In 10, 9, 8.
What?
Taurus, when you look outside your window, can you describe the shape of the floor without, obviously be generic, don't dox yourself. But when you look outside, can you describe the shape of the Earth that you see?
I mean, dude, I'm in London, like, I'll just say that, but like, so I can't see shit because it's like a metropolis. So I don't see a horizon line or anything.
You can't see the floor, the streets or anything? You can't see the ground at all?
He can see all the buildings that are parallel to each other, level, flat, horizontal, according to, water levels and the orientation of the whole city is evidence that it's not a sphere because there's no curvature between the buildings. It's all parallel.
Let's put this dude on ice and deal with Eskimo Greg because he's talking nonsense in the chat. Eskimo Greg.
What up?
Okay. You said, how do you think GPS works? How do you think it works?
Positioning. Satellites rotating around the Earth.
Yeah, but that doesn't tell me how it works, dude. How does it work?
As they ping your location.
Nope.
Like tower.
That was
nope.
a rage quit.
You have no idea how it works. You've made up something in your head about how it works.
All right, I'll go.
So that's very funny.
I'll
that you're
figure it
sitting
out.
here calling us science deniers when you don't know the first fucking thing about what you're talking about. GPS uses a technology called trilateration. It's not two-way communication. Your GPS receiver doesn't talk to satellites. It gets there's a Rhinex message that has a timestamp in it, and it takes that timestamp and gives you the time of flight and tells you the distance to wherever the transmitter is. And if you have four of these, you have overlapping circles, then you have overlapping circles, and that will give you a position. The grid, which that puts you on, is something called Earth-centered, Earth-fixed coordinate reference system, which puts you on a tangent plane.
Nothing about what you're talking about.
I'm describing GPS in detail of how it works. Technologically.
He doesn't want to hear it. He doesn't want to hear it. He doesn't know how it works, but he doesn't want to hear how it works.
The thing is that you believe that there's a tree outside your house. You believe there's a tree outside your house.
We move on from you. Tourist, just mute yourself, Tourist, for now. Thank you.
Shut up, dude. Eskimo. What is differential GPS, and where are those beacons located? You have no idea how any of this shit works. Like I said, you made up in your head how you think it works. But it's literally just made up.
You're just making up shit in your head.
You can fact check everything I just said. You can fact check everything I just said. While you Google it. And try to figure out what you believe, why you believe it, ex post facto. You know what Earth-centered, Earth-fixed is? It's how your GPS receiver, that's your coordinates. Earth-centered, Earth-fixed. You know what that's not on a globe? You know that's on a plane? Because the coordinate is up, down, east. When you see it, after coordinate conversion, it'll display it in latitude and longitude. Oh, he bolted.
He's gone with the wind.
Tell us, Eskimo. Tell us, Eskimo Greg. Tell us more. But I want to hear more about how we don't understand science and how all the scientists agree and how this and that and the other thing.
Sounds like
here goes. Brown Recluse is going to be a fucking retard too.
Yeah,
a short version of Tourist.
Let's not get insulting, Indio. Let's be nice.
Yeah, well, stop being a dummy, dude.
I'm just trying to talk with that guys about the scientist claim that the other guy was talking about, man.
There's no such thing as a globe Earth scientist or a flat Earth scientist. That qualifier is just arbitrary nonsense, dude.
What would you call a scientist that believes in the flat Earth and a scientist that believes in the globe Earth?
Their beliefs are irrelevant.
But that's what we're talking about in chat. How is it irrelevant if that's what we're talking about?
It's irrelevant.
But that's what we're talking about.
To what they believe.
How are their beliefs irrelevant to what they believe?
Dude.
No, the Earth being flat is not determined by beliefs.
There's no such thing as a flat Earth scientist.
A scientist who believes in the flat Earth would then be a flat Earth scientist.
There's scientists that are flat Earthers. Yes.
I disagree with that claim. If you can provide evidence, I will.
Dr. John D.
Who are you talking about?
Dr. John D. He's a freaking professor that teaches at the University of Brighton in the UK.
Dr. John D. What's his last name?
Okay, and now that I've provided somebody, now what? Does that prove that the Earth is flat?
No, and that's not. That was never.
Does that prove the Earth is flat?
No, that was never my claim, dude.
Okay, then why are we talking about it?
Because that's what was being discussed in chat. I joined into a conversation.
Why is it? But why does it? What's the point?
What do you want me to get into?
Brown, you don't get it. There's
also
mechanics.
The existence or non-existence of so-called flat Earth scientists.
Again, regardless,
what does that tell us about the world?
That the scientist beliefs does not dictate the shape of the Earth, right? I agree with that. That was never my claim. I was only engaging with what was happening in chat. I didn't create the topic. I was simply engaging.
If 99% of the scientists in the world thought the Earth was flat, would you become a flat Earther?
No.
Okay, then it's irrelevant.
So I'm just engaging with what's happening in chat. I didn't make the topic, guys.
Okay.
Any other Globers want to step up? Who's ready? Who's ready to defend this?
You said it more than once. The guy said you have no science. And then you went to scientists. Scientist isn't science. Scientist is a human practice. It's a systematic study of the natural world and the things in it. Just because someone's a scientist doesn't mean they are doing science. So think about a geneticist. He's doing science in a particular field. But if he says the Earth is a globe, that isn't a scientific claim. And even if it was, but that being said, the Earth is a globe is not a scientific claim in the first instance, because it's a claim about the shape of something. That is geometry. So when you claim the Earth is a globe and that's based upon science, that's a category error and it's nonsense. The reason you guys do this is, see what I'm doing right now is exposing propaganda. The reason you do this is because science in the modern day has taken down this whole other meaning, where it doesn't mean the systematic study of the natural world and the things in it. It means truth. It means we can't debate this. It means this is an unquestionable truth. That's why you guys use that word when you say Earth is a globe is proven by science. You don't want to provide evidence that the Earth is a globe. You just want to say the magic word science. And then all else falls to the wayside.
Exiting through the back door. 1, 2, 3.
India, what science do you use to measure a 2x4?
You don't. I use a tape measure.
Why are they so hung up on science if it's a question of measure?
Exactly.
All right. Is there anyone else here that?
Like I said, the reason they use that terminology is the propaganda. That's all it is. It's just a rhetorical technique.
What was the quote from, what was it, Tesla? Somebody said that basically science has become mathematicians just figuring out equation after equation.
Or something.
Yeah. Can't remember the quote directly.
Go ahead, Zodiac. You go ahead. Sorry.
I was just gonna say, is there anyone here that is believes in the globe? Okay, never mind. Carry on, guys. Go ahead.
I believe it was something like modern scientists have foregone the scientific method and built mathematical equation on top of equation and are left with no relation to reality. Something like that.
Yeah. Yep.
Isn't that why there's a word called pseudoscientists? Like, there's a confusion. I mean, not a confusion, but
I don't know. I was listening to that guy earlier, but I couldn't come off mute. It was kind of funny. It made me think about how easily millions of people were convinced by the broadcast on radio of War of the Worlds that we were being attacked by aliens when he was talking about the ISS. I'm like, people can be shown the propaganda and the pomp and circumstance from a source in which they believe is an authority and can believe something that's complete fiction. I was just thinking about that when the guy was talking about the ISS and all of his claims.
You know, that's funny. It's like stuff like that got memory hold. All that stuff is just it's like it's lost. So like people in their 20s and in their 30s, they don't know anything about that, and it's not taught to them. They don't even know it even that those events ever happened in the first place. It's like it's like modern society is more like, oh, just pay attention to what's happening right now. Don't think about the past, right? So, the particulars of how we got to where we are, they just like pretend that they never happened in the first place. But I want to read something from Al-Arabi's electromagnetic theory, which I think is quite funny. It's a quote from there. It says, "It was once told as a..." Now this is a person that invented calculus, vector calculus. So he knew a lot about mathematics. "It was once told as a good joke upon a mathematician that the poor man went mad, and he mistook the symbols for realities as M for the moon and S for the sun." And that's how these guys are. They think the variables in the equations are actual physical things that exist in reality.
Way to put it, and pretty simplified. Yeah. Thanks for that.
Yeah, the Globers often conflate math and science. I mean, those are two completely different categories, especially even in education, right? They don't conflate the two. It's math and science. It's not one in and of the same. But going back to the War of the Worlds broadcast, I feel like that was one of the first litmus tests for once they started to get into space exploration, right? Like, what would people believe? Would people believe that this is even possible? Have we convinced them enough that it's a globe that we can move forward with the next step in the operation? I feel like there's a lot of litmus tests that they do. The pandemic being one of them.
Oh my God, that was a crazy one.
Yeah.
Look, if the Russians invaded the United States and were like, and took over our airwaves and were like, "We're invading, we're declaring martial law, everybody stay in their houses and don't go to work," nobody would have listened, right? Fuck you, I'm grabbing my gun, I'm going to work. Like, who the hell are you? I don't care if you're invading army, I don't give a shit about martial law. You can't tell me what to do, I'm free. But Donald Trump gets on TV and says, "Don't go to work, stay in your house. Flatten the curve." And everybody's like, okay.
Yep, it's a great way to usher in the new economy, right? Shift everybody to working from home, right? The new normal. Everybody's in the new normal. We're all stuck in our little boxes that we live in, and we're working from home. And now they're trying to push everybody back to office. So when people become complacent in the 6 years that they've spent in their home, in their workplace, that they had to uproot themselves and change their whole routine because they were told that the pandemic was happening. Now they're being told to shift back to the office. And if you don't comply, then guess what? Don't worry. We've already replaced you with AI. You don't want to play the game? That's cool. You don't want to come back into the office 5 days a week? Guess what? You could just see yourself out the door. It's an easy way to get people out of the workforce. Contemplate whether or not AI can actually replace them, and the people that remain are just stuck there building the AI that's going to eventually replace their jobs.
It also injected billions of dollars into the industries of biometrics and all that stuff, and really, it took off running. It was a good reason to really develop those systems further.
Contact tracing. Snitch on your neighbor. Take this test to prove that you can function in this society. A lot of things implemented for sure.
All I know is our ancestors are rolling in their fucking graves calling us pussies.
I remember when it first happened, and there was like the great toilet paper shortage, and I thought to myself, I was like, so this is when the 3 seashells get invented.
That's funny. Huh? I didn't listen to any of that crap. Now, I would put on a mask if I had to go in the store because they wouldn't let you in otherwise, and I didn't feel like starving to death. So just out of necessity, I did that. But I didn't do any. I'd never been tested for COVID or any of that crap. Didn't play that game.
You have to put the mask. You don't want to be arguing. You don't want to be arguing with every Karen, every corner.
Yeah, the toilet paper thing's hilarious,
especially in Boston.
Well, if you were in I was in small town, America, and if you didn't have your TV or your internet on, like you wouldn't even known anything was different.
I know that
because all the toilet paper was gone. Of all the necessities in life, people go for the toilet paper. You can literally just spray your ass and wipe it off with the washable washcloth.
It's funny though, to a degree. It's like, out of all the things I really need to think about, because I'm never working again and never leaving the house again because some idiot on the TV said not to, and I just decided I'm going to do what they say and ruin my own life because of a talking stranger. But I can go out for a little while. What should I get? Toilet paper. It's crazy, dude. Like, out of all the things, that's what you grab?
Yeah, no. India,
There's probably still people right now with like a warehouse of toilet paper going, I'll use it eventually.
Yeah, India, not the food that would then lead you to eventually need the toilet paper. No, not that.
Come on, they need about food.
You can replace the toilet paper shortage with a bidet and a washcloth. Problem solved.
You could do what they do in like Somalia and just drag your ass on the ground.
Yeah, that's what dogs do.
That's what dogs do.
Somalia do. I'm not making that up. My friend was stationed there in the army, and he said, "Oh, they just drag their ass on the ground and throw sand up there." Like, okay.
I was recently in the Philippines, and they have little sprayers by every single toilet, everywhere that you go. Little bidet sprayer things. Little handheld ones like you used to have on the sink back in the day.
Yeah, yeah. That's convenient. No, I mean the whole thing with the pandemic thing is like how little they had to do. I think of it like this, right? You have a horse, and you couldn't control a horse with just your arms, no matter how strong you are. But if you have reins, right? Little bit of pressure on the reins, you can make it go in any direction. You can make it pull thousands of pounds or climb a steep hill. And that's how they were, a little teeny tug. And they made the whole society make a radical change that was against its own, which should have been against their own survival instinct.
But that's a domesticated horse, because if you get the wild one, that stuff is not gonna work until you break his soul.
Yeah, true. Well, I mean, that was probably the same thing with the pandemic.
It's wild how this relates, you know. It wasn't just strangers saying this thing. It was a man with the label of scientist in a lab coat. It's this belief, this unquestionable belief in things given that label that allows these sorts of things to happen.
Yeah, but I don't think it was like Fauci or any of those guys that the public was like, oh, Fauci said it, I better do it. I think it was like the government, when the government said it. I think it was when the public officials were like, you really got to do this. I think that was kind of like, it was like what actually motivated them to listen. And I don't think it was like a thing where like, I'll get in trouble if I don't. I don't think that was like the motivation, the penalty. I think the motivation was just conformity. I have to do what everybody else is doing. I don't want to be the odd man out.
Yeah, the suggestion that they will say, if you don't do this, you are like a grandma killer, you know, like old people killer. They say that they use that wording, and the people are like, if I don't do that, then I'm gonna affect my loved ones or whatever, right? So people convince themselves, basically.
Well, I remember people.
That type of argument.
I remember people not even doing it to kneel down to the government, but to do it in to obey the WHO. They said the World Health Organization said so. I must do this. It's like, hey, we're in the United States. Yeah, it's crazy.
Hey, Brown Recluse, you got any evidence of lasers magically bending around a sphere, or just bending down at all over a large distance.
Lasers going straight over large distances without begging the question.
Yeah, we've got footage of it.
Right. So
plenty of footage of lasers going straight.
The footage is what we're talking about, so that's begging the question. You're providing the
No,
evidence.
it's not.
The evidence the evidence in question is the laser test videos. So you can't use the laser test videos as evidence for the laser test videos being valid. So what's your evidence that lasers do not bend over large distances?
Wait, what?
Okay,
the
so-
footage of the lasers going straight over large distances is not.
How did that's the whole thing that's happening.
Really?
How are you verifying that it's straight?
Because we can see it
the
going
target.
straight. We can take side views of the. Yeah, we can. We have side views of some of the laser tests, right, using rectilinear lenses.
The
6
longest side
miles.
view you have is 6 miles, exactly. But the laser test we're talking about is 20-something miles, right? So you don't have a side view from 20-something miles. We're talking about large distances.
Why didn't? Okay, so yeah.
Yeah, it's ostensibly straight at the horizontal or
There's,
the what is it?
there's no evidence that
6
exists of a
miles
laser.
It's over.
Yeah, so this is the thing. The lasers hit the target, and you don't have any. So if it's hitting the target,
What do you mean hits the target?
Shut up, shush. Yes, it hits the target, right? The beam goes directly into the sensor of the camera, or it hits the target if there's a physical target set up, right? Like an actual
physical target. You said it goes into the center.
There is in some. Yeah,
so it goes into the
you
center
can't see it at all. You can't see it at all until the center of the beam hits the sensor of the camera.
That's not true.
Until then, you can't see it at all.
If you go to the videos, I can show you. They point the laser's pointing upwards in one shot, and then they adjust it so that it points downward more closely to the camera, right? So then we can.
How would that go through the Earth curvature?
We can both hopefully agree that you can see the laser without it pointing directly into the camera. Can we both agree to that?
No, you can't see. Okay, so it shouldn't hit the target because there's a giant hump. There's hundreds of feet of Earth curvature that should be blocking it.
Right. But I just explained that you can see the laser without it going directly into the camera, correct?
You would see it 100 meters up in the air.
Let's address my question. Can you see the laser without it going directly into the camera?
No, because it would have to be 100 meters up in the air, and there's you don't see a laser 100 meters up in the air. The only way you could see it, right, is if it's going over the horizon, which should be at less than 3 miles, right, and then the hidden height would be over 100 meters.
All right, listen. If you saw the laser going above your head, could you see it without it going directly into the camera?
Probably not, unless you did long exposure or over a shorter distance.
So if the claim is that if the Earth is a globe, you should see the laser going above your head, how are you going to see the laser if the camera can't see the laser?
It's a direct hit. It's a direct hit. It hits the target. We also have side views where we get long exposure and we can see the entire transit of the beam
The
from 3
claim
foot to 3
is that
foot.
if the Earth was curved, the laser would go several hundred feet above your head, correct?
Yeah, but
Would
that's
the
not what's
camera be able?
observed.
Oh, sure, but would the camera be able to see that laser?
It wouldn't be a direct hit. And
Okay, so answer my question. Could
depends.
the camera see that laser going above your hypothetical head?
Yeah, it should be able to.
Okay, wonderful. So we agree that the camera could see the laser and it's not a direct hit, correct?
That's seeing the laser is different to it being a direct hit directly into
agreed.
the sensor of the camera.
I agree. I agree that those are two separate things, right? But do we agree that the camera could see the laser while not being a direct hit?
Yes,
Okay, wonderful. How are we verifying that it's a direct hit?
because the only way you can get that level of brightness is you can't see it until it hits that sensor of the camera. Till it goes right into the lens. If you what you should do is you should watch Dr. John Dee's videos on how lasers work. Okay, learn how lasers work.
Post them, please. I'll take a
Just
look
go
at
to YouTube, type in Dr. John D.
I type in Dr. John D. What I get is Bob the Science Guy, Dr. John D, and the fallacy of flat derp, right? That's what comes up when I look up Dr. John D on YouTube, right? So if you would like to provide what you want me to look at, otherwise I'm just going to watch this
go
guy.
to his channel. It comes up if you type in Dr. John D.
Dr. John D. All right. Is it, does he have 55,000 subscribers?
No, he has 5.41. 5,000.
It's 5,000. Okay, wonderful. All right. Is there anything specifically you want me to look at?
Yes. Go to the search, type in laser.
All right. Laser divergence, laser observation, lowest laser point, error lies and deceptions
All right.
in request.
Yeah, that's a good one. Right. So he goes over
Which I said like 6 of
lasers.
them. Which one? I said like 6 of them.
All right, so the ones that says errors, lies, and deceptions of Mick West, I think he goes over.
So none of the things that say laser. Okay.
What comes up when you type in laser, right? So I typed in laser and it came up.
All right. It's a 22-minute video, so it's gonna take me a while to go through.
Why you being such a bitch, dude?
Why are you throwing insults around?
Well, it's the way you're talking. It's basically like an insult. It's like this weird little like passive aggressive behavior. You can't just have a normal conversation.
I'm frustrated with you specifically because you were a bitch when we were chatting in the other server, right? So I'm frustrated with you specifically and your ignorance.
No, that's only because you were being the same as what you're being now, right?
I was in chat. I was typing in text. How are my text messages sassy? And just to clarify, your claim in chat when you texted me was saying you said I was clogging up the feed. So are you changing the reason that you banned me 2 days ago?
No, I never
said I was clogging up the feed.
That's not what I said.
Absolutely. Let's go to our texts. Let's see. You're wasting time. Go whine. You're wasting time. Stop muddying up the main text with cope. That's what you said.
Yeah, that's what you were doing.
Okay, wonderful. So are you claiming that I was being sassy or was I muddying up the main text?
Yeah, you were being pathetic from what I remember.
You're just saying shit, dude. I think you're pathetic. So we both think each other are pathetic. So where do we go from here?
Where's your globe evidence?
Where's your fucking globe evidence, bro?
That's what we want to hear, guys.
Show us it. This is what you need to do. Find us a laser bending downward, right? So that's what you would need for the laser to hit the target in all of these laser tests that hit the target.
They don't hit the target. They just are seen by a camera. I made this point earlier.
None of them hit the target?
They're seen by a camera. If you could show me one that hits a target where a target is not a camera, right? Then I would love to see it. But I have not seen any evidence of that claim specifically. So if you want to say that it hits the camera,
the target was the camera.
That's what I'm saying. Again, if you want to say the target is something other than the camera, feel free to. But if we could just say camera instead of target.
Yeah. Right. So you can't see the laser at all until it's aligned in such a way that it actually hits directly into the. You would, if what you were saying was correct, you would be able to see the laser the entire time.
Where's one point you can't see the laser?
In every single laser test video, you don't see the laser until you get the direct hit into the target.
No, again, I just addressed how I can show you one where the laser points upwards and then you can see the laser, but we agreed that if the laser was going above your head, you could still see the laser without it making a direct hit. We already went over this point.
Brown, hang on a second, dude. To be clear, DJ, is it not the case what you mean by when you're saying see the laser? You're talking about the source of the laser, right? Not like a little like lightsaber like thing. Like the beam of it. We're not looking at fucking Star Wars and shit, right? Talking about the source of the laser.
Again, that's what's in contention.
Okay, when you
I'll show him the difference.
Yeah.
You're just gonna show me
light and then brighter light. Term, Brian, it sounds like you're talking about seeing the beam, like zip up in the air or not.
But what's the laser if not the beam?
The source of it. That's why I specified the source.
Right. So, but again, how are we?
I'm going to show you the difference.
The source.
Yeah. This is the difference. Okay. So this is being able. Look in the side chat. Okay. This is being able to see the beam of the laser. Now that's not hitting the camera. Obviously, you can see the laser beam, right? But that's not a direct hit into the camera.
I agree. So we're seeing the laser. We both agree that we're seeing the laser, correct?
Right. So that's not what any of the tests are saying as a direct hit, right? So it's not just seeing the laser is different to actually going into the camera sensor, right? I can show you what it looks like when it goes into the camera sensor. When it actually hits the target, it's completely different. It doesn't look like this.
Goes into the camera. We both completely agree that is what happens. That the light from the laser goes into the camera. But you're claiming that the laser does not bend or diffract or diffuse at all, right? In that 20-something mile distance, correct?
I'm saying that there's no evidence that a laser bends downward over a large distance observation.
Towards denser mediums. Does light bend towards denser mediums?
Yeah, it does.
Is
but
laser light?
It's interesting. Yes.
There we
So
go.
how
So
come?
light
How
bends
come with
towards-
all of the laser tests that have been done, we've never seen any footage of a laser bending down? Even Dr. John D said after 350 plus hours of laser tests, right, using different spectrums of laser, different weather conditions throughout different times of the year of it, all sorts of different places and distances, he's seen lasers bending upwards, right? He's seen lasers going straight. He's never once seen a laser bending downward. No globe earther has been able to provide us a laser bending downward over a long distance observation, over a body of water or land.
Right.
That's
so you're
kind of crazy.
claiming,
You'd think
one
they
second,
would.
you're claiming that the light doesn't bend, right? And therefore the
didn't say
laser
that.
isn't bending.
No, I didn't say light doesn't bend.
No, you say the
I just
laser
said
isn't bending.
No, I said what Dr. John D said, that it
Right, that he's
goes
never
in
seen
a straight line.
Right. So that's straight line is
Yeah,
not
no
bending.
one's ever provided
There's
footage of a laser
absolutely no
bending
way
downward.
that you stop me.
So, again, but
Brown, calm down, bro.
the claim, again, I keep saying the same. The claim is that the laser is going straight, right?
No, the claim is that the laser's hitting the target, and there's no evidence of Earth curvature.
You said direct hit. What does that imply?
See the laser beam directly hitting the
What does
sensor of
direct
the
mean?
camera, right? It means you're not seeing a beam of light up in the air like I showed you in the previous pictures from Dr. John D. You don't see that. Okay, you see the laser actually hitting the sensor of the camera. You don't see the beam. You just see the direct hit.
Right. So again, you see the light from the laser. Like I said, we both agree to that. The claim, right, is that it's straight line. It's a direct hit from the source of the laser to the camera, right? And the claim is that it hasn't been shown to bend downward because this is a straight view.
Yeah, there's no evidence of it bending downward.
Right.
Right?
So
We
then why
see
are you
evidence
trying
of
to
it
fight
going straight.
It's straight? What do you mean? It's clearly supposed to be a straight line. Why are you fighting that?
This is what I'm saying. The camera is getting a direct hit from the laser. In order for that to happen, it would have to bend downward over hundreds and hundreds of feet of curvature to hit the target. You don't have any evidence of that curvature in the first place. What we're seeing is just direct hit after direct hit, dozens and dozens of different tests.
Right,
You don't
so
have any evidence of a globe.
Again, we both agree that there's plenty of given evidence for the globe that you would contest as real. Obviously, there's alleged pictures from space, so you can't say there's no evidence for the globe, right? We're
You
referring
can't tell
to
the
this
difference
specific
between
evidence.
CGI. You can't tell the difference between CGI and the real thing when it comes to your space pictures. I could prove that right now if you want.
Again, I am not an expert on CGI, right? Again, I agree to that. But to claim that you're claiming that
Don't
all
use it
of
as
them are
evidence.
CGI. Again, I'm
No, I
not
didn't
claiming to be an
claim that.
expert. The claim
I didn't
has to
claim
be.
it's all CGI.
Then
Don't
what?
lie.
Yeah, okay,
Why
again,
you gotta lie?
1 second. I'm talking about space pictures provided, right? What is your refutation to those?
My refutation is that you can't validate them, and you just have to have faith in those.
Right.
That's my refutation.
Again, they are validated by other space agencies, right? So, but why are those not real?
Oh,
How do you verify the other space agencies?
Again, they corroborate each other. Obviously, again,
How do you test them? How do you test the other space agencies? What have you done to test them in real life?
Again, I haven't proven any scientific method, right? But I have observed the ISS, right? Like again, I've seen the light from the ISS travel across the sky.
So you've seen it a bunch. So you saw something in the sky with the telescope.
You're asking what test I did, right? I'm simply talking about that clearly evidence for the globe has been provided, right? That is in contention. His claim is that no evidence has been provided for the globe because us globe.
Hold on a second. When you saw something in the sky through your telescope, which you claim is the ISS,
I didn't see it through my telescope. I just saw it.
Okay, with your own eyes, when you saw that thing in the sky, how do you know it was the ISS?
Because it's in the exact spot purported that the ISS is purported to be in, right? And then I would look up other evidences of
wait.
Please let me finish. Other evidences of other people looking at the same object, zooming in, seeing the exact shape that the ISS is purported to be, right? And then traveling to other locations where it can also be seen from other perspectives with the exact same shape and relative distance from the Earth.
What spot was it in?
What spot was it in? It's in the sky. What do you mean?
You said you said that there was a purported spot that it was supposed to be in. What was the spot?
Okay, I can give you the live tracking for the ISS.
But you do see how like other people seeing that, even if they're in a different position, doesn't verify what it is.
Again, I agree that doesn't necessarily guarantee what it is, right? But I'm saying that the purported position, the given position of the ISS at any given moment, right, can be verified from the ground.
Give me
It can't be. It's a leap of faith.
Give us the position. Stop. Everyone stop talking. Give us the position.
Again, it's a ridiculous thing, but I will look up the ISS tracker for you.
Yes. Give us an exact position. Exactly.
Well, Zodiac, this guy, what he's done, dude, he's just managed to take the conversation away from the Earth back into sky magic that we can't validate.
Yeah, I mean,
I'm just answering your guys' questions. I didn't take it to the space, dude.
All right, fine. Let's get back to the
what
lasers.
test I did was.
Fine.
No, but let me just show you this. Let me give you the current position of the ISS. Here we go. 1 second.
Okay.
This is the reported current position of the ISS. It's above it's ground point 27.79 north and 123 east, right? It's ridiculous to claim that people don't claim.
How did you measure that?
I didn't measure this. I corroborated it. I corroborated it with my actual location. It's purported to be above near where I was at the time. I looked where it was purported to be and saw a light. Right? That's what I'm claiming happened.
So above above anywhere in the sky, that's what it said? Like above where you're supposed to be, but it didn't give you like a distance or anything.
It gives you an altitude. What do you mean? It doesn't give you a distance. It gives you a ground point coordinate plus an altitude. That gives you an exact location relative to Earth.
How do you know the altitude?
It provides the altitude. I didn't say I knew the altitude. I said given the purported position, I saw a light in the sky where the purported position was supposed to be.
So you never verified the altitude. You don't know.
How am I to verify that? How am I to verify that from the ground?
That's my question to you.
Right. So again, I never claimed I did.
Okay, then you just have faith. Let's go back to the laser test. Go back. You have faith.
You have faith that the lasers are straight because there's no evidence to claim that lasers don't bend.
We have faith that the lasers are hitting the target, dude. We don't need to have faith.
We can show you the
but we can confirm that the lasers.
The question is
the laser. Okay, how does the laser hit the target?
The laser diffuses, diffracts, and refracts.
Okay, so you're claiming, diffuses. What the hell?
Did you really say that?
Do lasers diffuse? Do lasers diffuse?
Do you know what light diffusion is?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay, tell me.
I'll give you an exact definition.
You guys, man.
The scattering of light rays as they pass through translucent mediums.
Yeah.
Or bounce off uneven surfaces.
Yeah.
There we go. So do you think that lasers
going through a diffuser?
Do lasers diffuse in the atmosphere?
No.
They don't.
No, the air is not translucent.
They're absolutely translucent, but okay.
It's not translucent, it's transparent. Clown.
I can give you the AI overview, but yes, lasers do diffuse in the atmosphere, or more accurately, spread out and scatter as they travel through the atmosphere. But again,
scattering is not diffusion.
Well, then what is diffusion?
Dude,
I just gave you the definition. 1 second, dude. I gave you the definition.
Dude. Stop.
I defined it.
Dude. Just stop, dude, with your fucking Texas sharpshooter bullshit.
I defined it as a scattering of light rays, and you did not contest that. Why did you not contest that?
Look.
Do you contest that definition?
Look. So.
Okay.
If you wanna, so they make things called light diffusers. You put them in front of a light.
Yeah.
So that the light becomes smooth and doesn't have a hot spot. Okay? The air is not doing that.
What happens when a light ray hits an air molecule?
Why are you asking me a question, dude? The light does not do that.
You're claiming that the light doesn't diffuse in the atmosphere. That's the claim. I'm saying that's
under
wrong.
certain conditions like fog or something like that. Yeah, it can.
What is fog? It's just
water vapor.
Atmosphere. Right. And is there water vapor always present in the atmosphere?
Not to the point that makes the air translucent. That's why we have a separate. That's why we have a separate word to describe when it's translucent. It's called fog.
No, again, it just increases in opacity.
You're the most dishonest motherfucker that comes in this chat. You know that?
No.
No, you are.
All right, man. We agree to disagree. I think that you guys are all
this
pretty.
This isn't an agree or disagree thing.
Okay, well, it's your opinion that I'm the most. So again, if other people could disagree.
Yes, that is my opinion. I think borne out by evidence.
Then how is it not an agree or disagree if that's your opinion?
Dude.
What?
You're going down a dead end right now.
Okay, I agree. The whole Flat Earth channel is a dead end. I agree. But again, you're just saying things to try and put me down.
Seems to have controlled your life.
It does. I love it here. I'm addicted to you guys, and I hate it.
Yeah, here you are.
I'm addicted to you guys. I admit it. I love you guys more than I love a lot of my real friends.
Yeah, well, watch how you act, dude, because you're close to getting banned. I'm going to tell you that now.
You banned me yesterday, DJ, or 2 days ago. Again, I get it. You guys don't like it. But ban me if you'd like.
We like honest people. You're not one of them.
I would say the same thing about you, Indio.
Yeah, but you'd have no basis for what you said, whereas I do.
Okay, well, I defined diffusion as light scattering, and then you said and then you didn't contend it, and then immediately after you said scattering is not diffusion, or diffusion. Rather,
all scattering is not caused by the same thing. All scattering is not the same.
I agree.
So you're just using look. You're just using a word context fallacy.
Both you niggas are retarded. The Earth doesn't even exist. You're fucking stupid, nigga. My God.
Yeah, you're gonna.
Am I still the most dishonest?
Hold on, you're gonna get kicked out of the server now. All right, okay. I want you to know that for saying the N-word. So I'm gonna report you right now, and you're gonna get kicked out of the server. So congratulations. I hope it was worth it.
Is it still your opinion that I'm the most dishonest, given that All Right Son is in here?
Yeah, that guy's just a Todd, right? Like you,
I agree.
you're
I
actually
agree. He's ridiculous.
Yeah, you're still more ridiculous than him, just with the way that you're acting and your dishonest.
The question was,
passive aggressiveness and that kind of thing. Hey, just quickly, dude. I just looked up a video for you. I'm gonna put it in the side chat, and I want to show you what the difference is when the laser directly hits into the lens, right? So this laser test was actually done during the daytime. You can't see the beam, right? And you can see a bit of a light in the distance where the laser is, but it's not until it directly hits right into the sensor of the camera and you'll see it lights up. All of a sudden it lights up like crazy. So it's at 6 minutes 53 in the video. I'll just grab the video. And this is what I'm talking about a direct hit of the laser into the camera.
For sure. I agree. The light gets brighter, but that's not
only when it goes. Yeah, when this okay, so laser beams are much brighter right in the centroid or center of the beam, whatever it's called, right? It's not until that part hits into the camera lens that it illuminates it. You see like a big bright green light all of a sudden just appear instantly into the camera. It's not like you can see it the whole time. It's only when it hits right into the directly into the sensor of the camera that you can see it.
Laser beams are collimated light that follow a Gaussian profile that extends radially from the center. There's a centroid of the beam where the beam is most intense. It exponentially, so from the edges, the external edges to the center, the brightness increases exponentially.
I agree. The center of a laser is brighter than the outer bits of a laser. I agree.
It's exponentially greater.
It's not an infinite amount of brightness, right? So
okay, who said the word infinite?
I agree.
Who said the word infinite?
I misspoke.
Nigger.
Ugh, these fucking people. I agree. I misspoke.
Well, in your case, he was right.
What? You're saying that I'm
moving on, dude.
Moving on. I don't want to move on from that.
Well, you're the one
crazy.
You're the one that's like these people. Crazy. Now you want to? Just these people are idiots.
You saying these people is equivalent to what India said. That's what you're saying. You're making that claim. Those are equivalent.
These people.
What was my reference? What did I say?
Come on.
Was it a hateful slur?
Are you? Can I ask? Wait. Let me just ask them this question. Have you ever questioned if the Earth was actually a sphere?
Yeah. When I first came in here, you guys almost got me for sure.
Have you ever had doubts? No, before that. Yeah. I mean, before you knew about us. Have you had doubts about
before
it?
that? No, once I came in here, you guys introduced doubts, like you tend to, and then I doubted, and then I realized you're wrong, and then I came back to.
So before that, you were 100% convinced.
I had no reason to doubt it. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
You realize we're wrong by being willfully ignorant about the subject you're talking about. So your ignorance is what propels. No, bro. No, bro.
Okay.
I actually went to university.
I would say no to you.
I actually went to university and took physics and passed the courses.
For sure.
You didn't even take it in high school. Okay. You have no idea what you're talking about.
How is gravity?
Come in here and sit there, talk out your ass, and just randomly pick sentences out of ChatGPT, trying to pretend you know what you're talking about. You don't have a fucking clue, even a little bit, of what you're talking about. You don't.
Those claim.
You're not even at the level of pretender clown.
So what am I then?
Trash.
All right. If that makes you feel better, call me trash all you want, I suppose.
It's not about whether I feel better.
Okay. Clearly, what is it about then? What is calling me trash?
Yeah, your little fucking psychological analysis don't mean anything to me. This is very simple.
Insults mean nothing to me either. So
you don't know what you're talking about.
No.
This subject, you know nothing about the behavior of light at all.
I think you know nothing.
Hey,
that's because you're ignorant.
I think you're ignorant.
Everything I say, you can fact check. Everything you say is just going to end up being wrong.
Okay, I disagree. What is one thing I said?
I disagree. Doesn't mean anything.
What was one thing I said?
I'm saying it's objectively true. You're just saying
what is one thing I said that was wrong?
Everything.
What is one thing? Name one thing. If everything was wrong, you can name one thing. What's one thing I said?
At least. That diffusion is scattering.
What is diffusion then?
Oh my God.
Is diffusion scattering? What's the definition of diffusion? Then what's the definition of diffusion? Enlighten me, please.
If you had a laser and a laser was being diffused, the beam would have no centroid. It would be smoothed out so that the intensity would be uniform radially across the center to the edges. It would be the same. It would be diffused. That means that it's spreading it out and smearing it so that the energy is uniform per unit area. Okay? Lasers, if you see the beam centroid and it's more intense in the center, then it's not being diffused.
I don't think you have any evidence of that claim, but if you have it, I'm happy to look at it.
What do you mean evidence of that claim? All you have to do is go on to Google, type in laser beam profile, okay, and it will show you, and click Google Images, and there'll be lots of diagrams of Gaussian profiles of laser beams with an equation.
I'll look up that. You look up do lasers diffuse. You look up that, and I'll look up yours.
Lasers can be diffused. Okay,
wonderful. So then what is diffusion?
Dude, you're looping, dude.
No.
Okay,
no.
You're going to ask, ignore, repeat. You will be banned for that, dude. I will not play with that. Ask, ignore, repeat is not going to work, Brown Recluse.
Then why does it work for you?
Ask, ignore. Bye.
Okay. You can ask the same question over and over again, but I can't. Again, diffusion, as far as I'm concerned, is scattering.
Ask, ignore, repeat. So now you're going to straw man what I said. Bye.
All right. I miss you. Goodbye, guys.
Catch you on the flat side.
Love you guys.
It's flat, by the way. You should.
I believe you.
Loser. Piss off. Shut your hole. He should not even be entertained.
Any other Glovers ready?
That dude is here is only to obfuscate the conversation, the truth, trying to make sure that no information is passed, that everything is a fucking shit show, that nothing makes sense. His whole purpose is to just muddy water. Which, I don't know how you guys feel about that, but this is how I feel about it. That is contrary, I guess, to our purpose. It's contrary to my purpose. I want people to understand more when they come in here, not understand less.
Yeah, he's a waste of time.
People will, like, say you don't know anything about this topic, and you come in here and you listen to us and him, because he's all over the place, gish galloping, contradicting himself, saying random crap that's unrelated, and then when you say, hey, that's wrong, him just saying, no, I think you're wrong, you don't understand it. as if that's some sort of valid refutation, and then you ask him again, and then you ask him to substantiate what he says, and then he just does the exact same thing again, random crap, gish gallop, throwing it all together, and then you saying, no, that is wrong too. That doesn't substantiate what I said. Yeah, it does. You don't know what you're talking about. And just doing that over and over and over and over and looping. Anybody that doesn't know about this topic or the issues of this topic or the particulars of what we talk about is going to leave here more confused and more ignorant when they came in. Now, you guys can do what you want. I think that's contrary to our purpose. I don't think we're trying to have conversations in here that confuse people. Because what's going to happen? They go, oh man, this is just fucking confusing. I don't know what the truth is. I'll just believe the earth is a globe. It's just fucking simpler.
Hi, guys.
Probably his whole purpose.
Exactly. Exactly. That is the purpose. It's called obscurantism.
That alone says so much about the subject. They got to come here and do that.
It's crazy they even cared to fight that hard. Yeah.
He's been doing it a long time. And there's two others that are part of his little clique, obscurantism clique, that all associate together. JJ Fish, whatever his fucking name is. And there's another one. What the hell's his name? I haven't seen him in a while.
Oh, there's a bunch of them. There's probably about 10 at least of these characters.
Yeah, that's the same shtick, the same song and dance, the gimmicks.
When you guys used to believe in the globe, did you ever dude, I've never done anything like that. You know?
Of course not. Why would anybody do that for any reason on any topic?
Yeah.
Unless you have something to hide. You know, if my girlfriend, if I've been cheating on my girlfriend and she asks me, hey, dude, what'd you do last night? Yeah, I'm going to obscure the truth. I'm going to try and make everything, my rendition of events so confusing that she can't figure out what really happened. Yeah. I'm not saying it's justified. I'm saying that's a legitimate use of obscurantism, of why you would do that. Why you would do it in relation to this, to like an informational topic. There is no reason for that. Other than
it's the difference of trying to affirm your bias or actually searching for the truth. That's the difference.
Hello. I mean, but no, he's not. He's also trying to hide it from others. Not just him. It's not. This isn't even just about him. It's that he's trying so that people that are listening, either in this chat or on YouTube, also are become more confused.
Yeah, I actually remember he did say that he agreed there was a 6-mile laser that went straight, and he actually said, "Oh yeah," and he just kind of skipped past that,
he doesn't believe what he's saying.
Yeah,
he doesn't actually believe that lasers don't go straight. He don't believe that.
Yeah.
They don't care to know. That's the thing. There's a whole group of young people who fancy themselves intellectuals because they can quickly GPT a topic and regurgitate it back and then not answer questions, completely divert, and play a whole nuh-uh game, right? They tend to have this argumentation almost in the fashion of my dad can beat up your dad. It's very childish. And it's back and forth, rapid fire, quick talking, fast with the tongue, but never actually answering anything and only Googling through a GPT or Claude or whatever spits them back their answers. And they'll repeat that, regurgitate it, not actually learning what they're talking about because they don't care to know the truth. They're just here to act as though they're an intellectual, even though I wouldn't even call them pseudo intellectuals that think that they're winning some sort of debate online.
Yeah, that's why I said he doesn't even rise to the level of Pretender Clown.
And then you called him a piece of garbage.
He is garbage, dude.
Awesome.
That's garbage, dude. I don't like this. I mean, if somebody figured out my I mean, you can call it personality flaw. I don't like dishonesty. There's no point in talking about this topic and being dishonest about it. I don't understand the point of lying, making stuff up, just filling in the blanks, and hey, I don't know the answer to that, so just make something up and say it.
Well, I feel like nowadays the internet is ripe with these kind of individuals. They are children, in my opinion, and they've grown up behind headphones on video games, talking smack to their friends. Now they've got AI to help assist them in what they're doing online, and they care not about the truth. They want to fancy themselves intellectuals, act as though they're some sort of influencer. They're some sort of huge debater when they don't actually understand what they're talking about. If you took away their computer and you sat them in front of somebody face to face, first of all, most people would have to restrain themselves from socking these kids in the face, because I don't think they've actually been on the playground and had conversations enough to feel what it's like to get 5 fingers to the face.
Oh, dude,
Yeah.
so lucky you can't stab people over the internet, dude.
Yeah, he's just not taking it seriously. That's it. That's honestly the only.
I think he does take it seriously.
He does?
Dude, he's been doing this for like a year and a half of this identical, rhetorical gimmick, and has put in a lot of effort into it, to the fact where he's actually researched this topic, and just to have little blurbs, right? Oh, I'll pull one sentence out of this fucking paper and mischaracterize it and just say it. And then people will think because I said this sentence that I have knowledge about this topic. So I'll say the sentence and then claim the other person is wrong as a refutation of what they said, where they don't actually refute. He doesn't refute it with anything of substance. Hey, what you said is incorrect because X, Y, and Z. You just say some random red herring thing that has nothing to do with it, and then say, I don't think you understand it. Right? To give the illusion that somehow they know what they're talking about, that somehow you're on equal footing about the subject, that, in this particular place, the behavior of light, that like he knows as much as we know, and that this is just a disagreement about what the consequences are. No, he knows nothing. Literally nothing.
Oh, okay. So
he knows what to type into Google to have some output from which he's going to read one sentence, and he's going to pick what's the biggest fucking 50-cent word in this paragraph. I'll say that one, and then it'll give people the idea that I know what I'm talking about, because I'm going to say a word, I'm going to say a sentence they don't understand. So I think, oh my God, he's freaking must know what he's talking about. He said diffusion. Because they don't know what diffusion means. They think because he used it, he must know what it means. But he used it in the wrong context, in the wrong application, and has nothing to do with, like I said, if it was diffused, then the intensity of the fucking light would be spread out. That's the point of diffusion. It diffuses it. That's what diffusion is.
Yeah, to be fair, diffusion is a subcategory of scattering, but it's not the same thing. It's not like atmospheric scattering of light.
Yeah,
right?
It's not Rayleigh scattering or Compton scattering or any of that type of scattering.
Exactly.
It's not that.
It's like light being
That's why you
shown
brought up
through
fog, though,
like a
and then
slightly
he had
opaque.
to. You brought up fog, and he had to go back to the same thing, even though you'd already brought up. That's why you almost agreed with the scattering thing, because air can, when there is fog, cause that, right?
Yeah, there's types of scattering, and fog, right, turns the air translucent. But it's not just the air; it's the water vapor that's translucent. But that's a very specific, particular circumstance, right? So we have fog lights, right, in your car or in a truck, fog lights. And even though, like, if there wasn't fog, the beam would be very bright, blinding in your face. But when there is a fog, it diffuses, right? So you see the bright lights, but it's spread out, smeared out.
But I think all of that was just his ultra defensive, like being shown that he's wrong, basically, in that sense. Which was, for me, what was more telling was him thinking that he can corroborate where the light in the sky is, right? And him thinking that was somehow verification. Like,
Yeah, well, he's like a usual suspect. I mean, garbage human.
What do you guys think about the north the Arctic area where all the polarity is like has like a vortex of some kind up in the sky and it like towers over it?
I never heard
The
about
polarity
any of
of
that.
what?
It's like a magnetic shield of some sort that like kind of, this is the flat earth theory, is that there's like the polarity shift has made the top
Firmament. You're
area
talking
of
about
the
the
dome.
firmament.
Yeah, the dome area, like the top of it has the what do you
Like
call
a giant
the
glass, basically.
electromagnetic whatever.
Yeah, like a giant glass blocking you from going out of space.
Yeah, possibly.
It's better not to make claims that you can't verify. So whenever you, because then you're believing in a religion. That's why.
It's just a theory. Started after the moon landing.
Oh, you said flat Earth. You said theory. Oh, sorry, my bad.
Yeah, it's a
I thought
theory.
you said it was fact. Continue.
No, not a fact.
It could be that it's just a shift. I think when the moon phase comes in, that there's an actual shift that happens where the black hole like immerses into it and it comes on the outside. So it's like an inside outside, like a funnel.
You mean eclipse?
No, it's like a funnel. It comes out of one side and it shows up in the other side in the daytime. This is essentially like Helheim or the Hell realm.
Too crazy.
In Norse mythology.
Brother, what?
He's explaining
Helheim is the place of the dead. I think it exists before like time starts or whatever, or it's like part of eternity or one of the realms or something. I don't know.
Helheim.
Yeah.
Okay, it's the afterlife.
Wait, this is what you believe?
Yeah.
There's a black hole passing through the moon.
No, I don't believe in it. It's just that so in Christian terms, I'm Catholic, so in Christian terms, it's just what do you call like Abraham's bosom as part of hell. Like that's where it's at. Which is like
what's the best evidence for it?
What's the best evidence for it? Yeah,
for what you just said, yeah.
Probably no one except that one guy, that black metal artist Carl, who like talks about like Norse stuff and talks about like Odin and shit, and no one understands what he's saying on YouTube. That guy will probably have some answers, but GAAHL, 2 A's and HL.
Okay.
So he's a black metal vocalist, and so this is very similar to the Christian idea of eternity. So it's that eternity sourced in being becomes like this amalgamation of worlds or whatever.
I gotta be honest with you. I don't know what you said about fully comprehending anything you just said.
What is the point? Basically, you cannot get out of Earth. What is the point of this theory?
No, it's once you get into Helheim realm, like your if you see it, then you know, like you probably died, like you're in an undead state or whatever. Like the aspect or like the outside world, like whatever it is, the dream aspect that holds you just like dissipates into the
Wait,
outside.
so let me get this straight. You can only prove this if you're dead.
Yeah, you can if you're dead.
So you can't talk to dead people, right?
No, but I went through it, so like I'm pretty sure like where like
you went through this thing.
Yeah, I did. And
you went.
But you're here talking to us. You're not dead.
Did you die and they brought you back up? Like your heart stopped for a few minutes?
Something like that. Yeah, it was a weird experience. It was sort of like you know, like those movies where you have that like one teenager just like stuck in like a room,
and
like everything's like black outside. Sort of like that.
Wait, so you went to hell? That's what you're saying.
Well, it's not hell exactly. So I think there's parts of it. So there's one that's hellfire, and there's one place that is like Abraham's bosom or the netherworld. There's one place that is like regular hell, which is like lost souls kind of thing. So yeah, it's.
So you didn't go to heaven, no.
It's not. It's like a purgatory realm basically, and you just land up here at like when you die or whatever. I don't know where it's placed in like the spectrum of time, but I'd say it's probably like part of eternity, right? So yeah, eternity itself it collides with whatever else.
Alright,
so in this realm, you're all connected to the realm anyway at some point.
Wait, so what does this have to do with the ground, the earth?
Yeah, the flat Earth. How's it relevant to flat Earth?
How is it relevant to flat Earth? Because it's sort of like the part of you that is the part of you attribute to yourself. Like you know, you when you grow up, you're kind of like I am what I am, and then you have that moment of premonition where you have to like decrease yourself or whatever stage you go through. Like when you're dying, like you have that kind of feeling, that premonition that you're sort of like you're living a life. You know, you're living a life, and you're sort of like not.
Sounds like bullshit, dude. He's asked you what it's got to do with flat Earth and stuff.
Yeah, hold on. So it's just your own suspension of disbelief of yourself. That's basically what creates doesn't create it, but you get tossed into it. So some of us get tossed in earlier. I think I was like the first person or whatever.
It's believing. But if you just go outside, you don't have to believe anything to notice that the Earth is not a sphere. If there's no globe. Like if you go outside and you see the Earth, there's no evidence of a globe.
Yeah.
This phenomena you're talking about could happen on either flat or globe. So why don't you talk about something that proves one or the other?
Well, it definitely happens on a kind of flat Earth, I guess, because the only explanation would be.
You guess.
No,
you can't link it to the flat Earth. Wait, stop talking.
No, it's only
you
the
can't
realm
link it to the flat Earth. Again, it's going to talk. You can't link it to the flat Earth. You just said you guess. It's not relevant to the flat Earth. Just admit it, dude, and let's try and talk about the flat Earth. Don't try and cobble your idea into the flat Earth. It's got nothing to do with it.
All right, cool. So that's about it. Like, I'm happy you questioned me on that.
Are you a flat earther?
I'm not like involved. I live in Mumbai. Like this stuff is all foreign to most people here, so I don't bother like thinking about it or anything.
Are you okay? But you don't believe the Earth is a globe, right?
You probably believe it.
I have reason to believe that it's like a disc that changes that breaks at a certain point.
Someone stop him.
And what about
why do you think it's a disc?
Not a disc?
Hold on, now I'm intrigued. Why do you think it's a disc?
Because it breaks at a certain point, and then you get the opposite of the realm. Like it's sort of like a frequent mirror reflection realm. It's the same realm, but it's
We got a disc sir.
Wait, how do you know it breaks? How do you know it breaks?
It breaks because it goes from sun to moon.
That's not the Earth. That's the sky. You mean
That's just how it
daylight
works.
breaks? You mean what do you mean by what is breaking physically? Like
It's
what is
like
breaking?
it's like
in reality?
moving. It's like moving 180 degrees the other side, and then just like or whatever 360 degrees, and then it
Wait,
just
how do you know the Earth is moving?
appears.
How do you know the Earth is moving?
It's not the Earth. It's not a sphere. It's like a disc that it just changes. It breaks. Then
It's like a disc that changes and breaks. That doesn't make any sense to me, sir.
Yeah, that doesn't
well,
make sense.
it goes through the damn fucking black hole or whatever, and then it comes out the other side.
Oh my
Bro,
god.
this is silly.
This sounds like bullshit to me.
Why are you trolling? That's weird. Is
No,
there any?
I'm actually not trolling. It's
Did you
it's
see
very
it? Do you have evidence of a black hole?
I have evidence that there's nothing like the sun's not like the sun projects itself on like a
No,
circumference.
I'm asking, do
like
you
a-
have evidence of the black hole? Yes or no? Just answer yes or no.
I have evidence of the black hole. Yes.
Okay, post it. Let's see it. Demonstrate it.
I don't have it. I don't have it right now, but I have evidence from what I've learned. That's about it.
Right now. If I told you Santa Claus was real and you asked me for evidence and I told you I didn't have it right now, would you believe me?
No, I wouldn't.
Oh, okay.
But that's a different story, I guess, out of context.
Or you're just telling us a story right now.
You're telling us a story, yeah.
Okay, I'm out of here. I'll see you guys later. If you meet not Foxy, I'm part of this cult, Christian cult.
Catch you on the flat side.
Yeah, catch you on the flip side or whatever.
The flat side, flat Earth. Get it?
The flip side, get it?
No, not the flip side. The flat side.
Oh yeah, cool.
Yeah, get it.
I get it. Yeah.
All right.
You know your joke's not that good when you have to hold somebody down and make you get it. Do you get it? Do you?
But otherwise, nobody ever. Okay. All right. Is there anyone else that believes the spinning ball space monkey religion globe? Anybody else? Moment of silence. All right. Moment of silence for the globe, guys. Moment of silence.
What's that?
Hello. Do you believe you are on a sphere?
I don't believe. I know.
Okay. What's the best evidence you got that you're on a sphere?
Sorry, you know first-hand personal knowledge. What's that?
Multi-location consistency.
What is that?
Multiple location consistency. Sorry, you said you know. Can you explain how you know?
Okay, so basically, you can have an observation from 1 point or 2 points, and sure, that can work on a flat or a globe Earth. But if you have observations with 3 or more points, and I'm going to go even up to 1,000 points, 1,000 different cities, and let's say far enough apart, like kind of spread apart. So 1,000 different cities at the same time, and matching one observation with all 1,000 observations is only working with the globe model.
Sorry, sorry. I'm sorry, Indio. I thought he said he knew. You know the Earth is flat.
Yes.
He said he knows the Earth is a globe.
The globe.
Sorry, my apologies. I've only been up half hour. He knows the Earth is a globe. Do apologise.
And then he started
1,000
talking about
measurements from
1,000
different
people.
cities to what?
So 1,000 different cities. Let's say the sun and moon positions at the same time for all 1,000 cities.
But that's the sky.
So?
But we're asking you how you know the Earth is a sphere.
Okay. How
you understand what knowledge is, don't you?
All 1,000.
No, don't ask me to imagine, sir. You said you had first-hand knowledge. knowledge.
You're not going to let me answer or explain. So, how is it, okay, that you can match 1,000 observations with one single observation on a model, but you can't with any
on
other?
A model?
Yeah. This isn't knowledge, dude. You just asked us a question. We're asking you how you know because you claimed you know,
how I know
the Earth is a
that,
sphere.
like, how we know is because that, like, we have 1,000 different observations at the same time, which show us that we are on a sphere.
How?
Okay,
Because for the positions to be consistent with all 1,000 observations, the sun and moon has to be in a specific position to which that only works if you are on a sphere. If you change that in any shape, way, or form, you will not have the same observations for all 1,000.
And if it's observer dependent.
Absolutely basis claim.
Sure, buddy.
The sky does not determine the floor.
Yeah, sure, buddy.
See, that's a straw man.
Just finding 1,000 people, it's not a straw man. Learn what that word means.
Yes, it's a misrepresentation of the arguments of the person. So saying the sky has nothing to do with the ground, that doesn't address the argument.
You can't prove the shape of the ground by looking at the sky.
That
is a logical impossibility.
That is false.
Okay, so tell me how you can make an inductive inference and reach a deductive conclusion.
What kind of question is that?
Because you know that proof has to be deduced logically, deductively. Now, when you look at the thing that's not the thing, look, ask your question, I'm going to answer. So when you look at the thing that's not the thing, namely the sky, to reach conclusions about the ground, you're making an inference from looking at something that is not the thing you're concerned about. Okay.
So you're trying to smuggle in that we're making an inference?
Yes, it's an inference. It's not smuggling it in. That's what it is.
Based on what? So what if it's not?
Because you're not looking at the thing in question. You're looking at something that's not the thing.
Okay. So you're telling me that if I'm inside a car, I can't know that I'm inside a car by looking at what's going on outside the windows?
No. Could be in a plane.
Really, it's not. Yeah, that's an
Could be in a truck. Could be riding the back of a bird.
Mm-hmm.
If you're only looking out the windows and you're not doing anything else, you don't know if you're in a train. You don't know it. Yeah, that's true. You could be.
Oh, we don't look at anything on the ground either, huh? We don't compare with the ground. We don't have the observation of, like, where in perspective and in relation to the ground these things are, and etc.
Well, then present that. Well, then present that.
Okay. For instance, in Sydney, Australia, you will have a sunrise at the same time. In California, you're going to have a sunset.
Okay, and
that's just two locations. But at the same time, between that, you're going to be at high noon, and people in Argentina will see the sun and moon positions according to this as well. But if you make the Earth flat, then the people in Argentina would have to look in a different direction to see the sun and moon, where they actually see it, for it to be sunrising and sunsetting for the two other locations. And the more locations you add, the more complications like that are added as well.
First of all, you went back to that. You went back to not looking at the Earth.
Why are you interrupting me? I'm not done speaking.
Because you went back to the first thing, dude. You went back to looking at not the Earth.
No, you're just interrupting me because you don't like the argument I'm making.
Because your argument is the same as your first argument. It's an inductive inference about the sky. And reaching a conclusion about the ground by looking at the sky. Is the sun in the sky? Is the sun in the sky? Is the sun in the sky?
The positions in relation to the ground.
How do you know that?
You look at them.
Oh, okay. You're looking at the positions on the ground.
Yeah, you're on the ground. They're okay. And you see, is the sun at the west or at the east?
You stop looking at the ground.
First question.
Now look back at the ground again.
To the west from where I am.
Now look
On
back
the
at the
ground.
ground again.
I am
You
on
need
the
to look at
ground.
the
I'm
ground.
looking at my ground here, and now I'm looking. Okay, the moon is at the east.
Back to the sky.
Sun is at the west. All
Back
right.
to the sky.
Now apply that on 1,000 different cities at the same time.
Okay, you're still making an inductive inference because you're not looking at the ground.
Did you
You're
ignore me when I
looking
said
at
I'm
the
looking
sun
at the ground
and
right now? I'm
assuming
looking at my ground position. Hey,
and assuming there's some geometric relationship
I
between the
literally said
observers
I am looking
and
at
the
my
thing.
ground position. I am looking at the ground now. I'm looking at the ground.
How did you find your ground
And
position?
in relation, I am on it. I'm here.
Okay, how did you determine what the relative positions of the observers are?
So I determine with the compass where north is. Okay, and I'm looking.
Okay, that won't work.
And I'm looking at the ground.
Okay, that won't work.
Oh, really?
That won't work. Compasses are aligned with the magnetic
So
field.
it won't tell me if where east and west is at the same time.
No, it will not.
Oh, okay. So compasses don't work anymore. Okay.
They work in some places.
That's a nice
Something
one.
called.
I'm going to rest my case on that one. Compasses doesn't
Okay,
work.
Google magnetic declination. On every military navigation map, it'll have a magnetic declination, which shows you the magnetic north versus the geographic north. You don't know what you're talking about.
No, you're just making red herrings and like.
It's not a red herring.
You're not even addressing anything I'm saying. You're not addressing anything I'm saying.
Directly what you're saying. You said use a compass. I said the compass won't work. You tried to scoff at that, and then I demonstrated that why it won't work.
The compass won't work. Oh, this tool won't work. Oh, your lighter
won't
doesn't
work
work
because
your computer doesn't work. Your processor doesn't work. Your brain doesn't work.
Yeah, straw man. So now there's the straw man. This is actual straw man.
Injo, maybe ask him what magnetic declination is.
Yeah, what is magnetic declination? Well, I just explained it to him.
Yeah, I know. I know he didn't listen, but let's see if he knows or it rings a bell in his head. Do you know what magnetic declination is, sir? Huh. I assume not. Probably.
Chat.
I mean, it's an angle, but why are you asking me petty semantic questions that have nothing to do with my argument?
They do, because you said find where you are by using the compass.
Mm-hmm. Compasses work. I'm sorry.
They follow, sir. Compasses follow magnetic field lines, don't they?
Sure.
Okay. Magnetic field lines don't go from straight north to straight south in a 180-degree line. Have you ever studied a magnetic field line map? Do you understand that sometimes magnetic field lines can be 90 degrees off of north and south? This is why Injo brought up the correction, the calculation, the declination that you would use on a map, for example, because your compass won't always be pointing the true way that you think it is. You'd have to do a correction. Only by doing the correction will you actually be able to ascertain true north. You understand this, right?
Well, I mean, if my declination is at, let's say, 15 degrees west, my compass...
Okay, so you understand that we are now going to use declination.
If the declination is at my location...
Okay, but as long as we understand the declination is a thing...
Can I repeat the sentence, please?
No, because you're not going to turn around to me and start using declination when I'm just trying to get you to agree that it exists.
I never denied that it exists.
Okay, good. So it exists. So we
I'm
can
just
pass it
saying
back to
that it
Indio.
doesn't make
Stop
compasses
talking.
magically not work.
Dude.
Because, let
Excuse
me
me.
explain.
No, you don't need to explain.
Okay, so
We brought this, or Injo brought this information
Ask
to
me a
you.
question when you want the answer.
Don't need an answer. I just need you to understand that declination exists and not turn around to me like you already knew it.
Okay, and declination exists, but compasses still work.
If you use them correctly.
Duh. The compass is already wired to, if the declination at my location is 15 degrees west, my compass will point at 15 degrees west of true north. Duh!
You won't know that, though, unless you know what the declination correction is for your location. Duh. Please don't turn around and start educating us about declination, sir.
Petty semantics that have nothing to do with the argument.
Dude, stop that. Okay,
I have to look
your little rhetorical gimmick of claiming things are semantics is not going to work.
Well, I mean,
it's not going to last long.
What
it's not semantics. It's being particular and exact in our language and being rigorous. I know you want to be sloppy, okay? But we're not sloppy thinkers here.
Or you are. Because it is a red herring to shift the topic of conversation away from the original argument and into the semantics of getting your city location, the latitude, the longitude, to get the declination, to make sure that the compass works. How about we say this? If I have a compass and I accounted for declination and I have all the information necessary and my compass is pointing to the right, north direction, Therefore, I can have actual sun and moon positions in west, east, south, and north accurately from my ground position. But no, you don't want me. You don't want to address that. You don't want to let me say this.
You don't know your ground position.
Flat Earth.
No, you don't know your ground position. That's what you're trying to figure out. And you said use the compass. But if you knew the declination at that place, you would already know your position. So then what do you need the compass for?
So
you're a fucking idiot.
We do have the ground position. So we do have the ground. So we are using the ground.
Where'd you get that from?
Where'd you get it from? There you go. That's what I was trying to argue.
Where'd you get it from?
We are using our ground
position. Where'd you get it from? Where'd you get it from?
Okay, you get it from by let's say I have my city name and that I can get my latitude and longitude.
Okay, how do you find that?
I have my declination and with that, etc.
How do you find that?
Semantics. Again, it has nothing to do with the argument.
Not semantics. You're talking about coordinates. And those coordinates, there's a whole system of coordinates called an arbitrary coordinate reference system. You say latitude and longitude, they mean specific things. They're not ready. You're getting banned, okay? Not dealing with this shit, dude. You're a child.
Your whole argument is a red herring.
He doesn't have an argument. He has a bunch of fucking spurging and fucking gimmicks.
We're trying to argue that the sun and the moon is telling them that the earth is curved.
Yeah, that sky does not determine the floor. It's over. GG.
Yeah, but if you take 1,000 measurements...
If I look at my ceiling 1,000 times in a different place and I record the
He said, the funny thing is he started, just take 1,000 observations. Of what? He didn't even say observations of what you're even looking at.
Yeah, that was my first question.
Dude, man, politics is slipping, dude. The people in here, the last 2 days I've been in here, they're really, like TikTok is looking good, dude. Like the people on TikTok are looking like freaking rocket scientists compared to the people that have been in this chat from this server. It's like they can't even follow what you're saying. Now, you can chalk that up to maybe they're not listening. That's a possibility. But I think that you start saying words and they just don't understand them and they just go blank and go right into narrative mode. And that I don't know how many times just today, that it's like, oh, I don't understand what's being said. I'll just say whatever they're saying is a logical fallacy. There's even nothing to do. I'll say it's semantics. If you know your latitude and longitude, well, how'd you find that? That's semantics. Well, you're finding the position. What do you just want it for free?
Like the Indian kids with the broken English on the English server, like do better than this.
Dude, that's what I'm saying, man. That's what I'm saying. I was saying that this morning. Like, English Hub is making these guys look bad. And that's like high school kids in foreign countries. They can't even speak English. They comprehend more of what you're saying and are more coherent in their responses.
These cats only wish they had the excuse of language barrier.
Look, we're trying to demonstrate the relationship He's saying, hey, look at the sky. Okay. How do we know the relationship of positions on the ground in the sky? Look at the compass. Okay, that isn't going to tell you where you are relative to some other person when they look at their compass. Even know the declination, that means you already know their position. And you wouldn't need to look at the compass. How'd you find position in the first place? Oh, use latitude and longitude. Oh, how do you find that? That's semantics. No, that's what we're trying to figure out. We're trying to figure out the Earth, its relationship of these 1,000 observers to each other, so that when they look in the sky, we can draw a conclusion about the direction they're looking, where they're looking at it from, the distance apart from each other, the geometric relationship between them, their lines of sight, and the fucking things in the sky. Now, would that take me? A minute and a half to explain that? It's not complicated. It's very simple.
I'm looking for it, but essentially, like I said, it's a correction. So they're both measuring it and they're calculating it out again. But that's
and what are they comparing this correction to in order to know that it's right and or wrong?
You can say that they're just wrapping it around a ball or something, but
Yeah, that's not what I said. Start listening. What are they comparing it to in order to understand they are right or wrong? They need to compare it to something. We've gone out, we've taken our measurement. You've got your 5-degree angle. Now, what are you going to compare it to know that you're either right or that you're wrong? Exactly.
It's a
This is
different
completely a pedagogical mental exercise that has nothing to do with any actual surveying. Nothing to do with it.
He asked me to look up something, so I'm trying to get an actual surveying site.
Okay. Yeah, no worries. Take your time. Just send me the DM after.
Yeah, retroactively find your evidence after you already believe it. You know, if you read any of the surveys that have been done, like the North American Datum or any of them, in the beginning, they tell the procedure for what they do. You could just read that.
Right. So this is the National Geodetic Survey NOAA manual for geodetic leveling. I think this is going to be a good enough resource.
DM it to me. Yeah, DM it to me.
I like how he says he thinks. That's the problem why you're here, boy, because it don't.
2.0, dude. We already dealt with Brown Recluse and this fucking random nonsense obscurantism bullshit. You're literally on here to make people more confused. You're here to prevent information from being transferred.
Should we move on? Just really quick before we move, before we continue with Dylan, is there any other Globers in here? Any new people that believe in the?
You got that geodetic? I bet you it's a fucking website too.
Oh yeah, he just DM'd. Okay, let me paste it.
So this is the NOAA manual NOS NGS3 geodetic leveling supersedes Coast and Geodetic Survey Special Publication 239. Manual of Geodetic Leveling, published revised in 2020.
Okay, let me.
This manual furnishes instructions and background information suitable for establishing and maintaining vertical control. It presents general specification, detailed instructions for reconnaissance and benchmark setting, geodetic leveling, water and valley crossing, blah, blah, blah. So this should be totally legitimate.
Could be or is be.
Geodetic leveling, chapter 3.
The only question now, does it have anything to do with what you posted?
Well, that's sort of besides the point. The point is,
how is that besides the point? That's the whole point.
What do you think the point is of our conversation right now? I'm saying geodetic
they do
survey
this.
measures the
This
curvature.
Gemini Flash when they do surveying.
I'm just gonna search Earth's curvature, see if it comes up.
So if they're doing this, and then the surveying manual says they're doing something else, then they're not doing what you said.
I'm not saying I can't be wrong or wasn't wrong. My main point is that they measure curvature, and that they
don't.
They correct for it with a calculation.
They do not measure curvature, dude.
Well,
if they measured curvature
with their
Dylan,
angle.
If they measured curvature, there'd be no point of needing an oblate ellipsoid. There'd be no point of having the WGS84 datum.
Okay, so you understand that they don't want the curvature in their elevation maps.
Okay.
Is this kid stupid or what?
Look, dude.
Because this is this
for elevation. For elevation, what you find is for elevation, what you find is the orthometric height, which is a combination of the geoid and the WGS84 reference ellipsoid. You don't know anything about any of this, dude.
You obviously don't understand it. I'm trying to explain it to you.
Remember what I was saying earlier about brown recluses, their shtick? You literally just did it, dude. As soon as you point out in actual detail that you don't know, you say, I don't understand it.
What do you think I'm saying?
What is the what is the WGS84?
It sounds like it's a reference ellipsoid. It's a shape of the Earth.
And no, it's not the shape of the Earth.
It's a model of the shape of the Earth, right?
It's a reference ellipsoid, and it's an imaginary mathematical surface that measurements are projected onto. Okay, but it's not done just that way. Because of deflection of the vertical, they use something called the EGM 2003 Earth Gravitational Model, which is called the geoid, which would be the equipotential surface of gravity if you measure 9.8 meters per second squared. Basically, imaginary mean sea level, even if the water went under mountains and shit. They use a combination of this to get something called the orthometric height, which is the subtraction of one from the other, or the addition, depending on whether the geoid extends above or below the reference ellipsoid. But the reference ellipsoid is used because they don't measure curvature. Because when they do their measurement, they take an actual surveying instrument. The first thing you do is level the instrument. Okay? And because in geodetic surveying, the plumb line is not perpendicular to the surface of the Earth because of lumpy gravity, right? And the fact that to map it, to project it, you need the plumb to intersect the reference ellipsoid at 90 degrees, but you have tilted plumb lines. That shit don't work. You don't know what you're talking about. You've imagined geodetic surveying to work one way. It's purely your imagination.
What do you think I'm saying?
I don't think you know what you're saying. That's the problem.
You said that they measure Earth's curvature. They do not.
Well, then why would they consider the reference ellipsoid in order to correct for their measurements?
The reference ellipsoid, for the purpose of that, is to preserve the celestial spherical coordinate system.
if they're just creating elevation maps and there is no curvature, then it wouldn't be
elevation relative to what?
If they're just measuring elevation with planar
Relative to
survey,
what?
What do you mean relative to what? Like
relative
sea level?
To what? Sea
elevation
level.
Relative
That's
to
the
sea
geoid.
Level?
That's the geoid. That's the imaginary equipotential surface of gravity.
So you may disagree with what I'm saying.
You don't have any clue what you're talking about. In arguing about it.
I feel the
You're
same
doing
way
the
about
same shit. You, Brown Recluse, JJ Fish, you come in here and you try to fucking bamboozle people. And I'm fucking sick of it.
It's just my perspective, you know, for sure.
My perspective. Okay, let's use Dylan's personal opinion of how he thinks the world works and not how it actually works. Let's go with that. How do you feel, Dylan? How does Dylan feel the Earth is? Let's ask Dylan, how do you feel the Earth is? Let's just go with that. Let's follow your feelings around.
It's considered a correction if you don't understand that they're measuring they're measuring the curvature and then removing it. Then I don't know what else to tell you, man.
Because they're not doing that.
What do you think they're doing with it?
Assume.
Oh my God, I told you what.
Dylan, why'd you say they assume curvature if they're measuring it? Why'd you earlier you said they were assuming it?
They're doing both, right? They're assuming, just like I said with the refraction, right? You can take an elevation measurement with and if you don't assume refraction, you're going to get an error caused by the refraction.
So they need to assume curvature to measure it? Is that what you're saying?
No, they assume the curvature to cancel the curvature out.
What?
Of them, they call it spherical exceedance or spherical excess.
Spherical excess. No one's ever met.
Measurement, quote unquote, of the curvature.
Okay,
and
you don't understand what spherical excess is.
Calculation of the curvature of the Earth.
You don't understand what spherical excess is. Spherical excess would be if you had 3 lines of sight and made a triangle. That triangle would internal angles would sum to greater than 180 degrees. This is not a measurement. You couldn't even measure this because lines of sight are straight. And 3 straight lines connected by 3 vertexes make a triangle that's 180 degrees. Spherical excess is not measured. It is made up by projecting a fucking regular planar triangle onto a reference ellipsoid. You ask what it's for, that's what it's for. So they do something called reduction of the horizontal direction. They take their measurements and they reduce them to quote unquote mean sea level. But when they do that reduction, it has to intersect the reference ellipsoid at some angle. And because they think they have tilted verticals and deflection of the vertical and lumpy gravity, for that to be 90 degrees to the surface of the Earth, okay, that means that plumb lines have to be curved. It's way more convoluted than what you're imagining it to be.
The plumb lines intersect.
The plumb lines curve?
At the center. Plumb lines do not
don't.
curve.
If it's an oblate ellipsoid, that's not true, dude.
A plumb line just points down, correct?
Is it perpendicular to the surface of the Earth? Is it a straight line?
It's a straight line.
Not in geodetic surveying.
A plumb line is straight down. It is
not in geodetic surveying.
A plumb line is straight down and it's perpendicular to the.
Yeah, not in geodetic surveying.
I don't know what you're on about.
Plumb lines in geodetic surveying are curved and they don't go straight down. It's called deflection. It's called deflection of the vertical.
Okay. What are we talking about? Deflection of the vertical. What the hell is that?
It's curved plumb lines because of lumpy gravity.
You say because of what? Because of gravity? What?
Lumpy gravity.
Lumpy gravity. Oh my gosh, Indio.
I don't believe this shit. This is your idea.
No, it's the way that you try to interpret it is so.
It's not an
cavalier,
interpretation.
Yeah, it is.
It's not an interpretation.
You're looking. Whatever.
Okay, I'll read from curvature of the plumb line.
Like your pear-shaped Earth.
Deflection of the vertical changes with position along the curved plumb line. Therefore, the deflection of the vertical at the geoid does not necessarily equal that of the Earth's surface, and vice versa. In order to equate these two quantities, the curvature of the plumb line between the geoid and the Earth's surface, WGS 84, is required. This quantity cannot be observed directly because of the presence of topography, so must be estimated using a model of Earth's gravity field within the topographical masses.
Yeah, how much of a deviation
is that? What did I interpret out of that?
You interpreted an extreme level of deviation that makes you think that proves that the Earth is flat when it doesn't.
Dude, what did I interpret out of what I just said?
You interpret that the deviation is so extreme that it somehow proves that the Earth is flat.
Who said extreme? Who said anything about the extremity of it?
What is the deviation? What is the scale of the deviation? 1/8 of an inch.
You will answer questions or you will leave.
There you go.
That is your only choice.
I don't care, dude.
Bye.
I'll see you in 2 days. Fuck you.
No, you won't. Obscurantism. Will not tolerate it anymore. I've had enough. I'm here to fucking hide the truth.
Yeah. Just before we.
Well, hold on. One more thing. I just want to make one last post to just substantiate what I said. This is from Featherstone WE 6 Southeast Asian Survey Congress. The use and abuse of vertical deflections. Proceedings of the 6 South Asian Surveyors Congress. Fremantle, November 1999. I'm gonna post the diagram from there.
Okay, I can read this part here from the NOAA manual. It says the sources of error in leveling can be classified into 3 groups: those affecting the line of sight, those affecting the heights observed, and blunders. The line of sight cannot be exactly level because of the effects of the imperfections in the instrument and variations in the human eye, refraction, curvature, and tidal accelerations. The heights observed are not exact because of imperfections, blah, blah, blah. So curvature is considered an error that has to be accounted for when they measure it.
Look, dude, they're not measuring curvature. It's not even possible with the fucking instrument. They measure angles, but those angles have a starting reference position. Okay? And if that vertical line from which they're measuring a dip, because the curvature would be measured as a dip angle, okay? If you're not plumb, if that plumb is not perpendicular to the surface of the Earth in the first place, you're not measuring curvature. It's like you don't understand what they're doing. It's like I can't. Do you not understand? They take an instrument and level it. That level is not perpendicular to the surface of the Earth. Do you understand what that means? It's not straight up and down, dude.
Level is tangent to the surface of the Earth, right?
Level is not tangent to the surface of the Earth. Horizontal level in geodetic surveying is 90 degrees from the plumb line at the point of the instrument. You guys just make up your own shit. And try to say you're using surveying. You're not.
This is just language that I'm using. Maybe you don't understand what a tangent is. I'm not sure.
Yeah, it's my lack of understanding. Yeah, that's what it is.
I just read from you from the manual that curvature is considered an error, is considered something that needs to be corrected.
Welcome to Flat Earth, then. I consider it an error.
If it's an error, then it's something that they're measuring, and it needs to be corrected for.
They're correcting it out?
That's what they use the calculation for. That's
Okay, what units of measure are they measuring curvature in? That they're getting this erroneous reading?
Whatever height measurement that they're making.
What do you mean whatever? So feet, inches?
Yes.
So they're measuring a height?
Yes.
Okay. And they're like say the theodolite's 6 feet. And they level the instrument. And when they look through the telescope, their crosshair is looking at 5 feet 11 inches. Is that curvature? Or is that refraction? Or is that the tilted fucking plumb line?
That's the refraction and curvature are both part of the measurement that they make, and that's why they have to correct for those.
How do you know it's not the tilted plumb line?
That's not the accurate height.
How do you know it's not the tilted plumb line?
Well, the plumb lines at point A and point B are going to have a slight angle difference because they're at different positions. But I don't know what you mean by a curved plumb line.
Plumb line is not perpendicular to the surface of the earth. The first thing you do when you set up a theodolite is level it. 90 degrees is the horizontal line from that plumb, even if that plumb is fucking tilted. You just don't get it, dude. You've imagined something, and you're so stuck in your imagination, you can't even conceive of the way it actually works. It's crazy, dude. It's like you're in a fucking weird cult, dude.
Ditto.
Okay, you see that diagram I posted? The curvature of a plumb line diagram?
Let me take a look.
That's the first time you looked at it. Unbelievable.
The 1208?
Yeah, that. See that diagram?
I see the diagram.
See all the little squares? So you got dashed lines, and then you got the plumb line, and you got all these little squares. Those indicate 90 degrees.
Yeah.
Now, if I draw a horizontal line off of those plumb lines are not parallel. They're all over the place. So I'm going to draw it out. But you're not getting, dude.
This doesn't seem to be relevant to the...
Oh, yeah. Now it's not relevant.
It doesn't seem to be relevant. Tell me how
it is relevant.
Well, I gave you the document. The curvature is considered an error. They use the reference geometry of the Earth in order to cancel out
the geometry of the Earth. It's an imaginary fucking mathematical surface.
That's
imaginary.
But that's what they're doing.
Who cares? It's not the Earth. They can do all the mental exercises they want. Nobody cares.
Yeah, that's what you want supposedly evidence of people measuring the curvature of the Earth, but when
you haven't given any yet. All you've given evidence of is you have no idea what you're talking about. You see all these red lines in the diagram I just posted? All of these are horizontal lines. All of these red lines are horizontal lines, dude.
You keep repeating yourself. What is your point?
So, if I take a theodolite and I measure the vertical, say I'm at the top there, I'm at that top line, and my theodolite's 6 feet off the ground, and I sight in, and like you said, if I sight in at 5 feet 11, that's the curvature of the Earth. No, that's not the curvature of the Earth, because this horizontal line is pointed fucking up. You don't have a vertical that's perpendicular to the surface of the Earth from which to draw the conclusion that dips are curvature or refraction or any other thing.
So you're saying that that surveyors can't
They're
measure
saying it.
elevation?
They're saying it.
That it's impossible to measure accurate heights. This is the technique that people are using to produce elevation maps.
Oh my God.
Are they not producing?
Oh, you're going to straw man. You're going to straw man what I said.
Well, you're talking about your diagram.
Who said anything about measuring accurate heights? When did I say anything about accurate heights? When did I say anything about accurate heights?
That's what we're talking about. That's why I'm saying you're derailing the conversation.
No, it's not what we're talking about, liar.
What do surveyors do?
We're talking about measuring the curve of the Earth. Remember? You tried to straw man me saying that measuring a dip off that horizontal is not the curvature of the Earth. You have a tilted plumb line because your horizontal line is not perpendicular to the surface of the Earth. And you tried to say, I'm saying they can't measure accurate heights. You are a fucking weasel. Fuck, dude. How many is it going to be today? Lying fucking snakes. Now, despite your best effort, Dylan, people that are listening, they did learn something. I did educate them on how this shit works. I did not let you fucking confuse them with your bullshit. With your fucking fantasy of how geodetic surveying works and how they measure curvature and how they correct for curvature. They don't do any of that shit in reality. Oh, Eskimo. Aren't you the one that posted that 3 picture thing earlier? Something dipped over the horizon? Eskimo Greg?
Yeah, I have nothing to say to you, man.
Yeah, that's from a video game. That was from a video game.
You're retarded.
That was from a video game, Eskimo Greg. Why did you post? Yeah, you better leave. Posted something from a fucking Steam video game
just got
and
bad
said that it
energy,
was the
bro.
curve of
Just
the
take
Earth.
it easy. Take it easy for a little bit.
I don't need your help, dude. I'm sick of liars, dude. It's just like a parade of liars, one after the other.
Just balance.
Who cares, dude?
A little bit.
So, no. Stop defending liars.
Oh, they left. Man, there's like there's like 3 trolls, one after the other, right there. You know what's crazy? I heard Dylan say they have to assume it and measure it at the same time. He said we assume Earth curvature and we measure it. Like, what the heck?
They fucking admit in surveying they don't measure Earth curve. They admit it. Only retard anti-flat earthers on the internet say they measure Earth curve.
Yeah.
I'm dead serious. I've seen surveying where they said the only thing we actually measure in surveying is the gravitational potential. And that is really all they measure because that's what their instrument measures. They level the instrument. That is the spatial reference. What the Earth, look, the Earth could be gone, right? Or fucking transparent or unseen. And you could take the instrument, right? And set it up. And you could level it. The instrument itself is oriented not relative to the Earth, but it's oriented relative to the gravity vector. Okay? That gravitational vector is what you're measuring. You're not measuring the surface of the Earth. Now, in geodetic surveying, all they do is map the topography relative to the gravitational vector within a celestial sphere coordinate system, namely latitude and longitude. It's 3 mappings. Well, it's 2 mappings and kind of like a filter with the WGS, or with the with the gravitational model being the filter. The point is, doesn't work. You guys imagine it works a certain way because it's like, well, I want to measure a fucking ball, and really, this is what I would do. But the Earth's a ball, so this is what they're doing in real life. They're not doing it that way. They're not doing anything. Whatever you imagine they're doing, they're not doing.
I actually had another question. When Dylan was saying like they needed a 90 degrees for the sextant, I was thinking they used the Earth, because in order to get 90 degrees, they need 2 straight lines, right? But the Earth in their worldview is curved. So is it true, Indio, that the tangent or whatever they're using for the 90 degrees, that bottom line, is that a straight line? Because it's on a curved Earth. So how can it be straight?
What do you mean? The only time they're finding 90 degrees is if they use a bubble sextant.
Oh, okay. So are they using the Earth in that case? In that 90 degree
They're
thing?
using there's a level inside the sextant. It's called a bubble sextant.
Okay. They're not using the surface of the Earth as one of the lines as 90 degrees. Is what I meant.
No.
Okay.
No.
That sounds better actually.
And then you run into the same issue as you do with because that's what the theodolite uses. A bubble level. I mean, some use prisms now, but it doesn't matter. It's the same thing. It just finds the fucking gravity vector, and the surveying part just tells you the relationship of the topography to the gravity vector in the celestial sphere. And they take that and they map that to a reference ellipsoid. But they don't map it like a projection. They map it point-wise using curved plumb lines. So it's a mapping function. It's really kind of like a filter. That's the way I think of it. It's almost like a where they take, imagine like you're ray tracing and you were projecting your ray tracing through a filter that curved the ray trace lines to have certain relationships. That's what they're doing. They're running it through this like filter before they project it onto this reference ellipsoid.
Got it.
You gotta think there's like layers. There's the sky, and then there's the reference ellipsoid, but then there's also the measurements, right? So that's like, there's the sky, there's the actual measurements, there's the reference ellipsoid, and then there's the geoid, right? The geoid is finding, hey, what's the relationship of gravity to the surface of the Earth? It can't straight just use the sky. It doesn't, I mean, I know it's hard for these guys to believe, but it doesn't match up. And that's why they're doing all this. The reason it's this complicated is because it's hard to get a ball from flat measurements.
I have a question for the flat Earth believers.
Go ahead. Yeah, go ahead.
So and this is just me genuinely curious. So, assuming the Earth is flat, like does everybody like in this model like live on one side of Earth, or are there people like living on like?
Not a disc.
It's not a disc.
Oh, okay. So what is?
There's no outside the Earth, dude. There's no underneath.
Okay. So everybody.
No edge. There's no outside. There's no underneath. There's none of those things.
Okay, so could you explain the model then? Because I don't.
Model of what?
Of like a flat Earth.
Yeah, I don't know what that means, dude.
So like
the shape is the overall shape. The overall shape is unknown. The size is unknown, but flat Flat is not a shape, so we're not claiming a shape. We're just claiming that it's not curving, and the size is unknown, and we're not floating in space or anything crazy like that. Especially without, we're not in a vacuum without a container.
Okay, so we're all, regardless of the size, and correct me if I'm wrong. I'm just trying to get an understanding. We're all like on a plane.
It's
Yeah,
topographical
unknown.
plane. It's mostly water, right? So
Right. So there is a lot of water. So we're all on a plane, and so when we look up, we're all looking at the same sky.
Depending on where you are, if you're close to somebody, you're looking at the same sky.
Well, I mean, if it's like,
look, bro, like if you were in Walmart and you looked up, would you be looking at the same ceiling as somebody on the other side of Walmart?
Well, it depends where I'm looking.
Well, you're not gonna. If Walmart's big enough, you're not gonna see what's over their head.
I mean, let's just say, I mean, that's a great example. Let's say if the Walmart had 500 feet ceilings that it was just empty, and if anybody looked up at any point, you would wager, unless there were like other things in the way, that you could see like the four corners. Let's assume it's a square Walmart. You would likely be able to see all regardless of where you're standing within Walmart, you'd be able to see all four corners, right?
No.
Why?
Because of perspective.
I mean, again,
you ever draw before? You know, the horizon is and the vanishing point and all those things.
If there's no obstruction, you would be able to.
Perspective, I said. You know what perspective is?
Yeah, I understand what.
You know how you look down a long hallway and they converge to a point?
Right, but we're talking about like a ceiling.
Yeah, the ceiling appears to come down, the floor appears to come up, and the walls appear to close in.
I don't know if maybe you understand what I'm talking about.
Does the floor on a long hall, does the ceiling on a long hallway appear to come down towards the floor?
No, we're talking about like a big warehouse. I mean, it doesn't appear to. I mean, I've been in like giant warehouse buildings.
Okay, but yes, even in a warehouse, the ceiling of the warehouse will appear to come down.
I've never seen that.
It'll converge to a vanishing point. It's perspective. It's how just when you have a 3D world projected onto a 2D surface, that's how it works. That's how images are formed.
Never seen a deck of clouds in the distance, and how a deck of clouds.
Right, but I'm talking about. I mean, in extreme distances, sure, but I'm talking like specifically about like a scenario in which you're like in a Costco. Like, imagine you're in a Costco, right? And there's nothing inside of the building. At any point, wherever you're standing, you'd be able to see all four corners of it. At any point.
No, like he just told you, because of perspective. I mean, depends on how big it is.
The size of the Costco, dude.
Okay, let's say a reasonable Costco within the visible milestone of what humans can see.
Okay, how far do you think humans can see just because of the air?
Well, let's just make it. I mean, we don't have to get ridiculous with it because I don't know the scientific definition of how far humans can see. Again, let's say 500 feet in the air.
I already know where you're going with this.
Let's say 500. No, okay, but I mean, you asked me the question, so.
Why can't I see the end of the Earth? Why can't I see the Mount Everest from China?
That's not what I was gonna get to. That's not what I was gonna get to, at all. So.
How far do you think you should be able to see, dude?
That I would like to discuss what I was talking about.
Okay.
I mean, if you want to, we can. I don't know. I don't know.
Like, listen, most Costco's they're not 100 fucking million square meters.
I know, but it was a thought experiment. It was a thought experiment.
The corners of a normal Costco.
It was a thought experiment. I'm just simply asking you to rationalize and think about a Costco that is, let's say, 1,600 square feet, okay? And it is completely empty inside of it. At any point in which you stand in this Costco, if you look up, you would be able to see each of the corners, assuming there is no blockage within, like, there's nothing blinding you, like there's no light obscuring your vision. and there is no like tall aisles, let's assume that it is completely empty. You'd be able to see all four corners regardless of where you're standing in the Costco. Yes?
Okay, I already told you. It depends on how large the Costco is.
I just gave you I told you 1,500 square feet.
Dude. That's like 20 by 20 or something, dude.
So yes?
Tiny.
So yes?
Yeah, in a 1,600-foot Costco.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's like the size of your house.
Okay. So distance and scale matters.
Yes.
Okay. All right, cool. We have a baseline. I like that. So,
but you have distance, but what it matters. But as far as Costco goes, things like Costco, you have things called distance cues. You have an idea of the size of objects, and because the floor isn't some uniform thing, so you typically made up of tiles. You can see from the orientation of the tiles and how they're getting smaller, how far away things are. So there's other cues we use to judge distance. None of that works for the sky because all the stars look the same distance. So all the distance cues that you would use to look at a floor, you can't use for the sky.
You can, because why do we see different stars in different hemispheres? Why does the northern hemisphere see different stars?
You don't have a hemisphere.
Southern hemisphere.
You don't have a hemisphere.
I understand. I understand that you don't believe that we do, but
I know we don't.
You could literally go to. I mean, have you ever been to Australia and taken a picture of the night sky and then compared that
Didn't
to?
we just do this yesterday?
I've never spoken to you in my life.
Okay, I just did this with somebody else yesterday.
I mean, that's just the biggest, like, that's just like the biggest example of how you can nakedly see with your own eyes that, I mean, if it's not a globe, like your, and I'm not going to say your model because you haven't given me a model, which is fair. There are different variations of what different flat earthers believe, and that's completely fair. But within the sphere, right, within the globe model, it is explained every single time how that could work. And the flat Earth model does not have an answer for it.
Okay, you're full of shit. Okay.
Okay.
Okay, you don't know what you're talking about. You don't have a sphere from which there could be a hemisphere.
Okay.
Just don't say magic buzzwords, dude.
That
shit don't work in here. We deal with evidence. Okay. So really simple. Okay. For the same reason, how far is Australia away from, say, Canada?
I don't know. I'd have to look it up. I don't know that.
Like 15,000 miles or something.
Yeah, I'm assuming you would have to look that up too, right?
Okay. Well, I know UK to Australia is something like 10,000 miles. Okay. So I'm assuming Canada's 5,000 miles further because it's across the Atlantic. So
I don't know. Yeah.
15,000 miles, let's say. Okay. The sky is going to appear to come down and converge into the horizon. In the ground, it is going to appear to ramp up and converge into the horizon. Now, you're not going to see all the stars. The only stars you're going to see over your head are the stars over your head. Stars that are 1,000 miles away, they're not going to look like they're over your head. Why would they look like they're over your head?
If the Earth was somewhat flat, you would. If the Earth was somewhat flat,
that is nonsense. It's nonsense. So if I walk around on a flat Earth, the stars that are over my head in Australia follow me around.
They wouldn't follow you around, but they would look. You would be able to see the same stars. You would be able to see them. They might look skewed. They might look different. But what I'm saying,
why would I see the same stars?
That's what I'm asking you. You wouldn't.
No, I'm asking you. You're making the prediction that on a flat Earth you would see the same stars. Why is that?
You'd be able to. Well, because ultimately you're looking up.
Okay.
And you're presenting the idea or making the notion.
Are all the stars in the sky at zenith?
Are they what? Sorry?
At zenith. Zenith is directly over your head.
Well, I believe in a globe Earth, so
okay.
No.
Zenith exists on a globe Earth too.
Well,
all
sure,
the stars
but the Earth is rotating
directly over your head?
Some stars are, but at different times during the day.
I can walk out from underneath that star, right?
I mean, you can like walk away and still see the same star.
Yeah, but I can walk out from underneath it so that the star is no longer directly over my head.
Well, I think that's more so the rotation of the Earth that's doing that. But yeah, I mean, like you moving would absolutely add to it.
Oh yes,
sure.
the star wouldn't be able. That's not exclusive to a fucking globe, dude.
You mean to like a flat?
Yeah, to move around and to have different stars over my head because I moved around.
Right, but
that's
like,
not
I mean,
exclusive
maybe
to a globe.
Maybe I could like explain it a little bit more on a smaller scale. Like, if I look up at my
No, you came with a gotcha and it's fucking dumb, dude.
That's not an I gotcha, bro. I literally was just asking questions. You're just being so like really like I get it. You're very
Steel man what I said. Steel man my argument.
I'm not trying to steal you.
Steel man my argument.
Questions. I'm just asking questions.
Steel man my argument. I want to make sure you're listening.
Is anybody actually enjoying?
I want to make sure you're listening. Steel man my argument.
In what argument? You've made no argument.
Yes, I have.
What?
Steel man my argument.
Your argument was that we can move under stars.
That's
literally
the
only thing you
stars
said.
over my head. That if stars are in one place over one spot, and I said this way back when we were talking about Walmart, that the lights over my head on one side of Walmart are not the same lights that are going to be over my head if I'm on the other side of Walmart.
They're not the same
And
lights, but you can still see the same
and
lights.
if I
That's
can
what I said.
walk across, depends on the size of the Walmart, because eventually, because of perspective, they are going to merge into the vanishing point, and they're going to be undifferentiable from the horizon itself.
All right, I got a great answer for you. So throughout times of the day, if you walked through that Walmart and literally took pictures in I don't know, let's say a 10 square foot square, and
Josh,
you literally took
anything I
a
just
picture.
said,
You took
you're
a
gonna just
picture.
pretend I didn't say it.
I'm literally answering you.
You're answering how the stars don't follow me around over my head. That's what you're answering right
to
now.
be fair, you didn't answer what I said. I literally asked you a question that you never answered from the beginning, and I've just been entertaining this.
What was the question?
Why do we see different stars in the northern and southern hemisphere that you
I
can't
did answer
see
that.
otherwise?
Perspective.
No,
and you don't
you didn't.
have
You didn't.
hemispheres.
You didn't answer that. You didn't answer.
I said perspective. The sky comes down, the ground ramps up, and they vanish into the horizon, which is the vanishing point.
Okay.
Called the vanishing point. Take an art class, dude.
Okay. That's great. That's great. But there
is basic
there are literally no astronomers that would agree with you.
Who cares? That's how weak your argument is. Now it's an appeal to credentials.
An appeal to authority. Yes. Yeah, that's a great fallacy. I also don't go to doctors when I need a medical treatment. I go to somebody that works at Pizza Hut.
And that's a false equivalence.
That I don't think so.
I do.
I think it's close, but not quite. Because if you're going to discount every single astronomer, is there any astronomer that you
the all or nothing
find any
fallacy.
credence into?
So, any more logical fallacies you want to stack on? Any more logical fallacies would you like to stack on?
Would you like to answer my question?
Any more logical fallacies would you like to stack on?
No. I have no further questions, Your Honor.
Yeah. Okay. Go try somewhere else with your bullshit, bro. One after the other, fucking. Dude, it's like literally a fucking parade of fucking speds.
Yeah. All right, next.
And what the most aggravating fucking thing is, like I said before, they are not trying to figure out what the truth is. They are just trying to hide it.
Yeah.
In the case of this guy, he's just trying to quote unquote win the debate.
Another lights in the sky type argument.
Dude, I answered it right off the bat. I walked to the other side of Walmart. There's different lights over there. It's real simple. Walmart's real small. That ain't true. But we're comparing it to the Earth. You're asking me, why does it happen on Earth? Earth isn't the size of Walmart.
They're always looking. Yeah, this one. You know what's crazy? I actually prefer Dylan's argument to this argument because at least Dylan is looking at the Earth, or at least kind of looking at the Earth. You know what I mean? This one, he's just looking up at the sky. So
I don't like Dylan's motives. That's my problem with him.
yeah.
Hello, Nick James and Talent X. Are you guys globe earthers?
I'm a glober.
You believe the Earth is a globe?
I know the Earth is a globe. Knowledge.
Okay. Why do you believe the Earth is a globe?
Well, I don't believe it. I know that the Earth is a globe. It's knowledge.
Oh. Okay, how do you know?
Because there's facts and evidence.
Okay, name one fact.
It's measured, and there's a picture of it.
Can you post the measurements? Let's see.
I could.
Let's see.
You want to see the?
Let's see the measurement. Yeah, post the measurement in the chat. Let's see it.
Okay. This is, oh, I don't have permission, but I can send it to you.
DM it to me, yeah.
Called the Great Trigonometrical Survey. The direct physical measurement of the surface of the Earth.
Okay, let me see.
You're welcome to post it in the chat.
Got it. Okay.
It's very
All right,
famous.
let me read this 1 sec.
There's a lot of coping and seething that goes on behind due to the Great Trigonometrical Survey.
Let me post a picture.
So I have read the survey.
Yeah, I'm
just you guys misunderstand what corrections are, what calculations are, what measurements are, especially clipcord. Well, they're not even in the voice chat. It's so weird how many people you have it.
Did they hang on 1 second. Oh, they use theodolites, right? They use a theodolite?
Yep.
Okay, wait, let me see here.
Towers and survey towers.
Literally went over all this.
Custom instruments.
Wait. Is this the same? Okay, sorry. Theodolite. For the theodolite, are you using? You need 90 degrees, right? Like a 90-degree angle.
Well, they got over 180 degrees. It was a 300. It's about
sorry.
4,000 mile radius, give or take. A little bit less.
Okay, so when they're using the theodolite, they're measuring an angle, so they need 2 straight lines. So can you describe what the 2 straight lines are?
Well, you can see they're triangles. It's thousands of straight lines. Do you see the picture, the blue lines on the map? If you look at the blue lines on the map of India.
Let me check. Oh yeah. Let me post that. Yeah.
Right. They use triangulation.
Okay, 1 sec. Let me see.
Yeah, see, I have a little diagram of how triangulation reveals the curve.
Straight lines. Okay.
When the angle is greater than 180, angle sum.
Is there a physical? Hold on. Let me see the Wikipedia again. I'm trying to look for like a real life physical theodolite demonstration where they.
Hi, YouTube.
Where they did it.
How does that work? That is how they did triangulation.
What do they aim the theodolite at?
A mirror. A point of reference.
They're aiming the theodolite at a mirror?
Yeah. And there's two at the other side.
Okay.
On the other side of the line.
I don't see a mirror in here.
They're shining a mirror. That's separate. They just take a mirror. It's just like a 8x10 size mirror. They shine the sunlight at the.
Wait, in your Wikipedia, I don't see any mention of a mirror. Where's the citation for the mirror? Or is that just like a default theodolite thing?
Yeah, that's the default.
So there's a mirror like inside the theodolite? Is that what you're saying?
No. The theodolite's aimed at the other side, the other point, which has a mirror.
Oh, okay. So they're aiming it somewhere in the distance, and then there's a mirror at
like when you see how triangulations reveal curvature. So they go from like point tower to tower. So you have to go theodolite on one side and the mirror on the other, and then you get the measurement.
Is there like a physical demonstration where they're aiming it at is there like one instance that shows a real life demonstration where someone has a theodolite, they're pointing it at a mirror in the distance? I just want to see it.
I don't think that's how theodolites work. You know the guy how like there's like usually one guy on one end. There's always like two people, one on one side and with the theodolite. The other side's got the little stick, little mirror on it.
Okay, wait, let me see if I can find one.
And that's like really elementary use of surveys. You do not know how surveys work? There's two people involved, two teams.
Look, wait here. How to find the distance. Yeah, I don't remember any mirrors. I mean, okay, here, you see this? You see this? Here, wait, look. You see this in the chat? Is this accurate?
What?
I just posted a.
Sure.
First.
That's similar. So that's a similar triangulating. That's a triangulation of a height. That's triangulating height from the horizon or something. I don't know what that is.
Okay, so are they measuring Earth curvature using a mirror? Or how does it?
Theodolite.
The theodolite is aimed at a mirror,
right?
And they're measuring. Okay, let me be more specific. How many inches of drop was there in one of the measurements that they took?
What? 8 inches of drop.
Over what distance?
Over thousands of miles. Or over per mile or something? I don't know. The average was 8 inches.
Like, just give me one instance of their measurement and then tell me how much drop was there.
Just the measurements themselves were just angular measurements measuring over 180 degrees.
Okay, can you give me that in inches and feet of drop over distance?
No.
No? What do you mean?
No, why? Why do I need to do that?
That was notorious for bullshit.
Okay.
Well, again, that's a bullshit question. That's what I'm asking.
Well, I mean,
if you can't explain why you're asking a question, then
because what you said isn't true.
Idea what you're talking about.
What you said isn't true.
Bro, what in the world is this thing showing here that Joe put in the chat?
I'll leave you guys to it. Indy is too bad faith for me, so
yeah. So tell me,
Indy can just go and run his mouth.
You have 3 lines of sight with 3 Yeah, you better run away.
Instantly.
He's another one, dude. He's another one.
Yeah. India, is it true? Do they use mirrors? You can use a mirror, right? In a theodolite measurement? That's true, right?
They used to. So Lewis and Clark. The only time I've
never heard of it before.
Maybe a retroreflector.
Oh, you mean off the moon? Is that what you mean?
Yeah, well, I mean, they make for the automated theodolites, the ones that do automated measurements. They use retroreflectors to do some of the measurements.
Okay, and they aim the theodolite. They physically put a mirror out in the distance somewhere on the Earth.
Well, it's like the retroreflector that's at the end of a pole. They stick it's like a tripod, right? They just stick it on the ground, and they know the height of the retroreflector, and it'll make lots of measurements, right? It'll do something like, I don't know, 100,000 measurements in a few hours.
Cool.
They do this in like building surveying. I've watched them do it outside my house and shit. And they put up like a 20-story building, and they would come out like pretty much every day, and there was retroreflectors on the building, like on the corners of the building, because they want to know if it's sinking or you know what I mean. And they would come out, and they had a geodetic control point. They take their little automated fucking theodolite, push their buttons, set it up, and then it would just make bunch of automated measurements, and the dude would just sit there and pick his ass until it was done.
Okay, let me ask you this. What are your thoughts on the Great Trigonometrical Survey?
The India one?
Yeah.
Oh my God, the thing's a mess. They don't even have a uniform methodology.
Damn.
Yeah, like depending on which group of surveyors, they kind of each did their own thing.
I was trying to ask.
And they assumed that the Earth was a perfect sphere.
Oh.
So the datum they use is the bezel spheroid.
I was gonna ask them for like a specific instance, just one point, like one physical demonstration of one of the measurements that was taken during this. But it's just a Wikipedia thing.
So what they don't understand is that, or haven't heard, even though I've told these guys a bunch of times, they do something called reduction of the horizontal direction. Okay, so they take measurements. So you have 2 points. Now, is your theodolite tilted away from the other theodolite? Is your theodolite at the same level as that theodolite? Because that matters, right? You have one theodolite set at freaking 1,000 feet, and the other one's at sea level. Now, your calculation of that triangle will be different than if it was at the same level. So what they do is called reduction of the horizontal direction. They take all the measurements before they're entered into anything, and they reduce them so that all the measurements are at on the same datum. So they reduce it to sea level. So now you have a bunch of triangles. Well, what happens when you do this, when you change the elevation of the triangle, the angles relative, if the Earth is a ball, right? Now you have tilted verticals. The verticals are not in the same plane. The plumb lines, they're not in the same plane, right?
Okay, Globey.
Okay.
Welcome to Flat Earth, whoever that.
So when they reduce the horizontal direction, they have to rotate the azimuth. So instead of say pointing at 85 from true north, they have to adjust. It gets adjusted by calculation to say 86. This extra bit, is the spherical excess, right? The greater than 180-degree triangle is the result of this calculation from measuring a planar triangle and projecting it onto a curved surface. Understand? You have a triangle, and if I take the triangle and put it on a ball, project that planar triangle onto a ball, now that triangle becomes distorted, right? Because it's a curved surface. and the directions, right, relative to north, south, east, west, are slightly altered from that distortion. So the reduction of the horizontal direction changes that direction. So let's say I have a planar triangle. One line is going north south. One line is going, let's say, frickin' 85. And from the end of the 85 line, that's going, say, 230 or something. Now that makes a triangle, but when I project that onto a spherical surface, I can't maintain that planar relationship if it's projected on a spherical surface. So those directions, that 85 and 237 and north-south, right, they're all going to slightly have to be adjusted to have it on a spherical surface. Now, that's why I said they're not measuring greater than 180-degree triangles. It's the result of them reducing the horizontal direction and changing the azimuth. Because if you just think about it for a second, I have three, because they're not measuring the sphere. They're not on the sphere. They're off the sphere. The theodolite is above the sphere, the lens, right? I have 3 points. They're all not on the sphere. They're above the sphere. Now, if I make lines of sight that connect those into a triangle, that's a planar triangle. They don't become a spherical triangle until they get projected onto a sphere. The sphere wasn't measured. It was assumed.
Did you just say spherical triangle? Is that what you said?
Yeah, a so-called spherical triangle, yes. I mean, it's called a rouleau triangle, technically.
Got it.
So, I mean, someone posted a diagram of it a little while ago when I was talking about it. Well, let me scroll up, see if it's still there. Yeah. Yaga Bruno posted it. This. Here, I'll post it again. This.
Oh, there, I gotcha.
Yeah, so this planar triangle, this would be the point where the theodolites are, off the surface of the sphere, above it. But when you take this triangle and you push it down to the surface, those the directions of these of the sides is going to slightly change because of the curved surface. That's the azimuth direction, so that's like the compass, north, south, east, west. Those are your azimuths. So it's going to change. It's going to slightly change when they do the reduction of the horizontal direction. They take this planar triangle, project down a spherical surface, and what they're trying to do is just change the azimuth. And they say this azimuth and so this azimuth change. So you've changed the angle between the lines by doing a calculation and changing the azimuth direction. And if you measure that angle, it'll end up being greater than 180 degrees if the triangle is big enough. But that's not what they're measuring. They're measuring the blue triangle, not the right triangle. The blue triangle is the measurement. The red triangle is the calculation based upon assuming the Earth is a globe.
Bro, it's the same thing that Dylan was doing, I think.
No, he said that they measure its spherical excess. They don't measure it. They're just parroting stupid people like McToon when they say this. McToon is like the first person that really pushed this forward, and they've been freaking carrying that water of that dude just being wrong for quite a while.
Is McToon still? Is he still around? Like, is he still going?
I mean, he's taken a beating a couple times. I think he's like in stealth mode right now.
Healing.
DJ fucked him up. Have you ever heard the DJ DJing him?
I did not see DJ.
DJ went into a server and debated McToon. It's one of the worst destructions I've ever heard. It's really good. I'll post in the chat.
Yeah, I'll take a look. I just been watching too many QE videos.
Oh god.
Yeah, I've been just watching QE.
McToon was literally like begging DJ to leave. It was in a different server. I think the server's name was QOps or something like that.
Oh yeah, that's where we had the Tourette's episode and called him an asshole 80 times in a row.
Yeah.
How do you manage to sit through a QE episode? It's fucking. Can't even imagine hours of it.
Yeah. Yeah, a long time ago when he was on the other FAD server, it was actually really not the videos, but like a random Glover would join, and then it was just so funny. It was like, "Are you a fan of the spinning ball space monkey religion? Okay, what is the scientific evidence of the globe?" And then they couldn't even comprehend that that it's like every question was a death sentence essentially, because they didn't realize that there's no science for a shape. And then, oh man. But anyways. Really quick, is there any Globers in here? Dylan was before we before we go back to Dylan, let me just see if there's any other ones in here, because I know he's here, but I want to see if there's any other Globers.
Indio. What's up, babe?
Huh? Oh, what's up, dude?
Hey, man. Long time.
Yeah, man.
My fucking Discord's all screwed up, man.
Yeah, I remember you saying that. I heard you say that.
So, I'm getting a new computer here this weekend, so I'll be back soon.
What's going on, dude?
Sweet, bro.
What's up, Timbo? Hey. Timbo Matrix and yeah, you guys all sound the same to me. Damn it.
What's going on, man?
I heard you jump in, man. You took a break, huh? That's good, man.
Yeah, I'm back now.
Yeah.
Again.
I'll be back soon. I've just been doing my own little thing, man. Doing some live streams and shit. But hey, India, that kid, man, with 182 IQ today, man, got so wrecked. That kid was pissing me off, man.
Oh my god.
I was screaming at my phone, man. I was driving, but I was like, oh my goodness.
It's kind of like that all day, man. So Yar's been here all day watching me just like take scalps, dude. It's just like I have a pile of bodies that's so high right now.
That's awesome, man. I do a lot of listening, guys. You guys been killing it. It's been fun to listen to, man. I wish I could jump on more often.
By the way, what was he saying to get you to scream at your phone? What was he saying?
Fucking, he's just would not answer the most simplest questions. And he just kept, calling us stupid, and he's smarter. And he was just getting racked. And I'm like, you fucking Mongo. Come on.
Was it another one?
And he's 20. He goes, oh, you guys are old, and, I'm smarter than you old guys. That was pissing me off right there, man. He doesn't understand what experience is, man. He might be 22 or 7, whatever he said he was. But
was he one of those lights in the sky people, or was he like at the yacht?
He was doing lots of lights in the sky, the moon thing. You guys were talking about the moon, but he wanted to take it up there, but India wouldn't let him, man. Tried to keep it down here on Earth. And
did he have any ground thing, like any non-lights in the sky stuff, like any ground things?
No, he just had his religion, and
okay, just lights in the sky.
He was NASA. I've been to NASA. He goes, I've been to NASA.
Oh yeah, that's right.
I was like, "What? Yeah, I've been there too, man." Ding dong.
I said, "Where's the proof of that globe? And is it in the coffee cups or the frickin' T-shirt?"
Wait, he said he'd been to NASA?
Yeah, he went to NASA. Yeah, over there.
Like, what do you mean bend? Like, what did he say?
Like Cape,
bend?
I don't know. He like went to whatever Cape Canaveral or whatever. I don't know. One of those.
Like an office?
Like no, where they got like the Rockets. You know, the tour.
The Rockets.
You know.
So he might as well just say he was an astronaut.
Right. Anyway, poor kid. I felt bad for him, man.
It's been a parade of like rhetorical gimmicks, like one after the other after the other. One will come in, they try to pretend that like, oh, I'm just a reasonable person asking questions. Then their mask falls off, and the rhetorical gimmicks come out, and then and then it results in, well, you're just a flat earther anyway, so nobody takes you seriously, and then there's the coping, and it's like a stupid cycle, dude. And it's like they all think they're so original, and it's like, man, 10 of you just did the same thing in a row, and you thought like your stuff that you came in with was clever, and you're just an NPC, man. Like,
wow.
All of them, man.
That old physicist was on there yesterday. Did you? I don't know if it was AI or
I missed him.
It was AI. I was talking with him. Well, he was kind of cool, man. He kept saying when he was done talking, he'd say over. It was very polite. He was a nice guy, man.
Yeah, Matt, I missed it, man.
Yeah.
I've been looking for a normal person, man. Hard.
Hopefully he'll come back. But
I haven't been trying to be confrontational either. I'm really not trying to do that. They just draw it out for some reason.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you guys put up with a lot, man. I do appreciate you guys, and I don't know if I could ever buy you guys dinner or something, but man, you guys have just been putting up with it lately, man. It's been pretty fun to listen to, anyway. Well, I'm learning, still learning, man.
I'd say the theodolite conversation, if you're not familiar with theodolites, it's actually kind of interesting to listen to. But then, like the next day, it gets old really fast because then you realize it's all nonsense. But like the first time you hear it, it's like, oh wow, this is interesting.
Right.
And like you realize it's all nonsense.
And then the Sticks and Shadow guy was in there today, I think.
Yeah, that also, like, for a person who's not familiar with it, that also might sound interesting. But then, like 10 seconds later, you realize it's nonsense again.
Total. That was that guy. It was the cop. You were talking to the cop this morning, right?
The cop.
Yeah, maybe not you, but India. Were you talking to the cop this morning? Maybe that was a different channel. I don't know. I was flipping around. It could have been.
What were they talking about? Was it like?
Oh, he's like, he does studies on people and studies on. He's a gang enforcement officer, and they have to profile people. And he came in to profile us.
Like a detective. That would be nice.
Yeah, it was kind of interesting. He was pretty smart. He knew a lot of stuff, but he was like, you can do this in your backyard. You get 2 sticks, or maybe,
Oh, he was defending Aristotle's.
I was like, oh, dude. And he's like, yeah, most of you flat earthers are low IQ. And I was like, oh, man, poor guy.
Could he actually recite Aristophanes pretty accurately, or was he just like winging it?
No, it was just rough around the edges. He'd be like, the 2 shadows, you measure the length, and then he didn't know how to actually do it. So yeah, just part of his religion.
Did you guys mention that light source was like the location of the light source that determines the shadow angle is unknown? Did you ever mention that?
No, I don't know if they got that far. I don't know. I wasn't on the call, but I was just listening while I was packing up my car for the day or whatever.
That would be kind of interesting, like a professional. Like, imagine there's like a professional forensic or homicide detective, and they try to look at the evidence of the globe and see if it matches the.
Oh, that would be fantastic.
That'd be hilarious.
Yeah, I don't think he would be willing to do it. I don't know. He seemed a little arrogant. I don't know. We could just knock him down a couple pegs, but maybe he'll come
They have
around.
a stressful job, man. I would not want to be a cop. That's
Oh goodness, it's got to be tough, man.
That's a real match. That's like a alpha male type of job right there.
Oh yeah, man. Lots of testosterone.
Confronting criminals, like that's some crazy shit.
A friend of mine's an FBI agent. He's he's on a task force. He's on a task force for bad guys, gangsters mostly, and criminals. But he doesn't do like white collar criminal. It's like the guys, with guns and shit. And they took down like 38 guys in one day, like a month ago. I was like
arrested or like?
I'm like, yeah, they took them. They got all of them, 38 of them. I go, that was a busy day, huh? He's like, yeah, fucking A, man. Because I was in the band. I was like, well, that's a good place to be. Yeah.
That's some warrior shit right there,
man. Yeah, suiting up and going and getting bad guys, it's kind of like going to war.
To be fair though, I feel like doing that would probably make the average guy feel a lot more important and fulfilled than just sitting at a desk,
Oh, absolutely, right.
But at the same time, it's like terrifying, But on the flip side, you feel like you really are actually doing something and not just sitting behind a computer. You know what I mean?
Well, yeah, you get to see, you're getting the bad guys off the street, man. I mean, there's a lot of them out there, but there's a bunch of freaking whacks out there right now, man. I've seen so many people acting so weird lately, man. I don't know what the heck's going on. I guess
that's what the globe does to the mind.
Just whack, man. People are hitting their heads against a wall, and it's crazy, man. People driving, trying to get away from the cops. It's like, you got to be kidding me, man. Yeah.
It's harder to outrun the cops if you have to accidentally trip on a spinning object that's going 1,000 miles per hour.
Right. There you go.
It's easier to catch someone on a flat Earth because there's no, you don't have to trip on Earth curvature, or you don't have to fall because it's spinning.
Man, what a world, man!
I think D.B. Cooper, he landed in China because of the Coriolis effect. The rotation of the Earth. While he's falling out of the plane, the Earth spun, and he just landed in China, and they never found him.
Wait! I got a question. Your cop friend, you should ask your cop friend, when you do target practice for the police with your firearm, do you take into account the Coriolis spin?
No, he's not gonna. He's not gonna take that in.
That's what you should ask him. Next time he comes in here, cop. Yeah,
that was another gambit today.
That was another gambit today, man.
The artillery gambit.
Yeah. You explained some artillery, how they would pinpoint how, raise or lower the barrel, basically, right?
Yeah.
And have spotters out there going, oh, no, man, you missed that to the left of,
Yeah, they have forward
100 yards.
Man. You don't just fire blindly into a city.
Mm-hmm.
They have people that can see where the fucking shells land.
Right.
And they go, okay, that one was too far. That one was too short, right?
Too left,
it's
too
called
right.
bracketing. There's a name for it. It's called bracketing. So they bracket the target, and then they walk artillery into it, either forward or back. Because there's an uncertainty to every round.
Yeah, when you said that they did this in World War II, I was like, I remember saying to myself, I'm like, dude, I didn't know that. I didn't know that's how they did it. I wasn't sure. I mean, that makes total sense. It's totally logical. How else you get a target?
Well, let me guys ask you this question: when Tom Brady makes a throw to one of the other football players who's running to the end zone,
right?
Does he take into account the Earth curvature before he throws the ball?
No.
or the Earth spin?
It depends on whether the player's a flat earther or not.
Apparently, Neil deGrasse Tyson used that analogy for a field goal, extra point or field goal or kick or something. I don't know. And he was like, the reason he missed that field goal is because of the earth spin. I did some quick calculations, and I was like,
no, that was the reason he got it in. It bounced off the upright and in because of the Earth's rotation under the ball.
It was in?
And that's how they won the Super Bowl.
That's right. That, the Super Bowl that he was at the Super Bowl.
Yeah. When you throw a Hail Mary in a football game, you have to take account in the Coriolis spin whenever you throw a Hail Mary.
I love it. That's hilarious. That's why my golf game's all fucked up, man. I mean, I have not.
Yeah,
Next time I go golfing,
Tiger Woods takes the Coriolis.
I gotta bring a compass. Make sure okay, if they're spinning this way or that way, I gotta adjust. Yeah, I gotta bring a compass with me.
Yeah, he tried to say that guy. He was like, it goes one way if you're in the southern hemisphere, and the other way if you're in the northern hemisphere.
Yeah, he was pulling something up on Google when he was doing that too. I could tell.
Well, I mean, he ended up posting something in the chat, which is just like, the typical, it isn't even like the official artillery manual, which is like FM 107 or something.
Right.
Field Manual 107. Now, all these artillery manuals don't all say some shit about Coriolis effect. But then when you actually look at it, they don't actually calculate it at all. It's just like, because they're not writing it, right? They've contracted somebody out. Hey, write, a manual for firing artillery. And they're like, okay, I'm a scientist. We got to put in Coriolis effect.
Right. We'll pay you $20,000. Write the manual. Oh, okay. We'll put in Coriolis and wind and direction and humidity. I'll bring in anything they whatever. And at the end of the day, man, you shoot the shit, it gets there. That's good, man.
Well, there's an uncertainty. Just like with a bullet, right? You have a pattern, right? You have a cluster.
Right.
Even if you had the gun fixed, right? Say you had a pod, and that was you had it you had a
cement.
Yeah, you could cement it. Exactly, you could cement it into place.
Right.
And have identical bullets that you all made, loaded into the gun, and fire each round. They're not going to go through the same fucking hole. Okay?
No, they're not.
There's going to be a spread. There's going to be a random spread.
Yep.
Yeah, we got a globe earther, Yakko 1X. Yakko 1X, are you there?
Yakko.
Yakko,
check.
come on.
Yakko, check 1 2. Open your mic. Open your mic.
He's in the chat. He's talking smack in the chat.
Chat skanker.
He's also new to the server, so.
All right. We'll give him some slack.
Okay, never mind. Yeah, well, continue with what you're saying.
Yeah, that's a great point you bring up, Indio, is that you cement the goddamn gun into, there's no way it can move. It's totally aimed. you set up your target and you fire 10 bullets in there, you're lucky to get 2 that go through the same hole. You would be lucky. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and that, well, that cluster, right? It's gonna have a size, right? Like, so let's say it's freaking 3 inches, right? It's like a 3-inch radius circle.
Okay.
You can't say for certain where the bullet's gonna go. You know it's gonna go somewhere in that circle, but you don't know exactly where.
Right.
Okay, that's the precision of the instrument, or the uncertainty.
Yeah, I mean,
okay? But hold on. The corrections that they're doing are like 1/10 of the size of that circle. There's no point in doing the correction. It doesn't improve anything.
Yeah.
So you moved it around in the circle 1/10 of the circle size.
Right. Which is negligible, huh? So it might as well be 0.
Well, it doesn't improve it. It doesn't improve it. You still have the large uncertainty, right?
Yep. Yeah,
but think about you don't know where it's going to land within a foot, and your correction will adjust it a 1/4 inch. Fucking, you don't know where it's going to land within a foot. What the hell's your 1/4 inch going to do?
Right. Nothing. Not going to do anything.
Because that uncertainty isn't like, oh, now you know where it's going to go within 1 3/4 inches. No, it's still, you don't know within a foot. All you're doing is adjusting it within the uncertainty. That's it.
The fact that these Mongos still bring up Coriolis, man, just defies my brain. I'm like, dude, we were crushing that stuff back in 2015. I was talking to artillery guys, airline pilots. There's no Coriolis, bro. It's just not there. None of these guys use it. Not one of them.
It does drive me up the wall a little bit that we've been researching this topic for going on a decade now.
Yep.
And they think somehow they're going to go on Google or ChatGPT and somehow find information that we missed after 10 years. And they're going to find it. And then somehow they're going to show us like something we didn't know, and that they're going to prove us wrong in their 15-minute search. Like, it's crazy what they think sometimes.
Yeah, I mean, well, I don't know if
I searched for 15 minutes. Dude, I searched for 15 days. What are you talking about?
Fucking search for 10 years, man.
I'm just talking about one particular subject. Like Coriolis, I probably looked at time in hours, at least fucking 20 hours just on that. You know what I mean?
Oh, yeah. Absolutely. Exactly. But yeah, there's nobody accounts for that. It doesn't happen in reality. In the physical real world, no. Man. We'll keep going, guys. I appreciate you guys so much listening and learning. I'll be back. I'll participate more this summer.
Thanks, dude. I'm glad we're entertaining you. It's our goal, dude.
Oh, dude. It's so good, man. Every day I wake up smiling, going, all right, what manga is going to bring up, Coriolis today, or, the moon or something? I'm like, okay, yeah. Yeah, you guys went into the moon today quite a bit. You were talking about
looked at the sun and proved that the Earth is not flat.
All right.
Well, how'd you do that? Well, I looked at the sun again. Ugh.
You should go stare at the sun some more.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, go for it.
Right at noon, lie on your back, stare right at it.
Hey, I just had a quick question, AI Overlord. Just
now, let me ask you a question first. Let me ask you a question first.
Sure.
When are any of these guys going to talk about the actual Earth?
I don't know when they are.
Yeah, me neither. go ahead with your question.
Yeah, so mine is a question about something I went out and did. I took photographs, so it's like an observational thing. And just wondering if you'd be interested for me to show you it and then ask you your opinion on it, or anyone in here to weigh in on it.
Oh, definitely. If you have real observations, they
Yeah.
trump all these
Yeah, yeah.
speculative nonsenses immediately, of course.
Yeah? Cool. All right. Is it cool if I share my screen, that kind of deal? Because it's like photos and things.
See, I think you can, but some people aren't going to be able to watch it. So if you post still shots of like the key points, that would be great.
Sure. Yeah, yeah, of course. Yep.
And especially if they're photos. If they're photos, please just share them.
100%. I've got raw DSLR Canon camera photos that I can share in the side chat there. Like once I've finished like talking about it. It shouldn't take, this will literally be like 5 minutes, not even. All right, I'll put my screen up. So this is basically, I'm from Brisbane in Australia, and I traveled down to the Gold Coast, and there is this headland called, basically the tip of it is called Snapper Rocks, and I took photos from 3 separate vantage points at Snapper Rocks in Rainbow Bay across this like bay. This see how the coastline scoops out here? All these photos were taken across that body of water over to a place called Broadwater Towers, which is right here. These towers right here. So basically what I was trying to do is see if with these different vantage points, if I could get different results, like and see and compare the results between the 3 photos. So I'll show you those photos right now and like where they were taken. So I'll open up this folder. This will help. Can you see the folder, by the way? Just checking. Yep. So the first photo is the first vantage point, which I call the beach vantage point. The camera is sitting basically 4 meters roughly above sea level. I got these measurements of elevation through Google Earth. I don't know if you're familiar with, if you hover your mouse over a part of Google Earth, down in the bottom right, it'll tell you the elevation of that point. So if you see I'm holding my mouse here, it says 7 foot at the bottom right corner. So that's roughly, it's just an estimation of like where I took the photo. So that's 8 feet above sea level. All right, so that's the first vantage point on the beach. This is the second vantage point. See how it's elevated above where the beach would be. This is up under at the rocks. And then this is the third vantage point. This was a lookout. This is about 25 meters above sea level. So just to give you an idea, it's just here, like right there. There's like this little lookout. You can take photos, beautiful photos of the landscape. Anyway, the results of those photos are these shots right here. So now this was, I believe, this was down on the beach. So on the sand, the 4-meter elevation shot. This is Broadwater Towers, which are seemingly obscured by the horizon. Now this is a higher elevation shot. This is up on the rocks.
Well, hold on, brother.
Yep.
Gotta stop you right there.
Sure.
So the word seemingly obscured by the horizon.
Yeah. Okay. Let's. I'll take a step back. I won't say that. I'll just show you the shots, and you can tell me what's going on. But
well, that's fair.
The first shot. Yeah.
The reason why I put contention on that is because there's a little bit of loaded language in there, and sometimes when people are looking at an observation, whether it be something like this or even a person and the way they're sitting, they'll use language that describes what they know about or assume about the geometrical relationship, but it's not actually accurate to what they're seeing. And so, for example, in the arts, we do this exercise called "Tell me what you see, not what you know." Draw what you see, not what you know. And so people actually have to deconvert themselves from this charged language and the reason why we have to do this in the arts, especially with young children, is that they'll draw things based on things they know. So, for example, I know my arms are the same length. So when they start drawing a picture, they try to draw the arms the same length, and you have to tell them, no, 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 no. Your arms are the same length physically, but they don't appear the same length depending on how you're looking at yourself. And that's called foreshortening or perspective effects that you have to add in. So there's a difference between how we see and what's actually going on.
That's a fair point. I totally agree. So I won't say that. I won't use any kind of like assumptive language about where I'm coming from or what I'm expecting where you guys are coming from. I'll just show it. I'll just show you what I got, the photos. So that's the
fair.
first
That's
photo.
fair. But let's agree
Yeah.
you could use some factual things about in this thing. So, for example,
sure.
I'm going to assume because I haven't zoomed in on the image. I'm just have it in small.
Sure. Yep.
You know, for example, I might be able to tell that I can see the buildings, but I can't see the shore. So I could say to myself, for a fact, I can't see the shore in this image, and that would be an absolute truism, right?
Right. Yeah. No, that's fair. So basically, this is the photo, and I can give you the raw one. So this has been edited only by color, not by anything else, other than just for clarity's sake of where the buildings are. Here's the second photo, and then here's the third photo. So same set of buildings, 3 different vantage points, as I showed you on the map here. Like,
go back to that photo you just had, please. Go back to that one photo you just had.
Yep, this one. Yep.
Yeah. All right, good.
So these have been stacked and arranged so that basically the target of the photographs is somewhat equal in each photo. See how the target is the buildings? I've arranged them as such so that they are comparatively in the same spot in the photo, if that makes sense. You can see them stacked here on the left. You can see that they're all like they've been stacked, these photos. I'll put these are the raw images if I go back. This is the raw ones. See how the buildings are changing location on the photos? But I can put them in the side chat for people to check out as well. Yeah.
Now we actually teach this too. So, for example, if you're going to frame an image and you want the image to appear as if you're looking down, you put the horizon high in the image. You want to appear like you're looking up, you put the horizon low in the image.
Right. So that's the first one. That's the sea level. This is the 8-meter elevation, the second one, and then the 27-meter elevation is the third one. And they should be uploading into the chat there. All right. So
before you go any further, did you already say how far away the target building is?
Yes, it's roughly 18.5 miles, according to Google Earth. Yeah. So I was doing like a calculation because there's that, is it 8 inches per mile squared or per mile basically? So if I've got 18.64 miles, 18.64 miles times 8 inches, is that the calculation?
No, it's per mile squared. So you have to square the miles. So it'd be, if it's 18 miles, it'd be 18 times 18.
18 times 18. Oh, okay. So 18.
Or maybe I'm wrong, but it's 8 inches per mile squared. So however you have to do the square of the mile when you do it out.
Right. Okay. I think when you're talking about a vector, like just a line, you can disregard the squared part. Because if you're talking area of curvature, yes. But if you're talking about a line of curvature,
not square miles, miles squared. The first mile would be 8 inches. The second mile would be 64 inches.
Oh, right.
Because it's a curve away, a drop down.
Right. So I'm not great at the maths on that, but I understand that there is like this. There is a supposed or an apparent equation that's put forward by people that are explaining curvature, right? Of that 8 inches per mile squared. Yeah. Anyway, I was just going to ask you guys what your opinion is of why, in this comparison, I'll do it here like this, like why the buildings seem like you see more stuff when you get elevated above, like, you know, you're 27 meters higher up, whereas here you're 4 meters down on the surface, like on the beach, and everything seems obstructed. Or, you know, pardon me, like putting the word obstruction in there, but it just seems as though you see more stuff when you're 27 meters elevated. Is there something going on there, or?
That would also be true on a flat surface now.
Right. Like, so.
The more you get, the more you can see.
Right. Like, I mean, so you're saying if it is flat between the vantage point and the target being the buildings, I should see the same result or different results?
No, you are seeing the results. You are seeing the results, and it's flat between the coordinates.
Yeah.
However, the question you would then have is, well, how do you know that based on the image? And I'm not saying it based on the image. I'm saying it based on that you can actually just measure the water and find out the water's flat. And then you end up with the fact that this must be happening because the Earth is flat. Now, to be fair, if the Earth was a globe, right, which of course this is what this conversation is about. You're not just asking this in a vacuum, right? This is between flat Earth, globe Earth. So if the Earth was a globe, there'd be a hump of water in between you and that location. And you could do a curvature calculation, or you could do the circle segment formula, and then you could find out how high that arc is in between point A and point B. You can then get your observer height and the line of sight to see how much would be over the other side of the curve, so to speak. Now, the problem with those equations that I just mentioned, that's a geometric reality. So the size and hump of the curve is in a specific location relative to your position. So obviously it changes as you increase your altitude. Now, here's the problem. From the same altitude, you can observe variable effects in the location of the horizon and in the objects you can see. So, for example, this is 18 miles away. Now, we have observations of boats 30 miles away. Now, at 30 miles away, that boat would be down below 400 feet of off angle that it should not be able to be seen. There is no boat that's 400 feet tall. So if I can see a boat 400 feet away, 30 miles away, that should be below 400 feet, then that tells me that there's something optical going on and not something geometric. Because if it was geometry causing this, then it'd be happening at the exact same point every time, consistently. Now, not only can I see things beyond the alleged horizon would block, I can also see alleged quote unquote blockage before a horizon should even exist. For example, at my lake where I live, I take observations throughout the year. I've shared them here before, where it is only 1,014 feet wide where I take my observations. And I can observe the boat that's moored on the other side of the dock, on the other side of the lake. I can witness that disappear from the bottom up. I can witness that go into miraging effects, much like people show me with certain things depending on the day. And it has the exact same observations that happen at miles. And so if I know this observation can happen at short ranges, at 1,014 feet, when the horizon is not even supposed to be till like 3,000 feet, so obviously it's not the horizon causing it, and I know that I can see things beyond the alleged hump of blocking, then this puts this phenomenon in the optical category, not the geometric category. So my answer to why this is happening is because of optical reasons. And that might be multitude of factors. One is you have an angular field of view. You have an angular resolution limit to your angular field of view. And if the propagation angles of the light are lesser than the reception angles of your ability to resolve them, you're not going to see anything. Now, interestingly enough, if you're looking out across the horizon, the incoming light from that object is going to be below your angular resolution limit. And on top of that, you have perspective, which is causing things to decrease, and that's also a function of an angular field of view. Then you have atmospheric conditions added to that. right? Of which I think there's like 40 factors that have a confluence to result in what you finally see. Now, on the globe Earth side, the ubiquitous factor is that the Earth is curved. And as we already said, the Earth would have to be curved a different amount every day. Now, there is an excuse for this that globers will employ, and I have to be honest and tell you what it is, and that is that it doesn't matter how many close observations you have, how many supersedery long distance observations you have that are beyond globe geometry, because even the globers appeal that it's not about geometry. It's actually about optics. So in other words, no matter what happens, the light travels to the observer in a manner in which it goes over the hump that's allegedly blocking the object. So even the globers have to appeal to the optical category to save their world. But we already all know this is optical. So then that begs the question. That begs the question: if the globers are claiming there's an underlying geometry necessarily proven by these photos, they have to prove that underlying geometry separately.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not trying to push like my opinion on what I think's happening. It's just like, oh, I just want to see who can unpack what they think's going on with these photos. That's all it was.
Yeah, no worries. I hope that answered your question at least somewhat.
Yeah, I just found it's pretty fascinating that, so see that little bit there, that is the top of a roller coaster at SeaWorld on the Gold Coast. Let me just go back here. I'll zoom in on it. It's basically this roller coaster right here. The 3D model of it looks a bit funky, but yeah, it's a roller coaster.
It looked like a sandcastle when you were first zooming in.
Right, yeah. This one looks a bit more like a roller coaster. Maybe it's that one, I'm not sure. But yeah, there's definitely a bunch of
real quick. Was that first roller coaster made of wood?
Good question. I'm gonna see if this will show up on like the street view. Of the it's like that. It's got a lot of like scaffolding, for lack of a better description. It looks like, support structure to it. But yeah, I'm not sure which one of the two is showing up in my photos, but it's either this one in the distance here or it's this one in this photo.
Well, that definitely.
It could be
both. See the one on the left, bro. The one on the left that looks like a dark silhouette. That's the dense roller coaster, and the one on the right is the
one.
Yep, and the one on the right is the other roller coaster.
Yeah. But yeah, I mean, it's just it's starkingly different. You can see, the trees. You can see almost the shoreline. You can see the roller coasters, and then and this is the elevated photo. And then if you get down to the sand on the beach, I can't see the roller coaster. I can only see like the top half of these buildings. So that kind of, it impressed me. I was like, wow, that's something, I have had someone look at this and someone tried to suggest tides or swell. And I was like, nah, that can't be right. Because a swell would have to go pretty high to obstruct that much, of the picture. But anyway,
You know what's crazy, brother?
Effect. Look at that.
You know what's crazy?
Shoaling. Hold on a second. Yeah. It's called shoaling, and when you have a bay, when the tide comes in, it piles the water up in the bay. So, it wouldn't have to be elevated very much because it's so much closer to you. So, like 1 kilometer, like something that's 1 meter, that's 1 kilometer away, will block 10 meters, 10 kilometers away. So it's really close. It doesn't really have to be that much higher.
What was the word? Shoaling?
Shoaling, yeah. SHOALING.
Oh, okay. Well, I'm going to look that up. Appreciate it.
Now, depending on where it is, it's worse in some places than others. So some places where it's really bad, like Corpus Christi, Texas is one place I know about.
Yeah, especially if there's a shelf. So there's like a slow gradation from the shore, like hundreds of meters out, and then all of a sudden it's steep shelves. So you have the bay, and then you also have the water forcing up when it hits the shelf. than going into the gradient of the slope of the bay. So that's even worse. And you can really see it if you maintain your altitude and do like a time lapse for an entire day. You'll witness the horizon between you and the other side like change throughout the day.
Right. Well, hey, thanks for letting me take the time to show all that. Appreciate it.
Let me bring something up.
Hey, brother.
Really, did he leave?
No, I'm here. I just put
okay.
my screen
Let me
down.
bring up something that's really important about that image. Is the horizon itself. The horizon's not the edge of the Earth. It's not where the curve starts. It's not the edge of the ball. It's none of those things. And we know this because you can go out and you can watch the horizon for, say, 6 hours and watch it move up and down, move further and away and closer, independent of the tides, just based upon the weather and the way things look. So we got observations of horizons that are, 10 times too far. Right? So if you went out like 3 days later, you might see the horizon in a completely different place.
I did
now, if the horizon's the edge of the Earth, then the Earth would have to be changing size, right? So you don't think that's happening, do you?
Oh no, well I don't know really what's happened, but
well, I mean, the Earth would have to change size, like physically.
Yeah, oh no, well I don't think
Well,
that's
that's
happening.
where the curve of the Earth starts. I mean,
this will change the topic a little bit, but is it Italy or it was somewhere in the Alps or something? This lady took a photo, or just some photographer took a photo of apparently the longest distance between like their vantage point and
in France.
A mountain way distant. Is it France? Yeah.
Yeah, it's it's from the French Pyrenees to the French Alps.
Oh, okay.
So it's across the. It's from Canigou, and there's another one, Peak Finestro. It's a little further away than the Canigou Mountain, looking toward Marseille, toward the French Alps, across the. I think it's called the Gulf of Lyon or whatever. And there's a lot of photos of that area.
Yeah.
I think the first one that I've seen is from the 1800s. They have a really, really old one looking across. The one from the 1800s is looking the other way. It's like 127 miles or something.
Yeah. And I'd imagine
when you're talking about
results.
is 443 kilometers.
Right. Yeah, that's a hell of a way. Yeah.
Yeah, that's like from where I live in Boston, that's like from here to Toronto or something. Which is Canada.
Yeah.
It's a long walk.
Oh, yeah.
If you look up the driving distance, it's a 10-hour drive. I mean, obviously because you're driving through mountains, but it's, still a 10-hour drive. It's far away. Now, the people that do those, it's the same. It's like a group of people. They had a website. It's switched a couple times. It's called Beyond Horizons. They're not flat earthers, but they go out to this area and take long distance photography. In this area, right? Sometimes like from Marseille the other way. Sometimes like there's also they do take pictures in Italy. So like the island of Corsica. What's the other one? What the hell's the other island out there? Starts with an M. I can't remember the name off the top of my head. Oh, Mellorca or something like that. Mallorca is the name of it.
Oh, Majorca. I think I've heard that name before. Yeah.
It's like out where Ibiza and all that stuff is. It's like the same area. That must be like the flattest part on Earth because there's a lot of like long distance imagery from that area of the world. Now, supposedly, it's debatable because it's so far away. There's a 308-mile picture. There's a lighthouse on Corsica called La Garglia, and someone thinks they caught that from I think it's what's the name of the town? There's a city out there. I have to look it up. Yeah, but there's some long ones. Yeah. You're gonna need some coffee. You're gonna need to make 2 pots of coffee for that drive. I think it's Barcelona. 308. I have to find it. But tests like that, like why they're important, I don't think they're like completely dispositive as to the issue. You know. Yes, they shouldn't happen on the flat Earth, but like I said, there's the weather conditions can do weird things. Now, I don't think that they curve right around the ball. I don't think that. I don't think there's any justification for that. Real. 325. Is the picture still around? Come on, man. So, are you new to this topic, buddy?
Me, Rick? Not really. I sort of came in around 2 years ago, and then I haven't really revisited it since then. But yeah, popped back in just today to listen. But yeah, I try to keep an open mind. I don't really have any. I definitely believe what I see with my own eyes, and then obviously I followed a traditional education from the education system, so all of my views are like mostly what do you call it, like the mainstream opinion is kind of where more toward what I lean, but I like hearing out alternative points of view, you know what I mean?
Yeah. When I first looked at flat Earth, I looked at it initially for like a week, and then I just like stopped looking at it for probably like, I don't know, it had to be 6-8 months or something. But it was like just like eating away at my mind. It was just so weird.
Yeah.
So
yeah, I asked earlier whether the movement had been like growing bigger than each year, like as each year goes by, is the growth path like maintaining, or has it been slowing down, or has it been plateauing, or yeah?
It's this is like horizontal growth, not vertical growth.
Right. Yeah.
It's more like
Slow and steady.
permeating people's idea of what's possible or not.
Right.
Like in the beginning, so I've been doing this since like 2017. So in the beginning, people's reaction was one thing. Then after a few years, they would react a different way. Then a few years, like I'm just talking about normal people, right? That like people's reaction has changed over time. There was points in time where it was like people would get violently angry, and like, you know, telling them the Earth was flat was like saying you kicked their dog. But like, you know, before that, it was like the people that were really, really. Most people just dismissed it without a thought and wouldn't even like consider it even for a second.
Right.
But the people that did engage with us were like violently opposed to it. But typically because they were like activist atheists. And they thought flat Earth was religious based. So they opposed it really for that reason. And then you have another group like, you know, they're like pseudo science nerds. I'm not saying they're science nerds of they're like I'm not saying they're nerds of pseudoscience. I'm saying they pretend to be science nerds, but they don't actually know any science, right? They're kind of like you know, the fake smart kids that'll talk about, you know, the sun's 93 million miles away, and you know, black holes and blah blah blah, right? But they like
know
if
how
you
to
drill on
sound
them,
smart.
yeah, but if you drill down on them, they don't actually know anything,
right?
You know, so they would
They're
try
just
to
rehearsed, essentially.
Yeah, they
They're
know
just
it at a very
rehearsed.
surface level, kind of like almost in the Discovery Channel. I watched on the Discovery Channel about black holes from Neil deGrasse Tyson, so I know all
Here's an
about
opinion. Kind of like Greta Thunberg. She's a lot of people would say that she's just very well rehearsed with whatever she says.
Yeah,
that's if you're a critic of her. But yeah, wasn't there a point where I'm not saying this is all of the flat earthers out there, but you know, there's been different concepts and you know theories put on it. But there was one point where they were denying that Australia existed or the flat path.
That's
was
a
that
joke.
ever a thing? That was never a thing. Okay.
No, it was a Reddit post.
Right.
It's like a Reddit
So it was
post
like
in
satire,
2015.
basically.
Yeah, it was someone just taking the piss in 2015. Being an ass.
Yeah.
And there's other things, right? Like flat earther tried to prove the Earth was flat and blew up in a rocket, right? Ever heard that one? Steam powered rocket guy.
I haven't heard that one.
Mad Mike. So there's a flat Earth conference. He wasn't even a flat earther; he was a globe earther. But because he, you know, flew up in a rocket, he tried to get flat earthers to fund his rockets because he was like a amateur rocket maker. So he would go to the flat Earth conference and try to, I'll prove the Earth is flat, pay for my rocket. But he wasn't a flat earther. He was trying to use flat earthers to get money.
His project, right?
Yeah. Because he was trying to make a steam powered rocket, which is as stupid as it sounds. Needless to say, he flew up in a steam powered rocket and didn't stick the landing. And now he's pushing up daisies with his dick, as they say. But for a while, I mean, we've had to deal with like so much like stupid stuff like that over and over and over and over again. Different gimmicks and LARPs and distractions and just beyond the curve and Juranism paid $20,000 for a laser and like all sorts of shit.
Oh yeah, I remember hearing about that.
And all that.
The point that I sort of bowed out and got, you know, just busy with other things in my life, was the point where they went to Antarctica, that group. And I think, yeah, I saw that like Dave McKeegan was part of it. He's like a, you know, he comes from the whole globe Earth guy. Yeah. And there's a few others that went on that trip.
Yeah, it's funny because when they came back, like the very first day, I put a thing on Twitter. It was like, okay, now you went, you saw 24 hours sun. How does this prove a globe or disprove a flat Earth? That post is still sitting there. No one can say how it proves a globe or a flat Earth.
Right.
And even it's funny because Duffy, because they were told all this before they ever went. before they ever went. It's like you can't look at the sun and prove whether the Earth is a globe or flat. It's just not even possible as a matter of logic. I can't look at like your house and prove what my house is. I have to look at my house, right? You can't. No, you can have inferences and say, well, I think if the Earth was a globe, the sun would do X, Y, Z, and it does X, Y, Z, so it's consistent with my idea. That's all you can say. You can't say it proves it. That's a whole nother
Do
thing.
all humans have spleens?
Who cares, dude?
Well, I mean, wait, if I look at one person's
advice.
body,
We don't
and I
do
say
medical
spleen.
advice. Just go on mute. Anyway, so it's very funny that in a debate, Will Duffy, the guy that ran the whole thing, someone brought up the sun, and he goes, "This is a debate about flat Earth, not the sun." So even he admitted that the fucking sun can't prove the Earth is a globe, and he's the one who went there and hosted the whole thing, which is quite hilarious. He has all sorts of problems I'm not going to get into. But if you dig down into, like, you know, all they could ever disprove with that is some claim about the sun. You know, if you think the sun is supposed to do X, and then you go see it do not X, then whatever reason you thought it did X is wrong, right? So, I mean, it was a waste of time because they could have just measured the curve, and that would have been that. Instead, they want to spend, like, I don't know what it was. To be honest, I'll tell you what the deal is, and I think he's still working on it. He was going to try to make a documentary out of it, and he had a plan on selling it, and nobody wants to buy it because it's boring. And Whitsitt said he wasn't going to go unless he had that nobody could film him, no one could quote his words, no one could do anything, and that he had complete control over any uses of his image or anything. So Whitsitt hasn't played ball with them. So it's like even if they accidentally catch him in footage, he has to pay like some freaking penalty for using him. So I think I'm just saying is like I think Duffy's plan was this is an investment. I'm gonna go do this, and then I'm gonna sell a documentary to Netflix. Whatever. The final experiment, how I proved the Earth is a globe. He's still trying. He actually reared his ugly head. I don't know, was it a couple weeks ago?
Yeah, he was on. Melissa Daugherty is a not super famous but prolific Christian apologist to talk about flat Earth, and he actually made this claim that because of him, flat Earth has all but stopped debating the topic. Like the dude is literally delusional. Debates about flat Earth went up after what he did, not down.
Yeah, and then after that, he did some podcast where someone like presented him about evolution. So now he went. Not only did he like, I'm a gold believer. I also support evolution because he's a. Did you know this dude's a minister? So he's a minister. He's a preacher. Who actually said the Bible doesn't prohibit lobbying, which is crazy, but you can make of that what you want. I'm just saying this guy doesn't matter. He had an ulterior motive, and whatever that is, who cares? He made the observation. Doesn't matter. We told him it wouldn't matter anyway, and before he ever did it, it was a waste of time. I asked him, and he answered. I said, "How does this prove the Earth's a globe or the Earth isn't flat?" He said, "Okay, because the Earth has to be symmetric." Says who? And then he just ghosted.
Well, to be fair to him, he didn't say the Earth was simply said whatever's on the south. And so, for example, like trees, animals, which isn't the same in the north and the south. The south is different than the north. Kind of weird.
Yeah. But the symmetry that he's talking about is symmetric. It's the celestial sphere. Why does the Earth have to be symmetric? Why does it have to even be symmetric under the celestial sphere? It don't. And here's where it gets even more humorous. If you ask these guys, how is a 24-hour sun predicted in the first place? Oh, they use a globe to do that. That's what they'll tell you. They use a globe. But then when you look at the formulas, there ain't no globe in those formulas. There's the celestial sphere. There's that. But you're not on a globe. The entire model is you at the center of the coordinates, right? It's an observer-centric model. So the map itself doesn't even have a globe in it. Yeah, it gets it's silly. It's a waste of time. It's a complete waste of time. We're still wasting our time about it, talking about it. It doesn't prove anything. It can't prove anything other than things about the sun. You go to a place in Antarctica, stand at this place at this date. You'll see a 24-hour sun.
Hey, I just want to butt in and say it was nice to talk to y'all and meet y'all and everything.
All right. Yeah.
I'm brand new here, so I'm a bounce, and I just wanted to say bye and good to meet y'all.
Yeah, we're here all the time.
Thanks for coming by.
Yep. Bye.
So, India, the 24-hour sun thing isn't. It's not just that. It's that it goes different directions at the North Pole versus the South Pole. So, it's a little bit more the way you claim.
Different directions relative to what?
Like at the South Pole, the sun makes a big circle around you, going from right to left. And then 6 months later at the North Pole, it makes a big circle around you going from left to right.
Okay. Dude, how do you know you're at the South Pole or North Pole?
Well, how about in the South and in the far South and in the far North?
You see how that's circular?
And well, I mean, you can tell where you're at, right?
Yeah,
well,
because you look at the sun and then you designate a spot. When I go to this spot and I see the sun do this, I'm at the South Pole. Yeah, if you didn't do that, if you didn't see the sun do that, you wouldn't be at the South Pole, right?
Yeah, you could just say some.
You couldn't tell from geography.
Yeah, that's true. It looks all snowy both places. How about this? And there's a place on Earth where the sun is up 24 hours going from left to right, and then 6 months later there's another place on Earth, a different place on Earth, where the sun is up 24 hours and goes the opposite direction.
Oh, that's fine. I have no problem with that.
Yeah.
But I don't think that was the exact. I don't think that was the exact claim from the final experiment. They were all basing this off an AE map that flat earthers were claiming and stating that there couldn't be a 24-hour sun because of the AE map and that the Antarctica was the ice that held that in. Yeah, so I don't believe they should have been claiming an AE map to start with, but yeah.
Well, I find that is intriguing that the sun would go, and they do show it, so it's going what, left to right. So is it still going east to west?
Pretty much saying, staying the same direction. If you're at the exact North Pole, everything is south, right? But so it's going left to right. The South Pole would be going from right to left.
Yes, it's going east to west, right? It doesn't stop going east to west. I don't think.
Well, yeah, right. But I mean, it's so close to the horizon. It's just more sort of staying in the same, you know, same. Yeah, going. Yeah, east west.
Hey, hey Matthew.
Hey,
I'll give you
yeah,
challenge
hold on, AI. I just thought of something I've been wanting to tell
all
you.
day. All right, go
Have you
for
heard
it.
of AI? Have you heard of Schrodinger's horizon?
I think so.
Yeah, it's like there's a geometric horizon until you go to look at it.
Oh dang!
It's in a superposition of states.
I don't know, dude.
Depends on the argument you're
Glovers.
making.
Yeah, true story. Some Glovers have basically went into that. You know, if the Earth is flat, then reality is just one big giant. Who knows what the heck? You know, throw reality under the bus. Globe or die. Matthew, I want you to read the screenshot I just posted. You don't have to read it out loud, but just read it, and I just want you to tell me if you agree with it. And if you don't agree, are you willing to go on to Melissa Daughtry's channel and tell him that he's actually false result of his alleged nonsense?
Just to make sure I'm looking at the right thing, the thing you posted at 36 past the hour has like 2 people. It's like tiny.
Yeah, that's Melissa Daughtry and Will Duffy. Obviously, you know Will. Oh, well, he's looking at that, Indio. I think, man, I might not be able to remember this. We're having this conversation with somebody today in regards to their salvation. And I think I told them, okay, you guys think the Earth is a globe, and you need it, and things are supposed to not be seen, right? But then you need an excuse. Well, what if the Earth's just flat, and when you see things, when things aren't seen, that's what's the excuse? Dang, I butchered it. Never mind. What about? Oh, optical conditions. Okay, so if you think the Earth is a globe, the geometric horizon's blocking everything, supposedly, but you can see all these things, and then you say it's optical. What if the Earth is flat and when you can't see? So the globe says when you can see. What if the Earth is just flat and when you can't see? Isn't that more reasonable?
You can only hear like half of what you said. Your audio's cutting out.
Dang it! All right, I quit.
Speaking of optics, though, is anybody here earlier I was talking to some people about FE core and stuff like that?
Not me.
It's an interesting experiment. Seems a little odd that they talk so much about refraction in the beginning and then essentially concluded there was zero refraction happening during the experiment.
It's almost as if it stayed in the same layer of air the whole time.
Yeah, a layer of air that is probably like ideal conditions to cause reflection. Like it almost makes me wonder if like the experiment was explicitly designed to refract so that the laser would be visible from low altitude across the lake.
You're saying it was
Yo, DJ,
designed
what did
in
I
a way
miss?
to appear flat with by knowing certain atmospheric conditions.
With
Oh,
well, I mean, using a cold lake seems like actually the ideal way to like apply Snell's law if you wanted to make the laser refract and literally curve, like track the ground essentially at that height. As they actually show it with a laser at the beginning of the video, like how a laser can curve.
Well, that's a nifty thought and all, but there's several of these laser transit tests, and they all appear flat. Now, you want to talk about using Snell's law? That's for light traveling from two different indices. We're talking about a laser that is traveling in the same layer of air. Of course, there can be temperature changes throughout the track that can cause refraction. But it's not as if the laser is going through two different density mediums.
Right. No, I think actually more accurately, it would need to be calculated in an integral, like over time, like over the distance, continuously, as opposed to simply once. I'm not sure why it was done that way.
Well, what model would you apply it to?
I mean, I think like using Snell's law probably makes sense, but
no,
just,
Snell's
like,
law. Snell's law.
on an integral.
Snell's law is a discrete condition, right? It applies to a discrete condition, which is a boundary between two isotropic media of different refractive indices, right? So how could you possibly apply that to a condition which would be variable?
Right. So you'd have to actually measure at points along the way. Like they'd have to like it makes it really hard to do, I think, over water. Period.
Really? So let's say that's true. Well, how would they quote unquote calculate it?
Well, as close to an integral continuously as you can. So measure it, as many times as you can, and then essentially, as you said, apply it.
Well, no. Well, why do you need an integral
at each interval? I'm sorry, what?
Oh, sorry, I asked the wrong question. Go ahead.
Like apply it as if each measurement was a different slab of air, and do that as many times over smallest interval possible over the distance, so that you could get like the closest to a continuous integral essentially across the whole distance.
Okay, that's interesting. How come they've never done that in the history of measurements using optics?
You're breaking up again, but I think you asked why it's never been done. It seems very hard to do. I don't know.
No. Hold on, friend. Not why it's never been done. Why has it never been done with the application of alleged globe measurements with optical methods?
I don't know. I think
I know why.
I think y'all's community is probably the only people trying to do these experiments.
Yeah, you're correct, brother. You are correct. The globers already assume the Earth is, and so they don't actually measure anything. They apply it to a model, which assumes curvilinear gradients in a curved atmosphere above a curved. So they're already begging the question from the get. And then after they apply their math, right, it accentuates the amount of alleged curvature that the path variability would be taking. Because here's how it works. They say, I already know the globe Earth geometry. I know that this observation can't be possible if the globe Earth geometry is constant. I can't change the geometry because, a geometric object is what it is. The only thing I can change and maintain the Earth being is the path of the light. And so I therefore ex post hoc change the path of the light in math or on a piece of paper. That's how it actually works.
Yeah, there's probably like a whole lot of ways you could go about experimenting, and yeah, I'm sure these experiments are not common in the scientific community, but you guys kind of engender that sort of exploration, which is interesting. But yeah, I'm not sure the FP core experiment is like a good example to point to. I think actually, like, if they were trying to create ideal like conditions to refract and essentially curve the light so that it appeared at the same height over that distance, that's probably like where you would
what
go.
Conditions?
What you would
okay,
do.
let's say that's true. What conditions would be necessary to allegedly around a radius of 3,000 expressed in an arc segment of 25 miles in length?
Yeah, so it seems to me that actually like laser experiments like that, from the research I did, it seems like over like anything over like 6 miles, it probably isn't a good medium to do your tests in, just because of the atmosphere. Like lasers in a vacuum.
Yeah,
just
but
act
keep in mind,
differently.
right, true story. But you know what? You know what's common is lasers curving, not downwards. There's plenty of evidence of lasers curving. There's very specious evidence of lasers curving.
Yeah.
And not only that, what would be necessary for trajectory curved, quote unquote, redirected in the downwards direction in regards to the air that it's encountering?
I'm sorry, man. It's just hard to hear you because you're breaking up like in the middle
Yeah,
of
your
your
mic is
sentences.
shit, bro.
Dang it! I'm sorry. I'll listen. I'll self-flagellate as remuneration and penance. Okay.
Okay. Very Leviatarian of you.
I'm glad you noticed.
Yeah. I was looking into like real world easy things to observe that would be kind of a good test, like mental test for this sort of stuff. And like I think the easiest one I can think of is like star trail photography. Like when you put like a time lapse photo of stars, like on your phone or whatever, you don't even need like a telescope. If you're in the northern hemisphere, there's a circle around Polaris, and there's no visible center of the circle in the south sky. And if you're in the southern hemisphere, there is a visible circle around essentially the South Pole, and you can't see Polaris in the north sky. And I'm not sure how flat earthers would argue that works if we're not on a globe.